If you live here, fun is your thing. If you live here, tough is your thing. Smart is your thing. Caring is your thing. If you live in Massachusetts, community is your thing. Since 1972, the Massachusetts State Lottery has provided over $25 billion to help cities and towns with the things they need most. If you live here, giving is your thing.
My family earns respect.
My family clears bases.
My family breaks records.
My family wins MVPs.
My family gives everything.
My family makes history. My family wins championships.
There's no family.
There's no family. There's no family.
There's no family like my family.
Join the fam.
Join the fam.
Join the fam.
When Alaska Airlines needed a partner for the complex operations of travel, they made the switch to T-Mobile. Our 5G has Alaska Airlines and their customers covered, from major hubs to remote destinations, with 5G coverage ready now for the demands of today and the future. T-Mobile's network powers Alaska Airlines as they deliver next-level care for all customers. 5G ready now. That's how unconventional thinking is better for business.
Coke Zero is now Coke Zero Sugar, with great Coke taste. Some people were excited to hear the news, some were skeptical. So we're not gonna have the star of the show you're watching come out and say, "You'll love it." No special jingle written by this week's hottest pop star. No famous internet celebs who happen to be holding the label just so. Okay, maybe just one little pour shot. The only thing that will make you believe Coke Zero Sugar has great Coke taste is trying it yourself. Ice cold Coke Zero Sugar. Try one today.
And we are live for a must-win. Your Hyannis Harbor Hawks meet the Bourne Braves with their season on the line tonight. Down a game in the West Division Championship Series. It is win or go home for the boys in blue. McKeon Park is the site. Zach Berman, Austin Dakuda, myself, Drake Toll, the sound for a do-or-die baseball game from the Tim Elstrom Broadcast Center. Austin, they haven't been any bigger than this season.
Well, now you see what the Hawks are made of tonight, right? Their backs are as far against the wall as they can go, down 1-0 in this best of 3. But the good news is they return home. They have a really good crowd here already tonight, and we've seen in past games. The last playoff game at home, the fans here in Hyannis are looking for something to cheer about after the last couple of seasons. And tonight, the Hawks are certainly trying to give them that to go home with.
Zach, we've already talked about it. Win or go home against the Bourne Braves last night in a one-run loss. That can be demoralizing for any team, especially when your starting pitcher goes 6 innings and tosses 9 strikeouts. These Harbor Hawks have to bounce back today, but they also have home on their minds.
Well, let's be real here. Yeah, these guys have not slept in their own beds for 2 months. They haven't been home. You miss it. I certainly miss it, but you've come this far. Why not go all the way? And yesterday, yes, they lost by a run. It was a tough loss, but it wasn't necessarily a poorly played loss. I think if the Harbor Hawks stick to the script, they can send the series back to Buzzards Bay tomorrow night.
Well, a big part of that is Tommy O'Rourke on the bump today. The product out of Stanford is going to give the Harbor Hawks a chance to win this ball game. That's something that our own Bria Losick spoke with assistant GM Zach Chase about in our pregame interview. We'll take you there now. Bria?
Back at McKeon Park for Game 2 of the Western Finals between Bourne and Hyannis. I'm here with assistant GM Zach Chase. Zach, you helped build this team alongside Mazak Darvari and Nick Johnson. What's it like to finally see that come into fruition here in the playoffs?
It's just a whole lot of fun. I mean, every single day is very, very intense. You're in it every day, but I mean, what else do we do this for but to be in these exact situations and to be in these exact games? And since from the time I was an intern, since I wasn't here in 2015, I didn't see the year we made the finals. This is the first time I've been actually around that we've advanced. So it's absolutely thrilling to go through it and be in the thick of it all. It's what you want. That's what sports are about.
The Harborhawks couldn't get it done last night, losing 4-3 against Bourne at their place. What is it about Bourne that just makes them so tough?
Well, they're an outstanding roster. You know, you really got to give credit to everyone over there and their baseball ops staff. They have a really, really good pitching staff. Their relief staff is excellent, and their lineup is extremely balanced. You obviously, Shaw is the headliner, but you can go back and forth righty-lefty with a lot of different looks in their lineup and very effective hitters. So it's a very complete team over there, but certainly one that if we're playing our best, we can beat, in my opinion.
Definitely a lot of stars over on Bourne, but also in this dugout right behind us, who are some of those guys you think will be standouts today?
Well, if you had to guess for me today, I'm going to pick Don Patelli to get a big hit or two. And I think with a lefty on the mound, and I think that might be a good matchup for Jackson Ross. So keep an eye on him in that cleanup spot, especially if guys are on base to try to bring him in for us.
All right, thank you so much, Zach.
You're welcome.
I'm Bria Losick, Harborhawks Baseball Network.
Well, Austin, they constructed this team for longevity, and obviously it's worked out at this point with a series win against Katuitt and 2 games of those won on the road, but now you get Bourne today. Longevity's got to last at least 1 or 2 games longer here to get yourself in position in a championship series where you'd have home field advantage, but all this talk about being at home, this team has struggled. They are 1-4 in their last 5.
Yeah, it's been really weird the way they've played at home in the last couple of games. You had the last game out here, 9-1, Katuitt beat the Hawks, and it's not a level of comfort at home. They're certainly happy to be here. The Hawks interact with their fans. It's just been an interesting string of ball games. The offense hasn't gotten going out of the gate in any of those games, and that's what's really been the Hawks' downfall. In games that the offense strikes first, they usually go on to win, but oftentimes when they get behind, it certainly spiraled out of control the last couple of losses.
And Zach, the Bourne Braves, they've been good everywhere.
Yeah, they went into these playoffs having won 8 of their last 10, beating Falmouth in the first round in 3, and then last night. One of the better played games we've seen all season from both sides, but this is a team coached by Scott Landers in his first year as head coach that has really just gotten by on playing clean baseball up and down the lineup. You have a deep lineup, a good pitching staff. They're really just fundamentally one of the best teams we've seen all summer, and that's a kind of squad that's built to win playoff games.
It's a formidable opponent for the Harborhawks tonight, and a Bourne team that, again, bested this Hyannis squad by a run last night in Buzzards Bay. That was a point of conversation today with head coach Eric Beatty, who showed a lot of personality in today's dugout show, and someone who's been a treat to work with all season long. We'll take you to Beatty's dugout show now.
Drake Toll alongside Coach Eric Beatty for the pregame dugout show. Coach, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air. Coach, second question. The name of the game is Survive and Advance. How does your team survive? How does your team advance?
Well, we've got to win to survive. We got to win to advance, and there is a process to getting there. We're doing that right now. The guys are loose, a lot of smiles. BP was awesome today. I saw some good energy, some confident energy, so I feel like we're halfway there. Now we got to play a good baseball game.
Backs against the wall right here. We've seen teams across the East and the West. They get that first smell of getting to go home, see their families, and be done with the summer. How do you keep your guys out of that mentality, still checked into the game? Is that organic or something you've had to manufacture?
Yeah, I think, honestly, the absolute worst case scenario here is we lose and everybody gets to go home and see their family. So there's not a lot of pressure here. Like, we all want to win this game. I know that. I feel that. They're going to come out and do 2 things tonight. They're going to play really, really hard, and they're going to have a good time. And at the end of the day, you know, pressure is limiting, and it gets in the way of production. And I don't think there's a lot of pressure in this game. I think the guys are in a really good place.
After last night's loss, just a 1-run loss, did it feel like the team was dejected, got really down, or, I mean, is this group ready to go?
Yeah, they're competitive. We're competitive. We wanted to win, and it definitely hurt to lose a 1-run game. We had some opportunities. We made some big pitches, some big plays to limit run production on their end, so we did some things really well. Yeah, there was a little bit of dejection, but you know, you got to have a short memory and come out here and play the next day and play good.
You got Tommy O'Rourke on the bump today. He struggled against Bourne a couple of times this season. How do you get a guy to get a team out of their own head, and is Tommy in a position where he's able to do that today from what you've seen?
Yeah, I think the line score of his last outing against Bourne was way worse than the way Tommy threw the ball. He threw the ball real well. His stuff was great. He had I think he had one bad inning where they put up most of the line score that looked bad against him, but the rest of the time he dealt, and his stuff was really good. I think if he chooses to make the right pitches at the right times tonight, and his stuff is as good as it was last week, Tommy's going to have a good night.
Another big part of that is George Corona behind the dish for the first time in the postseason today. How much confidence do you have in him to start for the first time this postseason?
Yeah, a lot of confidence. George is a really good catcher. He's a really good hitter. And he did have a couple days off, but he still got in the game almost every game. So he had a good day BP today. His spirits are high, so I think he's going to do great back there.
There are going to be some fans here today?
Tons.
Is that good?
Very good, yeah.
Favorite Spanish song?
Is that Trumpet Song a Spanish song? Edwin Diaz's song? Is that a Spanish song?
Yes, that trumpet song is a Spanish song.
Trumpet Song or Gasolina.
Skip, I've got nothing else.
Let's have a great day.
Let's do it. Drake Toll, Coach Eric Beatty, pregame dugout show. We'll see you guys back at Buzzards Bay tomorrow.
Well, it's almost game time here at McKeon Ballpark, but before we take you to the field, let's fire you up.
A hawk is a territorial predator who flies over 100 feet in the air just to dive toward its prey at 80 miles an hour. Found on 6 of the 7 continents, these 11-million-year-old raptors migrate over 160,000 miles over their lives. But they always return home to the same nest because these hawks only care about one thing.
Family.
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 That ball is long gone. That's over the wall.
Well, those are the boys in blue. They're in white pinstripes today, and their season is on the line. And, Zach, it all comes down to the arm of Tommy O'Rourke when it comes to starting this ball game hot. But before we get to him, let's meet the starting lineups for the guys across the way, the Bourne Braves. Leading things off for the Braves tonight, a third baseman from Alabama, Bryce Eblin, in a 2-hole. Shortstop Matt Shaw, who's the player of the year on Cape Cod. The right fielder in the 3 spot is Mack Horvath. Batting cleanup, the first baseman, Chris Brito. In center field and batting 5th is Evan Slight. In the 6th spot, the second baseman, Josh Kuroda-Grauer. 7-hole, left fielder Nelson Taylor. Batting 8th, the designated hitter, Joshua Moylan. And batting 9th, the catcher, Tomas Frick. The defense for the Harbor Hawks, it's Flores, McConnell, and Ross from left to right in the outfield. Left to right in the infield, Jeb Patelli, Nishida, and Shonowell. George Corona behind the dish, his first start of this postseason. And Mitch Jeb, the designated hitter. But, Zach, it's going to be Tommy O'Rourke's world, and we'll all hopefully live in it today.
Well, O'Rourke has pitched twice against Bourne, and for him, could it be third time's the charm? And July 9th, in that 18-10 nightmare of a game, he had 5 earned runs. He had 4 earned runs on August 2nd in 3 innings. Harbor Hawks ended up losing that game 4-3. So Tommy O'Rourke, he's been a little bit of everywhere. He's closed games out. He's been middle relief. He's started out of Stanford, 6'2", 205. He's got good stuff.
Yeah.
But the Harbor Hawks, more than ever, need to see him put it together tonight in front of a packed house with their season on the line.
Austin, offensively for Bourne, they are led by the Cape Cod League Player of the Year, Matt Shaw, but he has not been the same in his 4 games this postseason.
Yeah, he's been off to a little bit of a slow start so far for the Bourne Braves. He was the guy who led them in virtually every offensive category during the regular season, but this playoffs, he has just not been the same level of hitter. I mean, he came into the game with just one hit, I believe.
Yeah.
And then after a regular season in which he hit 360, you don't really see that drop off. And there's one side of it where you could say, okay, Matt Shaw's due for a big game, and obviously the Harbor Hawks would like that not to happen. But at the same time, the way you pitched him yesterday was really effective. Can they continue that tonight will be, I think that'll go the longest way into limiting these Bourne Braves.
Well, here's what is on the line. If the Bourne Braves win today, they advance their second championship in as many years to face either YD or Brewster. If the Harbor Hawks win tonight, they stay alive to play tomorrow. Let's play playoff baseball on Cape Cod. Bryce Eblin, the third baseman for Alabama, steps in. Tommy O'Rourke, the righty from Stanford, meets him. And the first pitch of the ball game is away. Taken for a ball outside by Eblin. Bryce is a guy that the Harbor Hawks, well, Austin, frankly, hate seeing.
Yeah, they're all set on playing Bryce Eblin any further. In the regular season, he had a plethora of multi-hit games against the Harbor Hawks. And last night, his bat has been so hot that the Hawks intentionally walked him when first base was open.
O'Rourke gets a called strike on the 1-0 pitch to even the count at 1-1. And one of the things that anchored Bourne and Hyannis both yesterday, Zach, are hot starts from the guys in the one hole.
Yep, yesterday Riku Nishida and Bryce Eblin both led off the game getting on base. The difference being, one of them scored, one of them didn't, and the team where the guy did not score wound up winning the game. Got to take advantage of those opportunities when you need them most.
2-1 due from Tommy O'Rourke here. The wind blowing straight out at McKeon Ballpark as Eblin lines that one right field and into the glove of today's right fielder, Jackson Ross.
Yeah, Jackson Ross has been a really good defender for the Harbor Hawks. Against Katuitt in Game 3 of the previous series, he had 2 leaping catches at the fence, one to nearly rob a home run. Then last night at Dorn Park in Buzzards Bay, he had a sliding catch heading towards the wall.
Stepping to the plate now for the Bourne Braves is Matt Shaw. I don't know if you guys know this, but he has been pretty good at baseball here on Cape Cod. Guy was the player of the year in the league for Bourne this season, and that story, as he takes strike one, has all but closed through 14 at-bats in the playoffs where he has just one hit.
Well, the last time he was here hit for the cycle, but since then
Thanks,
it's
Zach.
been a
That's great.
gradual
All right.
cool-off of sorts.
And 360 with 5 homers to finish the regular season, but 1 for 14 here in these playoffs.
Gets a couple of strikes from Tommy O'Rourke. O'Rourke ahead 0-2 there after the breaking ball, and that's what O'Rourke's got to make his bet. He's not going to blow the fastball by you. It's got to be a breaking ball and a crisp breaking ball day.
He's primarily a fastball, curveball pitcher, so he's only got those 2 pitches, and he's going to have to make sure that they're on, and he's a guy that if he can just get through the lineup the first time through quickly, you'll be happy with. Not somebody who usually goes through the lineup 2 times at school. He was a 1 or 2 inning guy.
Yeah. Shaw watches the 0-2 away, and he takes the 1-2 into center field for a base hit. It's Cole McConnell in center field today for the Harbor Hawks, who relays it in with the second batter of the game. Zach with the Bourne Braves. Matt Shaw has his second hit in now 5 games of the playoffs.
2 hard contacts to start the night, and you're seeing that breaking ball from O'Rourke just hung up a little bit too much in the zone. Maybe try and dot the outside part of the plate a bit more as you deal with the dangerous Mack Horvath.
And now you get Horvath, who steps the dish in the playoffs, only batting 154. So Eblin's batting 500 in the postseason. Matt Shaw after that hit at 133. Mack Horvath 154, and then Chris Brito in the 4-hole at 294. But as many runs as we've seen in these playoffs from just about every team, the batting averages are still pretty tempered. What it's mostly been is crafty base running and the right hits at the right times.
Yeah, it's been the situational hitting that's made these teams great and that helped them all advance to the second round. And Mack Horvath is a guy who had 6 homers during the regular season. So he's certainly got some pop in that bat, and there's a reason that Scott Landers, the Bourne manager, leaves Shaw in the 2-hole and Horvath in the 3-hole, because you can only keep good hitters down for so long. It's impossible to keep these guys really batting below 200 for the whole entire playoffs. They're going to heat up at some point.
O'Rourke 0-1 on Horvath, goes back to first base again. First pickoff move was close. That one almost gets away from him.
Home plate umpire Mark Furtado, first base Mike Robideau, second
Mark
base Brandon
Furtado
Johnson.
is
Not
brother of
Nelly Furtado.
Yes, he is.
And John Petula at third. That's your crew for tonight's contest.
The 0-1 from O'Rourke to Horvath. The runner goes. Shaw down to second base. The throw from George Corona. It gets away from Riku Nishida. It was there in plenty of time, but Nishida just didn't see the catch and finished through.
Yeah, he had him, I think, if he gets that tag down, but the ball just popped out of the glove of Riku Nishida, and Now with Bourne's runner in scoring position, this is where they've been at their best. When they get a guy on second or third with less than 2 outs, more times than not, they bring that run around.
Now a 1-1 count to Horvath with nobody, making one down here, nobody across at least for Bourne, which was not the case yesterday. 3 runs in the first inning against Jay Driver. Finishes his day with 6 innings, 9 strikeouts, and a pretty solid start for these Harbor Hawks. But once again, tale as old as time, Jay Driver, elite start. Harbor Hawks lose the game.
Yeah, it's happened all 3 of Jay Driver's starts, unfortunately. He's given you literally everything. And yesterday he threw, I think it was 95 pitches, and he said that was the most he's ever thrown. He had big plans today to go to the Mid-Cape sauna all day to try to help the recovery process move along.
The 1-2 to Mack Horvath. O'Rourke checks off at second base. Deals home, gets a swing and a miss out of the third batter of the ball game with a second out of the first inning.
And you see right there, O'Rourke hung the breaking ball to Shaw that resulted in the single. That time, he was aiming more away, off the plate. That was off the right side of the plate, and Horvath, all he could do was wave at it as it dipped into the zone and then went right across.
It's the 4-hole hitter, Chris Brito, stepping to the dish for Bourne out of Perth Amboy, New Jersey. Am I saying that right?
Perth Amboy.
Oh, Perth Amboy. What do you know about Perth Amboy there, Zach Berman?
About a half an hour up the road from where I grew up.
Right. There's a breaking ball, called ball, came across.
Chris Brito actually dapped me up before the game today.
Chris Brito.
This Chris Brito at the plate. Nice guy.
That plays for the other team?
Yeah.
You are dapping up opposing players pregame.
Hey, Jersey born, Jersey bred. Come on.
Zach Berman. There any Jersey players in the Harbor Hawks?
The guy on the mound.
Uh-oh, Zach. Did you dap him up?
Nope.
Zach, what?
No comment there.
Wow.
Tommy O'Rourke is from Weddington, North Carolina, though.
He did graduate high school, Seton Hall Prep in New Jersey.
So is he a Jersey boy, though?
You know who is?
What do you consider? Is it where you're born or where you
what's
go
that
to
one
high
guy?
school?
The St. Frankie Valley. He's a Jersey boy.
Frankie Valley is a Jersey
Austin
boy.
has no idea what we're talking about.
Yes, I do.
The 1-1.
It's a pizza guy.
It's in the dirt. No, that's the Papa. You're talking about Domino.
No, I'm talking about John.
I actually got
Papa.
Domino's today.
Papa Domino.
Papa Domino's. No free sponsorships on
Papa Domino's,
our
not a
Rock
real
Baseball
place, so we're
Network.
not
That is
sponsoring anybody.
True. It's 2 for 1. Speaking of 2 for 1s, 2-1 count on the 4-hole hitter Chris Brito out of Rutgers. Wouldn't you know that? A Bourne player out of Rutgers. Doesn't happen very often. The 2-1. That one is right at where the Braves logo is on the chest of Brito. High for ball 3.
Yeah, now if you're Tommy O'Rourke behind the count here, you can't just groove a fastball because Chris Brito's got some of the best power in this entire Cape Cod Baseball League. A really talented hitter, so you have to be careful how you attack here on 3-1.
Here's the 3-1. O'Rourke trying to get back in the zone, but not give Brito anything too healthy. He does get back in the zone with the off-speed.
Well, if that breaking ball is going to work like that tonight, it could be a good day for O'Rourke, but he still can't fall behind in counts because, like I said, he's really a 2-pitch pitcher for the most part, and if you start to fall behind, you're going to telegraph to these guys what you might be throwing.
Right.
Now a 3-2 count. Tommy O'Rourke trying to get himself out of the top of the first inning with a runner stranded over at second base. The righty from the stretch. Won't even check Matt Walsh as the that one is hit into center field and down for a base hit. Cole McConnell couldn't get over there in time, and Matt Shaw is going to come around and score from second. A single for Chris Brito opens up scoring today's ball game, and Bourne strikes first.
Once again, hung the breaking ball, and that's a professional hitting job by Brito. Most guys, when you see a breaking ball over the middle of the plate, with that much power, they're going to try and swing for the fences. Brito just simply lofts it into center field. That's all he had to do to get the first run across.
Yeah, that's what happens when you fall behind in the count, and you have to really throw strikes. Brito was looking middle in the zone, and he got one that he could just loft out to left center, and Matt Shaw has the speed to come around on any base hits to the outfield like that.
Bourne with a couple of hits and 1 run on the board. And now a runner, Chris Brito, on at first base. That one is tapped over to the right side. Nolan Shonowell there. O'Rourke coming over, and that records the third out. Evan Slight is going to ground out to the right side on a little 3-1 action and a 1-0 ball game as the Harbor Hawks try to answer in the bottom of the first with Nishida, Jeb, and McConnell when we come back on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Hey, Mama, what's up?
Did you switch my service from Verizon to T-Mobile? Yep.
T-Mobile has the only nationwide 5G.
Well, Mr. Know-It-All, let's see if you right about that.
Mama. Hey, Mama, I'm working.
It works at the pie shop.
T-Mobile's 5G works inside and out. Hey, what you need, Mama? I'm trying to watch the game with my boys.
It works in the park.
Oh, okay. Mama?
It works at the aquarium, in the parking garage, at the beach, in the elevator. It works in the movie theater, too. Oh, shush yourself. I'm talking to my baby.
You're driving me crazy.
I was just calling you to say thank you, baby. I love you.
I love you too, Mama. Yes, Mama.
It works in the kitchen. Tell Mama.
Mama?
5G, it works in the club.
Who are you in a club with?
All about it. Tell Mama.
Welcome back to McKeon Ballpark. Drake Toll alongside Zach Berman and Austin Dakuda. Let's meet the Harbor Hawks starting lineup today, leading things off, as he has done for the postseason, is Riku Nishida playing at second base at Mount Hood Community College in a two-hole. Mitch Jebb from Michigan State, the third baseman. Batting third, Cole McConnell, who's out of Louisiana Tech and in center field. Jackson Ross bats cleanup in right field. The designated hitter, Drew Earhart, is in the five-hole. Dominic Patelli follows him at 6. George Corona, today's catcher, in the 7th spot. Batting 8th, the first baseman, Nolan Shonowell. And batting 9th, in left field, the Michigan product, Tito Flores. Defensively, for the Bourne Braves, it's Slight, Taylor, Horvath from left to right in the outfield. Bryce Evelyn at third. Matt Shaw at shortstop. Kuroda, Grauer, and Brito make up the right side at second base and first base, respectively. Tomas Frick behind the dish, and Moylan the DH. What do you know, Zach Berman, about the opposing pitcher today, Rob Adams?
Out of Southeastern, I was told by the Bourne broadcast crew that his pickoff move is the best in the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Okay, so does that insinuate that he allows base runners? Is that what they were trying to go to there?
It might, but at the same time, when you have the two fastest guys up 1 and 2 in your lineup, two guys that will steal, something to keep an eye on.
Riku Nishida steps the dish and takes strike one, and you see his stats there in the postseason, .353 batting average, second on the team. Yesterday against these Braves, couple of hits, stolen base, pretty solid. It's a breaking ball there for a ball. Just miss out of the zone there from Adams. And Nishida, Austin, he's the fastest player on Cape Cod. I don't think you could really protest that.
Yeah, his speed on the bases is really unmatched, although we saw him throwing out to end the game last night.
Nishida grounds that one to Kuroda Grauer at second base. Grauer's throw to first. It gets away from Chris Brito. Grauer had plenty of time. Granted, Riku Nishida's speedy. He's so speedy that Kuroda Grauer rushed the throw, spiked it in the dirt. Brito couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they score this. I think Riku would have been out if Brito had picked it, but you certainly can't put that on your first baseman.
E4.
So we'll see how they officially put it down on the scorebook.
It is an error on the second baseman, Kuroda Grauer.
So the first error of the ball game is thanks to Kuroda Grauer of the Bourne Braves, and now Hyannis has Riku Nishida over at first base. We'll see if he tests the arm of Tomas Frick, the catcher, today for the Bourne Braves, as Mitch Jebb steps into the left-handed batter's box. Adams, the lefty, checks over to Nishida, dials home, and dials up a strike.
Yeah, Rob Adams on the season, 15 innings of work. He's made 2 starts, but 5 total appearances, 13 hits, 4 runs, and 6 walks. So he will allow about a base runner per inning, but he does have 11 strikeouts, about average there. You can get on base against him, but he does a good job at limiting the base runners once they're on.
Check over to first base, and, well, I guess he's holding off the elite pickoff move for later, because that's one of the slower ones that we've seen in a while.
Yeah.
You see, too, the wind is howling today. It's blowing straight out to center field, and this ballpark has not really played like a hitter's ballpark, hence Hyannis being one of the bottom teams in home runs this year. We haven't seen many hit by any team here at McKeon.
Real deep to dead center and right and left. I mean, it's tough to poke one out here. It takes some strength.
Whoa! Back just in time is Riku Nishida. Are you sure they weren't yanking your chain there, Zebo?
I'm pretty sure. They have the wind right now at 15 to 25 miles an hour throughout the remainder of the game.
Yeah, that's same to the pitch speed. It's kind of in either direction of what you'll get today. 75 might actually mean 100. The 0-1 to Nishida. Adams stares down. The 0-1 to Jebb, who skies one foul as Adams had stared down Nishida. Now Mitch Jebb down 0-2. You'll see him choke up on the bat, scoot up in the box both ways, and try to fend off what he can until he gets what he likes.
Yeah, he's a really patient hitter at the plate, but with 2 strikes, he protects, and that's when you see him become more of a slap hitter where he'll try to take it the opposite way and drop it over the third baseman's head. We'll see how Adams chooses to attack him here. You can waste a pitch in the dirt if you need to.
The 0-2 from Adams. Mostly a fastball slider guy. He throws the slider low and outside. Frick barely able to corral it. Those are his splits. 42% fastball to lefties, 34% slider. Not a very big fastball pitcher.
Fastball only tops out at 86 and
80. I got it at 88, 90 actually. He tops at 90. So he's Michael Sansone.
Oh boy.
The 1-2. There's another check over to Riku Nishida.
Back in standing too.
Yeah, wouldn't you know?
Yeah, hearing the name Michael Sansone. It's been how many games since we saw him? That was the one and only time we saw him.
First game
That's
of
a
the
name
season.
that still sticks out.
It's been 47 games, some odd. But yeah, Rob Adams will sit at 86 with the fastball. Not a lot of velo there, but it's gotten plenty of guys out on Cape Cod thus far. Now the 1-2 home to Jeb. Mitch watches that one way outside. I don't know if I've seen a catcher frame up a pitch in the right-handed batter's box. Tomas Frick held it about a foot off the plate for a good second or
tried
two.
to stick it. I mean, we've seen the outside strike called here consistently in the Cape Cod League. So early in the first inning, Frick trying to feel out what today's zone will be and see how far to the left the umpire's willing to go.
Now a 2-2 to Mitch Jeb. Lefty checks on Nishida again, dials it up from the stretch, and Jeb's just able to tip that one foul. There's the breaking ball. Look at the curve from Adams, which he doesn't throw very often, especially against lefties, but look like a good pitch there.
That was a really good pitch. Mitch Jeb just barely able to stay alive in the at-bat. That ball drops all the way down from about belt level to about foot level after crossing the plate.
Harbor Hawks trailing 1-0 here in the bottom of the first with one on and nobody down. A 2-2 count. The 2-hole hitter Mitch Jeb. Adams fires, and Mitch Jeb grounds that one to the right side. Brito to second for one. Back to first. There's nobody there. So they'll get Riku Nishida out on the fielder's choice from Mitch Jeb. But Jeb, the second fastest base runner and probably the most crafty base runner, stands at first now for the Harbor Hawks.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch Jeb was able to make Adams work a little bit, work his pitch count a bit higher, and you don't really give up much there on the bases in terms of speed. So not a bad spot for the Hawks. Not worst case scenario. At least the ball was put in play, make the defense work.
Cole McConnell comes to the plate here. He's been solid this postseason. How about it? .375 batting average, 3 RBI to go along with a home run, 6 hits and 16 at-bats, a couple of runs too. He's got Jeb over at first. Jeb stole 27 bags in the regular season as Cole McConnell takes a high strike.
Cole McConnell rarely swings at the first pitch of an at-bat, so he oftentimes likes to take until he gets a strike. Now that he has one, you'll see him settle in a bit at the plate, and his power is to right center field, and that's where if he can get in front of a fastball, that's where he can do damage.
McConnell finished this year with 22 RBI, tied for second in the league. Mitch Jeb was also at 22 this season. McConnell had 3 home runs and total of 38 hits.
Yeah, he's really consistent, just a steady presence, not only defensively, but obviously his bat does the talking too, and that's why he was the cleanup guy at LA Tech all spring.
The 1-1 to McConnell. That one is low, shin level, and home plate blue won't bite. Now the count 2-1.
Good take by McConnell, and we talked about it. This guy, his one weakness is strikeouts, and we've seen him gradually cut down on those the season has gone on. I don't know if that's a pitch that McConnell takes earlier in the year.
The wind is continuing to pick up here at McKeon Ballpark as Mitch Jeb stands over at first base. Cole McConnell all season long, really his MO on Cape Cod was to cut down on his strikeouts and try to put himself in a position where he's got the power there, but he also doesn't strike out often, and that's a goal that you saw throughout the season. He got progressively better at seeing pitches, honing plate discipline. He's got a 2-2 count on him now. Jeb at first. McConnell trying to move him over. Extra base hit might just score him with the speed that Jeb brings to the table. A 2-2. Cole whiffs.
Yeah, that breaking ball is really, really, really sharp tonight from Rob Adams. And you saw that break. It starts over the middle of the plate, winds up off the plate to the left. And that's, your signature of a really, really, really good breaking pitch. The Hawks are going to have to figure out a way, especially with a lefty-heavy lineup, to combat.
Rob Adams out of Southeastern University. Adams this past spring, 2.45 ERA. Oh, geez. Pitched 113 innings at Southeastern. He got his work in. 26 balls in that time, 133 strikeouts in his 113 innings here on Cape Cod. Kind of the same deal. Rob, over the course of his 15 innings, just 11 strikeouts. So the fastball is not going to blow by you. The breaking ball is not necessarily a strikeout pitch. There's not much that Rob brings to the table that the Harbor Hawks feel like they can't take advantage of. Rob sees another base hit. That one from Nolan Shonowell into
Jackson
left
Ross.
field. No chance that's real.
Yeah, it is.
That was Jackson Ross. They're the same guy. One's a lefty, one's a righty, and that's it. That's the only difference.
And now you see where the Harbor Hawks are going to have to attack here. The righty bats, if you wait that breaking pitch out to the right moment like Ross just did, it dips right over the heart of the plate. Ross saw it perfectly and lines it into left for a single.
Well, contrary to popular belief, unlike our spotter told us, that was Jackson Ross out of Florida Atlantic, who's batting .333 now in the postseason as Drew Earhart comes to the dish, batting .353. Earhart, another Florida guy out of Tampa, and he has been lights out, not just in the postseason, but really since joining the Harbor Hawks.
Yeah, late ad, but he's taken no time to acclimate into this team.
Takes a ball low and inside.
And it's sneaky power with him, too. You don't look at him and say, that's a big dude who can hit the ball a mile, but once he gets up there, you see it in his swing. Anything inside, Drew Earhart will turn on and absolutely demolish, which is why they like him in the 5 spot today against the left-hander in Adams, because anything inside, like that breaking ball that floats across the plate, Earhart can do damage.
Earhart whiffs on that one. Drew, along with his .353 average, also has a couple of home runs this postseason, had 2 of those in the Katuitt series to accompany 4 RBI. He has walked just 1 time in 18 plate appearances, but he's also only struck out once in 17 at-bats.
Seemingly hit those 2 balls at Lowell Park out to the same spot. His power stroke goes out to left center.
Earhart's a guy at Tampa that didn't flash the power consistently, but since he got to Cape Cod, and especially again in this postseason, as he goes through the left side for a base hit. Here comes Mitch Jeff, headed for the plate. The throw to the plate, not even close. The Harbor Hawks have knotted things up in the bottom of the first.
There you go. The Harbor Hawks this season, when they've gotten down, they've struggled a bit to battle their way back into ball games. But here tonight, that's a little bit different. With 2 outs, again, Drake and Zach, we've talked about it. When the Hawks have gotten 2 outs in these playoffs, they've put together so many rallies. Against Katuitt, they scored 6 and with 2 outs. And then last night in Bourne, 2 of their runs came with 2 outs. Tonight, 2-out hitting has been huge, and they'd like to even get another one here on Adams.
How about the continued chronicles of Drew Earhart being that guy to bring home runs? That's already his 5th RBI of the playoffs.
Well, why stop now if you're Hyannis? You let up 3 runs yesterday to Bourne in the first inning of Game 1 of this series. And then after that, it was really all Braves. Despite Hyannis coming close, they were never able to even tie it later on. Today, you're able to tie it right away. That 1 run that the Bravos put up looks a lot less daunting as Dominic Patelli comes to the plate, a guy who's just a game removed from maybe his best game of the entire year.
Yeah, and it's odd. You see a lefty-lefty matchup with this, you think advantage pitcher, but Dom Patelli's splits are reversed essentially from what you'd expect. He's much better against a left-handed pitching, believe it or not.
Patelli's got a 1-0 count on him from Adams here. See how Adams responds to this. He goes outside with a fastball.
That's the first earned run that Rob Adams has given up since July 22nd against Falmouth.
Yeah.
It's been quite some time.
Had gone 6 innings, that earned run against Harwich on July 27th, August 3rd, in a 9-0 win at Katuitt. Went 4 innings of 3-hit work without an earned run as well. So he's pitched in some big games. That August 3rd game, namely, was what won these Braves the West Division. Now the 2-0. He goes to the right-handed batter's box. Tomas Frick can't do anything with it. Dominic Patelli is up 3-0.
I take that back. That's not an earned run because the first base runner reached on the error.
Great point.
Not an earned run.
Yeah. And it was a true error. I mean, there was nothing that Kuroda Grauer could do to help his pitcher out right there. Just spiked the ball to Brito over at first base. And a couple of timely hits for the Harbor Hawks have knotted this thing up at 1. Dom Patelli got a 3-0 count. Obvious green light, or red light here. Oh, hey, watch it, guys. Keep you on your toes and a called strike.
Yeah, it seems to be sitting 85 today with the fastball, according to the radar gun, which we know could be 3 to 5 mile an hour difference from what it reads. So
radar gun is back.
I guess to be fair, maybe around 87 is where he's sitting.
Yeah. Maybe 83.
Who knows?
Maybe 81. Now a 3-1 count on Tom Patelli. Flirting with a walk here. Adams dials her home, and that one's outside, gets away from Thomas Frick. And the Harbor Hawks have loaded them up. Dominic Patelli trots over to first base and now to the plate. His first start of the postseason, George Corona. And if you want a spot to get a huge base hit, this would be it. Corona flashed a lot of power at Louisiana Tech, a solid defensive catcher at that. And he's got a spot here in front of 2,000 home fans to blow this one wide open in the first inning.
He hits left-handed pitching well. He's a guy who will search for a fastball early in a count and has the power to do damage on it. Now you're seeing Rob Adams in a situation that, quite frankly, he's unfamiliar with. He hasn't been in these spots often in which you have a spot where he has multiple runners on base.
Mound visit here for the Bourne Braves. They'll come talk to Rob Adams. And, Zach, you did not wear the same outfit that you wore for games 1 and 3 against Katuitt that were both wins.
Well, I wore that same outfit yesterday, and they didn't win.
Wow, so you had to mix it up today, huh?
Of course.
Austin, you still got the lucky underwear on, unwashed?
Oh, I've changed every outfit every day. I don't believe in any of that nonsense.
This guy's not even a little stitious.
Nope.
Nothing. Mike, what about you? No way, Mike.
Well, Mike wasn't at any of the other games.
Mike said same underwear and same socks unwashed.
Mike's been at one of the 4.
We are devoted. George Corona, first pitch he sees. There's a fastball called strike. That one at 85 miles an hour again. Rob Adams not going to blow it by you.
Well, the Osprey are putting on a show here in right field.
Loud and rowdy over there. They know the bases are juiced.
They're trying to throw Adams off.
Harbor Hawks in the air putting on the show. Hopefully the Harbor Hawks in the field can as well.
The 0-1 Corona missed an extra base hit by about 2 feet foul on the left side.
Yeah, and you have speed on the bases too, so that could really... If he can put a ball in play here, Earhart can score from second. Patelli can certainly run on first, and he is behind 0-2, and it's a good spot here for Adams to go back to his breaking ball.
Corona down 2 strikes here. Trying to do something with the bases juiced. Anything in his power to not leave him loaded with the wind blowing straight out. He checks it. Did he go? No, he didn't.
Yeah, it gets so stressful in situations like that where the bases are loaded because the hitter has to sell that he didn't swing.
Right.
But if it pops out of the mitt and they check and the umpire says you do go, you're then just done because you're standing in the box still.
Yeah.
So really, with 2 strikes, what can you do? You don't want to run to first because then they're going to say, oh, he thinks he swung.
Exactly.
So
you can't haul it.
Fortunately, he is called that he didn't go.
So now 1-2 to Corona. George fouls that one off out of play to the right side. Be a souvenir for a fan and also represent the 27th pitch of the first inning here for Rob Adams. He's now thrown 16 for strikes, 11 for balls.
Yeah, and that's typically good news. I mean, yesterday the Hawks were able to get the starter out of the game in the middle of the 5th, but unfortunately Sean Culkin came in and gave the Bourne Braves 4 1/3 of dominant relief work. So
the 1-2. Strike 3.
Yeah.
That was it. Squarely on the plate there with the breaking ball. George Corona watches it in to strand the bases, but not before the Harbor Hawks strike to tie this one up at 1-all. When we come back, Tommy O'Rourke trots back out of the mound in a 1-1 game at the top of the second on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Tastes like a Coke.
We nailed it!
Coke Zero Sugar. Have they nailed it?
Sounds like they really nailed it, huh?
Nailed it.
And that's when you said... So it really tastes like a Coke.
Yeah, that's the point.
When it comes to buying or selling a home, you need a partner, not just an agent. For over 50 years, Gibson Sotheby's International Realty has set the standard in excellence and performance. A seasoned team that has thrived throughout all markets. Our agents live and work in your neighborhood and understand you. We are over 170 agents strong, backed by an in-house marketing team and global reach that is second to none.
From studios to penthouses, purchasing to renting, our team provides unparalleled real estate services.
If you live here, fun is your thing. If you live here, tough is your thing. Smart is your thing. Caring is your thing. If you live in Massachusetts, community is your thing. Since 1972, the Massachusetts State Lottery has provided over $25 billion to help cities and towns with the things they need most. If you live here, giving is your thing.
After putting a run up in the first inning, it is Kuroda, Grauer, Taylor, and Moylan due up for the Bourne Braves here. That is 6, 7, and 8 for the guys from across the way, but Tommy O'Rourke comes back out, and Zach, 2 hits and an earned run there in the top of the first inning. Not exactly what you drew up for O'Rourke, but will still play.
Well, you still get the fresh start with the run in the first, so it's effectively a 0-0 game once again. So Tommy O'Rourke, I would just work on that breaking ball placement. It hasn't been 100% when it was on. Like for the Horvath strikeout, it was on, but you also hung it for 2 base hits to Sean Brito. So be careful with where that ball is placed.
Kuroda Grauer steps the dish with a batting average of .385 in the postseason. That is pretty good. Takes a breaking ball, the curve ball from Tommy O'Rourke, foul on the left side.
He put up a couple of the best at-bats in the game yesterday, did Kuroda Grauer. He's not a big strikeout guy. He'll foul off as many pitches as he can to at least put the ball in play. And he's certainly a versatile fielder as well. I've seen him in a couple of different spots.
Kuroda Grauer was a DH yesterday. In that ball game in Buzzards Bay, the Harbor Hawks fell by 1. A game that a pass ball was the difference. I mean, 4-3 in that one and a pass ball. After 3 runs given up in the first inning, the Harbor Hawks really tightened things up. That was right at Dom Patelli, lined on a rope, and the Miami shortstop makes the play.
Nice easy play there from Patelli, read the ball perfectly. Like you mentioned, Drake, 2 plays wound up being the difference in that game. It was the pass ball, and then, and I still do this a day later, Drew Earhart getting thrown out in the relay.
Yeah, but even then,
I still go.
Yeah, I still
go.
send him, and I still send Rico at the end. I think Coach Beatty really couldn't have coached a better game strategically. Everything was just about how you wanted it. Unfortunately, Bourne made the plays.
Well, it was all really risky. There's a called strike, and that's what you got to do in the playoffs. You look at these teams that are scoring 11 or 12 runs, and a lot of that is timely hitting, crafty base running. These teams are doing everything possible to win. You can't, when you've got an opportunity, like you saw yesterday, to send Drew Earhart home, as there's a really good breaking ball there from O'Rourke, you do it.
Yeah.
If you don't have to put the game onto the hand of your bats with a speedy guy like Earhart, then test it.
Well, how many times have we seen relay throws home, bounce in the dirt, or get away from a catcher? It's been so many that it's worth sending these guys around and trying to make Bourne have to make a play.
It's happened pretty consistently, and just didn't fall the Harbor Hawks away yesterday. But at the same time, you change one little thing, you have a tie ball game through 9 innings, you go to extras, and
who knows what happens.
Who knows?
Still be in Buzzards Bay right now on the top of the 26th.
And Sean Colkin's still pitching.
Jeez.
Yeah, he was not going anywhere. They didn't even have action in their bullpen in the 9th inning with Colkin back on the mound.
You don't think they throw him today, do you?
I don't
Let's hope
think
not,
so.
right?
No.
Right.
That guy was lights out
He
yesterday.
was just phenomenal.
Just 2 pitchers saw the bump for the Braves. The 2-2 from O'Rourke is skied out of play to the left side. For the Harbor Hawks yesterday, Jay Driver, we already mentioned, 9 strikeouts over the course of 6 innings, threw almost 100 pitches as well. So his season with the Harbor Hawks is likely done, but he's another one of those guys with a mentality of, I'm not going anywhere. Now a 2-2. Joshua Moylan. The ball in the dirt, the count goes full.
In batting practice, Josh Moylan, or Moylan is in the on-deck circle.
Yeah,
this is Nelson Taylor.
Just trying to get you on your toes there. Now a full count pitch from Tommy O'Rourke to Taylor. Dials her home. That one's skied to right field. Drifting over is Ross, McConnell. They'll meet. McConnell will call it off and make the catch.
There's the range of Cole McConnell. It looks so routine here, but oftentimes we've seen balls like that in the gap just carry into a spot where nobody can get to it. But with Cole McConnell out in center field, it adds another layer to this defense because not only can you trust your entire infield, you have 3 all-stars in your 4 infield spots, and you have an all-star in center field with elite range.
Welcome to the dish, the aforementioned Josh Moylan, designated hitter today. And Zach, Moylan has, to this point in the postseason, just 4 at-bats. He's got a hit with a couple of RBI and a couple of strikeouts to go with it. First pitch he sees, there's a breaking ball again from Tommy O'Rourke, and that might be the best we've seen him throw it this season.
Yes, absolutely. During BP, I saw, Josh Moylan hit a baseball over the scoreboard, which we haven't seen anybody except for Nolan Shonowell do here all year.
The 0-1. Shonowell also did that in the middle of a game.
That is true.
Yeah, now you're ahead 0-2. I mean, really sharp stuff from O'Rourke this inning. You don't have to come in the zone here. That's my biggest grievance oftentimes with pitching is on 0-2, they'll just come in the zone again. You don't have to. Try to get him chasing.
The 0-2 pitch, just a bit inside from Tommy O'Rourke. That was almost closer than I would have liked it to have been to the strikes, and I'm with you there. You go fastball up and in, fastball eye level.
Or even drop a breaking ball below the knees.
In the dirt,
let it tail off in the dirt and get him fishing. Still in play here on 1-2, that low breaking ball.
Now 1-2 to Josh Moylan. O'Rourke, that one's hit to Mitch Jebb and past the diving glove of Mitch Jebb for a base hit. With a 1-2, O'Rourke doesn't get fancy. No experimentation there, and pays for it via the base hit from Moylan.
Well, it's a good piece of hitting by Moylan, but on 1-2, he came back with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball right on the outside part of the plate, and it's not a great spot to throw that pitch based on where your defense is set up on that play. You had Mitch Jebb, really the only guy to the left side of the bag, and it just hit to right where Don Patelli normally is shaded as a shortstop. So you have to pitch to where your defense is positioned as well, and in that situation, when you put an outside fastball there to a left-handed hitter, you're not really playing into where you want your defense to be.
Boy, do I have news for you guys. Brewster has advanced to the championship series, winning 9-7, so the winner of this series will get to see the Whitecaps in the championship round.
The defending champion Whitecaps, too.
Yes, indeed.
As coming to the dish is Tomas Frick, the catcher out of North Carolina. And we've seen the Cape Cod Baseball League be so streaky. You get these teams that go on 2 or 3 year runs where they go to consecutive championships. And that's what Bourne wants to do tonight. They want to put themselves back in a spot where they're playing for it all against the Brewster Whitecaps again.
Of course, Scott Landers was the pitching coach last year for Bourne in that championship series.
Yeah. Now their head skipper, and boy, has he been good. Year number 1, taking his team. These are 2 first-year head coaches.
Yeah, and I think it says a lot about both these coaches that the energy in these 2 dugouts is really the best energy and chemistry around the league. And these first-year guys have come in and really brought a positive impact with them to really rejuvenate some of these dugouts.
Ball in the dirt, gets away from George Corona. Yeah.
Bounced up and hit him on the mask. He didn't see where it went.
So now a 1-1 count, and that advances Moylan to second base. So he'll be in scoring position here for Tomas Frick on a 1-1 count. And that's another thing you get into with a guy like Tommy O'Rourke. He's got to throw the ball in the dirt more often than most of your pitchers, not because he's bad. And it's not a bad thing. It's just a lot of breaking balls and a lot of nasty breaking stuff.
Yeah, and even with his fastball at 92, sometimes he'll try to go down and in, and sometimes it just slips out of the hand.
Now a 1-1 to Frick.
It's a big lead.
Yeah. O'Rourke won't throw over, but he will get a swing and a miss from Tomas Frick.
It's a great pitch at 84. It's looked like more of a slider. I know his favors a curveball, but that one kind of wiped off the plate. I would go there again, immediately right back to that pitch.
It broke a lot tighter, and Tomas Frick wasn't close in the swing. The Harborhawks were able to strand a couple of guys for Bourne there in the top of the first. They're trying to do it again with Moylan standing off at second base. O'Rourke sees the 1-2 fouled off into the Bourne dugout, and at 83 miles an hour, he did. He went right back to the same pitch.
Right back to the same spot. This one just over the plate a bit more, and you see with that swing, Frick still took a step towards home plate because he had to reach so far to foul it off. I mean, do you come back inside fastball here now, or do you go to it again?
I think at a 1-2 count, you already got in trouble with Moylan on a 1-2 count, throwing something too far over the plate. Maybe you go outside of the zone here. Here is the 1-2. That's exactly what it is. Fastball 92 eye level to Tomas Frick.
I like that decision there, but this is a must-retire batter. You cannot afford to walk the number 9 hitter and then have to face Bryce Eblin, the Harborhawk killer, with 2 on.
O'Rourke, the righty from Stanford from the stretch. Doesn't even check off Moylan, the 2-2. That one's lined for a base hit to the left side. Staying at third base is Moylan. It's runners on the corners with 2 down here, and the leadoff man with a .500 batting average in the postseason, Bryce Eblin, coming to the dish.
That breaking ball's hanging too much over the plate.
when he's throwing it good, he's throwing it great.
Yeah.
But there's been a few times where, unfortunately, he's left it up a bit. I'd say 70% of the time it's looked great tonight, but the other 30%, Bourne's made him pay on those mistakes. And now this is not the spot you want to be in with Eblin at the plate. Even his first at-bat tonight, it was a hard-line drive.
The Bourne offense in the regular season, 336 hits, good enough for third in the league. 177 runs, fifth in that category, middle of the pack there, but they were able to get on base a lot. 81 stolen bags as well. That is good enough for second, just behind the Harbor Hawks. O'Rourke now has runners in the corners. Bryce Eblin at the dish. Lefty from Alabama. First pitch to him, and that may be this entire at-bat. With the way that Shaw in the two-hole has struggled this postseason, even with a hit today, you might work around Bryce Eblin as much as possible.
That's playing with fire, though. You know, Matt Shaw is one swing away from really breaking back into what he's done all year.
It worked out last night for the Hawks, pitching to Horvath, but we'll see if they can. And there's a force out at second base, too.
It's fouled off by Eblin. 81-mile-an-hour off speed in the lower half of the zone. Eblin has 6 hits.
And there is already action in the Harbor Hawk arm barn. Ty Langenberg sporting some bright yellow cleats getting loose.
Well, that's Langenberg first then. You got Langenberg, Emis available. Braden Nelson if you really need him. As you see Kevin Ohm come out of the pitcher's mound, and that's it today. You cannot allow a starter to go an inning or two further than he really feels comfortable, because you lose today, you're done.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have a quick hook, and we saw that in Katuitt. Mike Roberts only let a starter go 2/3 of an inning. It didn't pay off as they went to their best bullpen arm, Cam Schulke, and he gave up a 3-run home run. But tonight, the Hawks are going to probably use a similar strategy. If O'Rourke doesn't get Bryce Eblin out here, I wouldn't be surprised if it's his last batter.
If you're just now joining us from the Brewster and YD game, hey, happy to have you. Drake Toll alongside Zach Berman and Austin Nakuda here at the Harbor Hawk Baseball Network. The Bourne Braves struck first in the top of the first inning, and the Harbor Hawks decided to answer back. They even loaded up the bases in the bottom of the first, but after a strikeout looking, stranded 3, and now we're here.
How big is it that you have Langenberg today as opposed to having to have burned him yesterday, considering the job that Holland Towns did out of the pen last night?
Yeah. I don't know if the Harbor Hawks would have gone to Langenberg down in the ball game at any point in time, but now you have him at your expense today, and certainly he'll be used. Him and Emis both. I don't see a realm in which those two guys don't come out today unless O'Rourke cleans it up on this next pitch and is able to go a couple more innings of solid work.
You certainly could bring him back for the next inning. It's 3 righties that are due up next.
The 1-1. That one's just able to foul that one off, and now Tommy O'Rourke has himself in a solid position. I think here again, you are in a spot where at a 1-2 count, the control has not been an issue for O'Rourke to this point. You do not have to throw this ball in the zone. You can buzz the fastball eye level. You can go outside with it. The only thing, it cannot get away from George Corona.
Here's the problem. Bourne has 4 hits. All 4 of them have come with 2 strikes so far today. So O'Rourke really has to be careful with where he places this next pitch, or if it's fouled off or outside, next few pitches.
O'Rourke will step off, check over to Tomas Frick at first base.
I think you go inside fastball to Eblin. I mean, if you flow a breaking ball and it hasn't necessarily worked today, you go high fastball. Eblin's got strong enough hands and he's quick enough to get to it. If he can get inside enough, it will make it tough on him.
Fastball inside's burned Eblin a couple times this season. Now the 1-2. That one low and outside, and George Corona just pulls the fastball out of the air, keeps it to himself.
It was a fastball, and Corona had set up, I mean, looked like dead middle, a little bit lower in the zone, but just not the location you want if you're Tommy O'Rourke.
Eblin gets his signs from Scott Landers.
Yeah, they're all the Bourne hitters have like the wristband in their back pocket that they're going to go to. Essentially, anytime they have, it looks like 2 strikes tonight, they're checking that. Okay, where is this guy going to go now on 2-2?
It is a 2-2 with 2 on and 2 down. The pitch from O'Rourke. That one's bounced to the left side. Mitch Jebb picks it up. The throw from Jebb to first. In time, Mitch Jebb records the 3rd out of the top of the 2nd inning and strands 2 for the Braves. Big momentum boost for these Harbor Hawks as we take you to the bottom of the 2nd. They try to add 1 and take a lead when we come back on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
We all have obstacles, challenges at different points in life. I still push myself every single day, and the harder I push myself, the more I find myself drawn to wearing UFOs. The first time I put on a pair of UFOs, it was like someone released the pressure. It was so crazy. When you are recovered and can do more, that has a compounding effect on all aspects of your life. Stepping into a pair of UFOs, they're truly one of a kind. There's nothing like them.
Best ever? Good question. Wait, why'd he sound like Dr. J in your head? I've always sounded like Dr. J in my head, which means Dr. J's outside voice sounds like my inside voice? Which Coke? The doc would know. He got the world to call him doctor without going to med school. There's only one best ever.
It is the Commodores with Brick House that fills McKeon Ballpark today, and a packed-out McKeon Ballpark. You see the grandstand there off to the left, and a set of bleachers out in left field, some blankets and chairs everywhere. About 2,000 fans don the ballpark, and Austin, one of the larger crowds we've seen for the biggest game that this organization has played in since 2015 when they hosted a championship against YD. The same year where they beat out Bourne in round 2 of that playoff.
Yeah, this place is absolutely jammed-packed, and it's a really good sign to see. People in this area love summer baseball, and they love to watch it at McKeon Park. You get great sight lines here, plenty of seating, and it's nice to see the Hyannis fans and the traveling Bourne fans all come out to support their team.
On a Monday night, nonetheless.
Yeah. 6:48 local time here, and the same pitcher back out on the bump for the Bourne Braves in Rob Adams. In that first inning, Adams allowed a couple of hits, saw a runner reach on an error, also walked a Harbor Hawk batter. So 4 base runners in total for Hyannis, but story of our lives, just 1 run to show for it. As he comes back out, he will face 8, 9, and 1 for Hyannis. That's Nolan Shonowell out of FAU, Tito Flores, and Riku Nishida. Shonowell batting .308 in the playoffs, sitting in the 8-hole today. Talk about putting your power in a spot late in the lineup where he can make some noise there, especially if the guys ahead of him, like George Corona, Don Patelli, Drew Earhart, can get on.
Shonowell's power has been lights out these playoffs, and I'd say the most underrated aspect of his game, though, and we saw that to end the top of the second, that was a low throw that Shonowell picked up ran up off the dirt, might have saved a run. It was a great play. Shonowell's defense might be one of the single most underrated aspects that any player has on this team all summer.
The 1-1 was outside from Rob. Shonowell got a 2-1 count here. Sends it to the right side. Chris Brito's there. Brito, the Rutgers product, picks it up, steps on first base just in time to get Shonowell for the first out at the bottom of the second.
Just got on top of that one a bit, but still a nice smooth swing by Nolan Shonowell, and he's really come along these postseason. As we mentioned, he 2 homers, 5 runs driven in. Unfortunately, just a bit on top of that one, but still good to see him swinging such a smooth bat.
Tito Flores steps the dish, a guy that actually had gone home earlier this season for the draft. Ended up coming back to play for the Harbor Hawks since then, trying to get back into a rhythm, dealt with some injury bugs here or there, but see him inserted again in the starting lineup today in the 9 spot. 1 for 6 in the playoffs, a 167 average, only 1 strikeout. Has also scored a run as he takes strike 1, 84 miles an hour, but it looks like a changeup from Adams, and it might be the fastball. When your fastball tops out really at 86, which we haven't even seen yet today, it's tough to tell what these pitches are because they're all coming in so slow. Flores whiffs over 84 with the fastball.
Yesterday, Tito Flores didn't record a hit, but his swings looked significantly better than what we were seeing in the past couple games. And if the Harbor Hawks can get Tito Flores' back going, that will be so huge for them down the stretch.
The 0-2 to Tito. Go back right to Chris Brito. Brito makes the play again. Does it himself. And now you get the top of the lineup in Riku Nishida. Nishida, the 10th man of the year on Cape Cod, was lights out in the regular season. Somebody that Coach Eric Beatty and company, had you told them that Nishida would bat .291, they would have been stunned. There was just no way that Riku Nishida would be a 300 hitter. You're expecting .225 with a 350 OBP, and it gets you there. But he's a guy that blew up over the course of the season and only got better.
Riku has just been that guy. And you've seen a player that was a good player coming in. I think he leaves Cape Cod an exceptional baseball player.
Nishida out of Mount Hood Community College will transfer to play at Oregon next season. That's going to be huge for his draft stock. You know, the scouts have seen him play on Cape Cod, play well on Cape Cod, but Austin, you've got to see him really put it all together at the Division I level in the regular season to get one of those high-quality draft spots.
Yeah, he's somebody that a lot of baseball teams would be happy to have because he's somebody who helps your team win. And he does it with his defense. His speed's obviously incredible, and his contact skills are great. Now, they're just going to see how he plays at a full year at a Division I level, which we all know Riku can certainly handle. That should certainly help solidify what we already believe, that Riku Nishida is a great baseball player.
Got a 1-1 count, watches the ball in the dirt.
I mean, I'd say the talent level in the Pac-12 is hovering around maybe a little bit below what you're going to see in the Cape Cod Baseball League. So if Riku can go 290 in the Cape Cod Baseball League, I think he'll be just fine in the Pac-12.
Riku Nishida's got a base hit to left field. Tracking over slightly, picks it up. Nishida eyes second base, but trots back over to first. I think that's the right decision, too. You'd rather test the arm of Tomas Frick, the catcher, rather than risking a great throw from Evan Slight in left field.
Yeah, that's by design by Riku. He loves to do that. Take a big turn at first base and at least make the left fielder hurry and think for a second, is he really going to try to go to second here? And they make force him to make a hurried throw. On that instance, Evan Slight's throw is on time, and now Riku, you have his speed on the bases, and we got to be careful with Adams' pickoff move that we've heard about.
Another great piece of hitting by Nishida, though, inside out off the end of the bat, but that's another just great piece of contact.
Nishida with his antics off of first base, and there comes the crafty pickoff move from.
I was told it was the best of the business out here.
I haven't seen it.
You were lied to. Somebody's telling you stories over there. Were they laughing when they said it?
No, straight face.
He's got, Adams has only, I think he walked like 16 guys in 110 innings this past spring. Something astronomical. Got great control, a really good off speed, but I don't know if I'm putting his pickoff move in my category of strengths so far today.
He's kind of telegraphed when he's going there.
Yeah. Jab eyes one inside.
Good take.
Didn't bite on it there. Just pulled the bat forward a bit, and Mitch Jeb 235 this season. Earlier in the game, he reached on an error, ended up coming around to score a run, too. That is the only run of the game for Hyannis through an inning and 2/3 here. And it didn't go as an earned run to Rob. And here you go. There's your pickoff move to Burrito. They got Riku Nishida in a pickle, and they got Riku Nishida out. So the good news, Mitch Jebb, Cole McConnell, and Jackson Ross will lead things off at the bottom of the third for the Harbor Hawks. The bad news, things are still tied. The Bourne Braves bats coming back up at the top of the third. Zach Berman, there's your pickoff move on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Diet Coke? Who are you, my mom?
You should be so lucky, because you know what moms do? Well, I suppose we should start with the whole giving you life thing. It seems like that should be enough. No? Okay. What about her ability to send shockwaves through the neighborhood without saying a word? Or whip up a ridiculous handmade costume that you forgot to tell her about? Not to make you happy, but because she had a reputation to uphold. She invented rideshare, called it carpool, and did it for free. She didn't need those dating apps either. You copied her jeans, her spin, her shoes, her scrunchie, and whether you realize it or not, her music.
Why not?
Oh, and she can win any argument in 4 words.
Because I said so.
Everything you're trying to do, she's already done it, did it better, and she did it with a Diet Coke in her hand. So, drink what your mama gave you.
It's the Bourne Braves and the Hyannis Harbor Hawks in the Western Division Championship here. Tommy O'Rourke back out of the mound on a 1-1 ball game through 2 innings of play. Austin, despite the 1-1 game, Bourne has still felt mostly in control of this one.
Yeah, they've been hitting the ball a little better than you. They've been playing defense a little better, pitching just a bit better. But the Hawks are hanging around 1-1. I mean, it just seems, because Bourne's such a talented team, and not that Hyannis isn't, it just seems like the Bourne Braves have... It just seems like they're close to breaking it open in a way. I hate to say it, but the way that they've played the first 2 innings, it's been better situational hitting in a way.
Well, you see 2 teams that have played so many times this season that Hyannis has a great read on Bourne, and they're electric. It's a team that can light you up really fast. able to put up runs in bunches this year, especially at Hyannis. As Matt Shaw, the shortstop, comes the dish. Shaw, the player of the year on Cape Cod this season after batting a measly .360. Showed great power, too. Great speed on the base paths.
And he showed it in this game, a single, a stolen base, and a run already.
He's a five-tool guy, without a doubt.
100%.
Shaw watches the strike.
We even saw his baseball IQ and his intelligence come into play last night on a fielder's choice, allowing the slower base runner to remain on, but trying to get out Riku Nishida. This guy's always thinking, 5 steps ahead of the next guy. He's really, in all aspects of the game, Matt Shaw is somebody you want on your team.
Shaw is 1 for 1 today as he takes a ball low. He scored the lone Bourne Brave run in the top of the first inning. So Mitch Jebb and Matt Shaw both scored runs today. Mitch Jebb and Matt Shaw 1 and 2 for league MVP this season. Now the 2-1. There's a big whiff and a miss, and that's been something for Matt Shaw over the course of these last couple of games. 5 strikeouts and 14 at-bats.
If you have one knock on Shaw's game, it's the strikeouts. But you can overlook the strikeouts when he does everything else as well as he does.
Now a 2-2 to Shaw. O'Rourke dials home. Thought about biting on the off-speed, but Shaw leaves it in the dirt.
Yeah, you really want to make sure not to walk the leadoff guy on.
Yeah,
attack the plate here.
Wouldn't be the best idea there for Tommy O'Rourke. Got a full count on the 2-hole hitter Shaw. Payoff pitch from O'Rourke. That one's just outside, and Shaw will trot down to first base.
Yeah, that's not a good start to your inning. You don't want to walk. Shaw's got sneaky speed, too. Not necessarily a guy that's going to blow you away on the base paths, but he's a smart base runner.
He blows me away.
Yeah, he blows me away on the base paths. He's a guy that has been...
He had 21 stolen bases this year in the Cape Cod Baseball League in 24 attempts, so that certainly blows me away.
Not too sneaky, I'd say. Coming to the dish here is Mack Horvath, the right fielder today for the Bourne Braves. His postseasons featured a 143 batting average. And if I've ever once ordered one of those double play balls, this would be a great spot to do it.
Horvath grounded into one last night.
He did do that with the bases juiced.
I'm going to tell you,
only one out, too.
Yeah. I was sure after that the Hawks were going to win last night.
Oh, boy.
Well,
it did have me feeling good.
What are you sure about tonight, Zach?
I'm not sure about anything right now.
Yeah,
okay,
either
good,
am I.
good.
We're on the same page.
Like right now, I would say Bourne has the upper hand in this game based on how they've been playing, but that could change at the blink of an eye, flip of a coin.
Well, it's the odd part about the playoffs is for Hyannis, the way they ended the regular season at 4-6 in their last 10, it feels almost like you're playing with borrowed time after you win that first series, and you wonder how long could this team keep it going. But at the same time, Tom Holliday said it earlier this year, once you get to the playoffs,
anything can happen.
Literally, it does. None of it makes sense. Now 1-0 from O'Rourke. That one's high and inside. The only thing that the only pushback you could get from that is the fact that Brewster, the 1 seed from the East, is going to the championship. Bourne, the 1 seed from the West, is now a win away from the championship.
Well, I mean, also you have to factor in YD losing just about everybody to the draft. You have to factor in, the bottom of the East Division not being great.
O'Rourke steps off, down 2-0, and Ty Langenberg is warming up a little bit faster over there in the Arm Barn in left field. O'Rourke, the 2-0. Deals home a strike and a big one, too.
That's a good pitch by Tommy. Get back in the zone here and at least make Horvath swing the bat.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, especially at the playoffs, the first round, and Hyannis could do it 3 games, all of which were blowouts.
Yeah. Was it 9-4, 9-1,
and then 15-5?
Jeez. A lot of runs, too. That 9-1 game, obviously the worst game of the 3 for the Harbor Hawks, the one they didn't win, came at home, too.
Yeah, Harrison Cohen went 6 scoreless and was just utterly dominant.
They go 4 perfect, 12 up, 12 down?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty good. Not seeing any of that today from either starter so far. 2-1.
Good
Another
pitch.
called strike. So with nobody down, 91 on the outside corner, 2-2 pitch here ensuing to Horvath. Austin, you've got to go in the zone.
Yeah, I'd go breaking ball, try to dot it on the outside and down corner. At least make him swing and try to roll over on it.
The 2-2 pitch from Tommy O'Rourke. We'll dial back over to first base. Shaw, nothing doing. O'Rourke with 1 strikeout through 2 innings today. Does have 1 earned run coming to the top of the first. Matt Shaw wants to be the second. He stands over at first base. Horvath awaits the 2-2. Shaw goes. The throw down to Matt Shaw, and they got him. George Corona, Riku Nishida. See ya, Matt Shaw.
And that's what it takes to get Matt Shaw out. You have to have an absolute laser beam. As we take another look, the throw by Corona's a little bit off, but what a tag by Riku Nishida, and that's the benefit of having Riku Nishida as your second baseman. Because of his athleticism and his quick footwork, he's able to just reach out and get the tag down. And Scott Lander's going to come have a word with the second base umpire.
That's a perfect tag. Nothing you can do about that.
Well, it's the same throw that we saw last night from Espinal to get Riku Nishida for the last out of the ball game. The throw is off the bag. It pulls whoever's covering away to their left, snag that baseball, drag it down, and in just enough time. If Shaw slides,
they're going to have a conference here.
Oh, wow. You can't reverse that. There's nobody else got a better angle.
Right. I don't think they will reverse it, but they're at least going to just check in quick, make sure everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, the umpire's standing right on top of that.
Make dinner plans, maybe.
Let's see. I think he said, okay, yeah, you Subway. I don't know. I was thinking the Knack. Black Cat? Yeah, Black Cat's got good chowder.
Chick-fil-A?
Chowder?
Out there?
Oh, he said no. Immediate no to Chick-fil-A there. Wow. See, I was with you on that one.
Yeah.
Black Cat.
I mean Chick-fil-A.
We got a yes on Black Cat. Yep.
There's another yes. I see
Black
a head
Cat,
nod.
Yep. No,
He's
right.
really all over Black Cat.
The chowder's good. The chowder is good. I agree. All right, Black Cat it is.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's the call.
Sweet. So they're going to Black Cat after the game if you guys want to hang out with the umpiring crew, and also Matt Shaw's out at second base. So a couple of pieces of good news. One piece of slightly bad news. It was a called balls. Now a 3-2 count.
Oh, you take that with
Mack
Shaw on the
Horvath.
base paths, take that 10 out of 10.
Yeah, but you don't want to walk Horvath here. That would not be a very fun thing to respond with if you're Tommy O'Rourke. And I'm not going to say it would be the end of O'Rourke's day, but you're trending in that direction if you walk a guy here. Now the full count. The righty O'Rourke from the windup. Deals at home. That one's low in the dirt. So another base runner. You go from throwing out Matt Shaw, and you take a hitter in Horvath who is sitting at 143.
And that'll
walk him, bring up Chris Brito.
Well, that'll end the day for O'Rourke, it appears, as Coach Beatty has signaled to the arm barn. And unfortunately for O'Rourke, he was able to limit the damage, good news.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, his stuff was not the best so far today.
It'll be Ty Andrew Langenberg, the Iowa product, coming out of the arm barn. Tommy O'Rourke gets a standing ovation for the folks at the Harbor Hawks McKeon Park. He's done his job. Can Tommy O'Rourke do his? When we return, there's a runner on first and one down here in the top of the third of a tie ball game on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
That chip on the shoulder, that started at a very, very young age. People's expectations are, they're cool, they're fun, but mine are bigger.
When you play in New York, they want to see winners. It doesn't matter if it's a Monday or a Friday or a Saturday. You got to come with it, or those fans will let you know.
Pick one thing from me, pick one other thing from another player, make it your own, you turn to who you want to be.
What motivates me is the unknown. You know, how good can I be? You get away from the lights, you get away from the camera.
Mientras más presente yo esté en la caja de batería, más éxito tengo.
And how can you not keep it fun, man? This is a kid's game.
If you could go back and tell 10-year-old Francisco one thing, what would it be?
Be a bad mother.
Welcome into the ball game, Ty Langenberg, the Iowa Hawkeye, who in the regular season was lights out. 33 strikeouts in 21 and a third. Austin, here's a guy who was your best reliever out of the pen, someone who shut the door on multiple teams this season, and now coming in here in the third inning, has to limit the damage and probably go a couple.
Well, 33 strikeouts in 21 and a third is absolutely absurd, especially in the Cape Cod Baseball League. What also is impressive is just the 4 walks. His hits climbed a bit as the season went on. As there's a few outings, I think he was playing around with his changeup more and more, working on slowing it down. And that's what this league is for a lot of pitchers, is to work on your pitches. And Langenberg has a really good changeup. Started the year with throwing it at about 87, 88 miles an hour. He said it was more of a sinker. But as the years progressed, he slowed that thing down. And I think he's gotten it to a point where he's comfortable throwing that pitch in any count. And you really need him to go 2 1/3, maybe 3 innings here.
Langenberg into the ball game with a runner over on first base. You're coming in with Mack Horvath, the 3-hole hitter at first after a walk. Chris Brito at the dish, who has been pretty lights out. The Rutgers product anchors a whole slew of Rutgers guys for Bourne, and if anybody's going to be able to do it, it's Ty Langenberg. It's still not an ideal spot. If you're rooting for the Harbor Hawks, you're rooting for Tommy O'Rourke to go 3 or 4 innings today. I think that was the design. Was you don't need O'Rourke to go 5. You don't need him to go 6 and do what Jay Driver did. But getting at least 3 innings out of him was going to be key. Just didn't have all of the stuff throughout his start. So now you get Ty Langenberg quick, but not a bad spot to be in. This guy's changeup is one of the best pitches that we've seen out of any team on Cape Cod.
Yeah, it's a weapon, to say the least, because he'll throw it 0-0, 0-1, any real count, Ty Langenberg, and he starts him off with one here.
Humbev, 84 miles an hour. Very nicely done.
That's what I was talking about. He slowed it down. That's why I think the hit numbers were a little higher than you've seen, because people were getting hits on it at the end of the year as Ty tried to take a couple miles per hour off that pitch. And I think, like I said, he's gotten it to a point now where he's okay throwing it, and they're not going to get as many hits off of it.
Langenberg for the Harbor Hawks, second on the roster in strikeouts of those 33 over the course of the year. You mentioned the 4 walks to boot. He's got an 0-1 count on Brito. Dials home over the head of Chris Brito. And, but geez, you look up and down for Langenberg. His last 2 outings, 3 innings combined, in a game at Bourne on August 2nd, and a game at YD on July 31st. And no earned runs to those 3 innings, and just a hit allowed. Did have a rocky performance at Katuitt in that 7-5 loss. As the 1-1's dealt home, there's a swing and a miss.
Nope.
They're going to say he didn't go.
I think it's the right call. Brito has really, really strong hands, and
I'm going to vote with no. I'm going to say it's a wrong call.
I'm going to be Switzerland here. I'm just going to say, you know what, go either way.
You're giving him strong hands there as your defense for Chris Brito?
Yeah. He has a strong enough hands to hold up for his swing from going around.
2-1. Foul by just a couple of feet on the left side.
Chris Brito's stance reminds me of somebody in the major leagues. I just can't.
Pablo Sandoval.
No, Sandoval's a lefty.
He's a switch hitter, actually.
Yeah, that one guy the big guy first baseman, runs fast. Vogelbach.
No, Vogelbach's a lefty, too.
Okay.
Well, you can still have the same stance, just
similar
inverse.
stances.
Sandoval didn't have the hands that low. Rizzo's is a little bit like that.
Langenberg to Brito just fouled off of George Corona. If you had to put a unit measurement on Chris Brito's hand strength, what would it be?
Strong enough.
Strong.
Neither of you gave me a unit. Kelvin?
JT Realmuto, I think. His stance reminds me of a little bit.
Saltalamacchia? Yay or nay?
No.
You don't think he has any Saltalamacchia in him?
Not in his batting stance.
Actually, I'll give you a good one. I see a little bit of Luke Voigt.
Okay. He's a pro hitter.
Yeah.
Brito.
2-2. Langenberg checks over at first base. Ooh, close. Zach, was it Brito that you dapped up pregame?
Yes, it was.
Okay, great.
Couldn't tell you how strong the hands were based off the dab.
Yeah, that's what. If anybody's going to put a unit on it, it'd probably be you. He is 1 for 1 today with an RBI. Brought Matt Shaw home in the first inning. These guys, one foul out of play here.
I'm not big on the whole measurements aren't necessarily my forte.
Really?
I'm not a math guy.
Big math guy?
No.
Really? Did you ever take ideas in mathematics?
I don't even think they teach that exact class at Mizzou. I'm sure they do.
Big if true. 2-2 from Ty. Righty checks off at first base, and they got him! Ty Langenberg flashed the pickoff move, and hello out number 2.
Were we talking about the wrong guy's pickoff move? I think we were.
Yeah, both outs this inning have come on the base pass. Another good one. What a great camera shot by Mike Maynard. You had a very good look at it. He had him leaning. You play with fire like that, Ty Langenberg might just burn you.
Well, that changes a lot. Now a 2-2 with 2 outs. Chris Brito deep to center field. Cole McConnell turns his back to you and still makes the catch. Cole just did that to make everybody take a deep breath. Woo! Brito put a charge into it. Cole McConnell said, "That's mine." We'll see you in the bottom of the third. Harbor Hawks come to the plate with momentum and the 2-hole hitter up. But before we get there, we get to the baseline and Bria Lawson.
Thanks, guys. Hosting players means more than just housing and feeding them. Many Harbor Hawk host families come to home games and also travel on the road to watch their players. During Game 3 of the Katuitt series, I was sitting next to Cole McConnell's host dad, Bill Laponis. When Cole came up to the plate in the bottom of the second inning, he starts recording and says, "Come on, Cole, I want to send this to you, not delete it." Then Cole hits a solo shot to right field. I looked over at Bill as Cole was rounding the bases, and he had tears in his eyes. I asked him why, and he said, "I've been to almost every single game, and somehow I've missed all of Cole's home runs. I finally got it." Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Bria, and certainly a major part of this game and everything that happens with it are the host families at home and what goes on behind the scenes. Of the 2,000 fans that are here, you know, a big spattering of them are the host families that make this league run, Zach.
As someone that has stayed with a host family in a previous summer, not this summer, you know, you're home away from home, and, you know, these families go above and beyond to take extra people into their lives, into their households.
Yeah.
And it's an extra responsibility, and really to, you know, stretch yourself in that way just for the sake of, you know, making someone's summer really says a lot about the people that take the time, take the extra money, take the effort out of their day to host players.
What makes it different down here is these players are staying at that host for 60 days straight, right? It's not like in other leagues where you're traveling 8 hours and they might stay in hotels some nights, or, you know, find a night over, or you're traveling on the bus late. It's so different because they're coming home to these families every night for a warm meal at 10, 11 p.m. And they're really what makes these D1 athletes really go.
Man, you're right. No, those bus nights,
not fun. I know you've had plenty of them.
Villain origin story material.
Not only that, but you think about the amount of host families who are no longer hosting players. There are only 3 teams now that are still left in the Cape Cod Baseball League playoffs.
Yeah.
So everybody else is gone. I mean, there are guys, host parents, that lost their players a week ago.
That's sad.
As for these Harbor Hawks, you got, you know, a week left of meals to make and hopefully more. Mitch Jebb comes the dish here and is still facing. That's one thing that gives the advantage here, at least early, to Bourne, is that Rob Adams is still in the ball game. And now you saw Tommy O'Rourke go 2 1/3. Maybe you could chase Rob in this inning, but so far, as he throws another strike, running a Rembrandt right there on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, slowed it down to 73 on that breaking ball. It's a thing of beauty. The only way you hit that as a left-hander is just to scoot up in the box and catch it before it dips off the plate. But then you're kind of sacrificing being able to get out in front of an inside fastball.
Jebb's got himself a 1-2 count, lefty on lefty, and he just watched strike 3. I mean, that's the right call too. That is a strike. It's not just the same spot of the last pitch. It's probably a little bit more
that one
over
was
the
more,
plate.
Yeah. If you want to argue the strike before that, you know, you maybe have a point, maybe just a bit outside, but that one was pretty much right down the plate. Unfortunately for Mitch, it's such a tough pitch to do much with because of the really good break on it, and that's credit to Rob Adams and his decisiveness on the mound.
No, I think it's pretty clear, couple innings in, that the righties definitely have the advantage over the lefties against Rob Adams.
There's another lefty who hits it to Chris Brito. Brito fumbles it. Brito's pitch to first in time, and just in time.
It's a good recovery by Brito, and I mean, hats off to Adams to get over to the bag. It's all happens with the pitcher in that situation, being able to peel it down the line, and Brito gives him a good toss to get the speedy McConnell. If you're Bourne, that's exactly what you needed to start this inning, a pair of quick outs, and for the Hawks, it's the complete inverse.
Brito has made a plethora of really big plays over at first base. He has got a golden glove over there.
How many times this series have we said ground ball to Brito?
Oh, so many. Last night was insane. I mean, the guy, you got a lot of lefties. It's the lefty-loaded lineup. Jackson Ross breaks that, the righty here in the 4-hole today, who takes strike 1. 75 miles an hour on the off speed.
Ross and Earhart went single their last times up. The break in the lefties, this is the big inflection point for the Harbor Hawks in their lineup. If they want to start something here against Rob Adams, who's clearly cooking against the lefty, the righties and Ross and Earhart, this is the place to do it.
Austin, let me take you back to that Game 3 against Katuitt, where Daniel Brooks was the pitcher for the Kettleers.
Yeah.
First inning of the game, gets 2 outs, only 1 run across for the Harbor Hawks. they would go on to score a total of 6 runs in that first inning. 5 runs with 2 down.
Yeah.
That's where Hyannis has made its bed in this postseason, is scoring runs with 2 outs.
I mean, situational hitting is what wins championships, and the Hawks had that in the Katuitt series. They're still, I mean, they had it yesterday, too. I mean, only 3 runs, though. They're searching for it tonight, and we'll see if Jackson Ross and Earhart can be those guys once again.
We do have confirmation as well. Whoever wins this West Championship will have the home field advantage for the championship series.
Yeah, both teams with better records than the Brewster Whitecaps, who just won the East.
2-2 to Ross. Fouls off another one.
And
so that's
really talks about how strong the West.
That boy.
Talks about how strong the West Division was, where say the Harbor Hawks win this game, win tomorrow, and they will have the home field despite being the lower seeded team.
The 3 seed in the West would host the championship. As that one's foul tipped into Tomas Frick's glove and ends the bottom of the 3rd inning. Jackson Ross goes down via the strikeout. It is all Rob right now for the guys across the way as Adams cuts down another and goes perfect 3 up, 3 down. We take it to the top of the 4th in a tie ball game and a Ty Langenberg game, and we come back on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
What are you looking forward to? Adding a takeout window?
And more locations.
Paying off my student loans.
Juggling my 4 small businesses and staying sane.
Raising my allowance.
Finishing my painting and starting the next one.
Catching a keeper. Cashing anything.
Making the most of my retirement.
Checking my balance and hopefully having one.
Whatever you want for your family, your business, or your community, talk to us at Cape Cod 5 because we're looking forward to helping you. Coke Zero is now Coke Zero Sugar with great Coke taste. Some people were excited to hear the news. Some were skeptical. So we're not going to have the star of the show you're watching come out and say, "You'll love it." No special jingle written by this week's hottest pop star. No famous internet celebs who happen to be holding the label just so. Okay, maybe just one little pour shot. The only thing that will make you believe Coke Zero Sugar has great Coke taste is trying it yourself. Ice cold Coke Zero Sugar. Try one today.
Welcome back to the Harbor Hawk Baseball Network. Drake Toll alongside Zach Berman, Austin Dakuda. Welcome back to the Ty Langenberg Show. This guy was electric coming into the ball game in a pickoff move that was able to cut down Mack Horvath. Really helped the Harbor Hawks keep the top of the 3rd inning spotless, Zach.
Yeah, that was a huge pickoff move, especially with the deep fly ball after. You could have likely seen that runner tag up there as well.
Well, the guys that are playing the baseball game are doing some baseball, and we're talking about it. Thank you for joining in on the action as well. Thanks to our NAC live fan feedback on the YouTube chat. Scoop is back as always. David Marr.
Can we get 400 viewers here? We're sitting 395.
Qualls Baseball asking about the old arm barn. You know, Qualls, we're just trying to keep things agreeable for everybody. We hear that some folks are not big fans of the whole bullpen thing, so we kind of go back and forth. What do you got there, Zebo? Doing a little Google action?
I was just checking to make sure that was not a former Colorado
Michael
Rocky.
Qualls, you're right.
Chad Qualls, I was thinking.
I think you mean Arkansas basketball player Michael Qualls.
Maybe.
Yeah, remember that guy?
Yeah.
No way you remember that guy. There's no way. Dunked all over the gym. The 1-1. Langenberg gets a foul ball there from Evan Slight. Slight is 0 for 1 today, 3 for 13 coming into this one in the playoffs with a couple of RBI.
Haven't we just said Slight is the perfect 5-hitter? Not blow you away power, but a 300 battle, drive guys in.
It's fouled right back to us. I didn't flinch that time.
That was headed straight in between my eyes. Right
After
for the forehead.
48 games, Zach, you and I have not flinched.
Nope. I might have flinched a little bit on that
flinching the
one.
entire season, didn't move. Now a 1-2 count. Langenberg dials her home. That one's upstairs. Fastball 94 miles an hour, eye level, and that's just a tick faster than Tommy O'Rourke, too. You see different arm slot, just a different style in pitching altogether for the first reliever out of the pen for the Harbor Hawks.
And this is a really tough challenge for these Bourne Braves. They haven't seen Langenberg, in this situation this early in the game.
There's a base hit that gets past Riku Nishida. Cole McConnell will collect it and dial it in. Evan Slight reaches first base safely. So now Josh Kuroda-Grauer will come up. Kuroda-Grauer at second base today and 0 for 1. Despite being really good in these playoffs, he came in with 5 hits over the course of 13 at-bats.
Here's what concerns me. The Harbor Hawks, in the last couple games they've played against Bourne, they haven't necessarily played poorly, but Bourne takes advantage of a lot of ground ball hits. We saw it in the first inning yesterday. That wound up being decisive, and then they're right up the middle.
The Harbor Hawks came into this game the 3 seed, having lost yesterday's ball game 4-3 the final after allowing 3 runs in the first inning against the Bourne Braves. Hyannis over the course of the season led the West for a couple of weeks until the last day of the regular season, where they lost to these Braves by 1 run on the road, also 4-3 if I remember correctly.
Bourne has won the last 4 games if you include last night between these two teams.
Wow. Been great at McKeon as well. I think the game that really started that Bourne hot streak against your Harbor Hawks was a game where Hyannis got out up 7-1, ended up finding themselves up 9-7 in the 9th inning,
and
then
who was on the bump?
Losing the game 18-10.
Who was on the bump for that 9th inning? Oh boy.
Was that Ty Langenberg?
Yes, it was.
Well, he's got a strike there, 88 miles an hour.
It was Langenberg and then O'Rourke.
Well, when you're facing a team from the West Division, it's tough not to see that. You're going to see him 6 times in the regular season. Tough not to have pitchers who haven't seen them multiple times.
We hadn't seen Ross until today, or excuse me, Rob Adams till today.
That's something that's fairly rare, but you see the guys that have been added in late, too. It changes the game. And for guys like Magdil Cotto for Hyannis, pitched against Wareham like 18 times. These guys see the same teams over and over, especially when the rotation calls for it, as there is a ball just a bit upstairs from Langenberg. If it did miss, it didn't miss by much.
Which is what made the Katuitt series so weird, because you had more than one instance where a starting pitcher had not seen the opposing team all season.
Yeah.
Cotto hadn't seen Katuitt until Game 2, and then Game 3, Jake Berry and Daniel Brooks hadn't seen each other's teams.
That one's skied on the infield. Nolan Shotwell trots over, camps out under it, and makes the catch. Up easy, can of corn. Shotwell records the first out of the top of the 4th inning here on a 3-1 count.
That is a huge momentum swing for Ty Langenberg, because you allow the first guy to reach on a hit, and then you go behind 3-1 in the next count. You're 1 pitch away from 2 guys on, nobody out, and instead you jam the batter, and Shotwell, nice job reading the easy can of corn.
Nelson Taylor comes the dish, came into this one 2 for 8 in his postseason. He's batting .222. Taylor's 0 for 1 today. For those that are watching from Brewster, congrats. That's pretty cool. I'm sure you guys feel great going to the championship again. If you're listening from YD, condolences. Great season.
Alex Johnson just asked, is Harbor Hawk fan of the game Quinn Johnson in attendance? From Quinn's uncle, GM Nick Johnson's brother, Alex. Good work in the booth, watching from Los Angeles. I believe Quinn Johnson is in attendance. He yelled play ball.
You would believe correctly, and Quinn Johnson is a she. The 0-1. That one's fouled off.
Yeah, Quinn Johnson
there she
yelled
is.
play ball, yeah.
Both the kids. Courtney down there as well. GM Nick Johnson helped build this roster this season. The new GM, new director of operations, new GM, new assistant GM, new team president, new head coach. A lot of turnover here for Hyannis this season.
What a job.
Gone well for the guys thus far as they lead this one.
What a job.
Lead this one, but they have been good this season as home plate umpire takes a lap. That was call time, walk in a circle, spin around. You have a dog at home?
I have 2.
You know how before they go to sleep, they get up, they do a little circle, squat?
Mine stretches.
Bada bing, bada boom, the 0-2 just tapped off. If you are joining us, thank you. If you aren't, you had no idea I said that. Greg Zoll alongside Zach Berman in an elimination game. I mean, it's been one of the more fun things to do if you're on Cape Cod in the summers. Follow the Harbor Hawks. A fun team to travel with, a fun team to be with. Just these guys love playing with each other. As Langenberg's 0-2 dialed home. Riku Nishida with the catch. No, he dropped it, but the throw to second in time. Throw back to first won't happen. There's a play, a hot shot to Riku. Couldn't make the catch on the line drive. Looked like he would have had a double play because standing off of first base was Slight. And instead, after he dropped it, threw to second to get Slight. Don Patelli dropped the baseball, so could not throw back to first to get Taylor out. Now Taylor's at first. There are 2 down here in the top of the 4th. And Josh Moylan comes the dish. That you don't see very often.
A weirdly discombobulated play from 2 guys that have been rock solid in the infield all season. I mean, credit to Riku for making lemonade out of lemons.
David Marr said it best. Defense. Thank you, David.
Richard Ashford, Pittsburgh checking in. Go Harbor Hawks.
Hello. How about that?
Save
Got
me
Hawk fans all across the nation.
Save me a Permane sandwich. I got to drive through Pittsburgh on my way back to school.
I have no idea what that means. Ball low. Langenberg down to the count 1-0, but a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Dial it up right there, Ty. Iowa guy who...
Are those Hawkeye cleats, a bright yellow?
Yes. I would assume they have to be. He is a future teammate of Zach Volker. Volker came to the Harbor Hawks from Long Beach State, decided to enter the transfer portal. Once there, started shopping around different teams. Ty Langenberg said, look, we've become good buddies. I like you. Come play with me. So the guys will play college ball next year together in...
Iowa City.
Is it Iowa City?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
It is Iowa City.
I think I said Iowa City one day and I was corrected. It's not in Des Moines. Maybe it is. That's right. It's Iowa City. Or is it?
No, Iowa City.
You going to Google it? You should. Runner goes. Hopefully that one is fouled off.
Well, if you're listening from Iowa City,
Yeah,
congratulations.
sorry.
You got some pretty good arms coming back your way. If you're listening from the rest of the Big Ten, good luck. Except for
1-2
Wisconsin,
now.
you don't have baseball.
Dude, Josh Moylan. Yeah, the Iowa State syndrome.
Iowa State also doesn't have baseball.
Yeah, that's why Wisconsin has their syndrome. The 1-2. Langenberg. See if he goes to the changeup here. The runner on first. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. It's business, Ty Langenberg, and it's your show. Gets a strikeout, looking backwards. K takes us to the bottom of the fourth. We're still knotted up on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
With Hood Milk, you can trust your family is getting high-quality milk in every nutritious and delicious drop. It begins here on farms that Hood selects, with farmers who uphold the highest standards and who pledge to never use artificial growth hormones. And you'll see that care continue right to your home with our Light Block bottle, which protects the fresh taste of your milk. At Hood, we never stop caring about our milk because you never stop caring about your family. Always good, always Hood.
If you live here, fun is your thing. If you live here, tough is your thing. Smart is your thing. Caring is your thing. If you live in Massachusetts, community is your thing. Since 1972, the Massachusetts State Lottery has provided over $25 billion to help cities and towns with the things they need most. If you live here, giving is your thing.
Well, Austin, welcome back to the booth, and hello from Bring Your Rat to Ballpark Day. Oh, is that a... Stop. It's a dog. I'm sorry, it's a dog. Is that Hank? It's got to be Hank,
No,
right?
that thing's a little bigger than Hank.
No, Hank is a, what do we call it? A perfectly...
Is that Hank?
That dog's not...
It's
he's
not Hank.
smiling. He's having a good
well,
time.
I'm looking at it, and I feel...
Come on.
Oh, he's not.
He's
he
looking right
looks
back at you.
miserable.
He's cute.
He looks miserable.
It's not a bad-looking dog.
That dog's probably a Bourne fan. Now what?
So what?
What do you mean,
Bourne
so
fan.
what?
I like Bourne fans.
Okay,
They're
he's
nice
got kind of a
people.
smile now.
I think his owner's watching our stream.
That'd be hilarious. That'd be hilarious. Are they? Ah, that's great.
No, he's on Facebook.
Never mind then. That dog has its own chair. Just Jay chilling. Oh, there's a little pet to him. There you go, Pop.
And you were
I'll
being
say
mean.
this.
That dog is
I'll
cute.
say this. The dog, the camera adds 10 pounds. For a dog that's about 8 pounds, that's a pretty drastic difference.
Oh, that dog's at least like 15 pounds. You're selling it short.
No.
That's not...
George's dog, Hank,
about
is
8
about
pounds.
a pound and a half.
I'm
That
sorry.
dog-
That dog is perfectly puntable. I'm sorry.
Oh, gee.
wow.
You ever
Jack
seen,
Berman.
ever seen Anchorman?
You took the line and you punted the line right there. Went right past it.
Hey,
Said,
you've
"I'm
seen
Jack
Anchorman,
Berman."
right? Yeah.
Well, this
it
is
doesn't
an
make it any
Anchorman.
better. Yeah. Dreer heards the dish, shows the bunt, takes a strike. Hello.
I just got back from the half inning with the
The
national crew.
That
Yeah.
was you on the national radio over there. iHeartRadio. I was
Does that
listening
mean,
on
I think that makes
iHeartRadio.
all three of us have made it on that crew this
I think
summer.
everybody in our booth has made it on the national radio squad as Earhart grounds that one for a base hit. Diving at it was Bryce Eblin. You got to call that a hit, right?
I'd
Eblin
say
just
so.
goes off the tip of the glove. If he makes that play, it is a major league caliber. Even then, that's what is it? Manny Machado plays third base.
Yes, he does.
One of those kind of plays.
Nolan
huh?
Arenado, Manny
Is that-
Machado, some of the best.
Maybe that's why you were so quiet in the first four. You're nervous.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't
whatever
think
Drew
that's it.
Earhart-
Is that what it was? You're getting nervous in the national cruise interview? What'd they ask you
No.
over there?
It was Reed Becker that interviewed you.
It was. We talked a little bit about Coach Beatty, the Hawks, some sports I've broadcasted, and the transition from last year to this year, getting to see it for the Hawks.
The radio director at Dean College, if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
If I'm still a good friend. Don Patelli. Sends that one to the stratosphere. Originally going back was Horvath. Now he comes back in, makes the catch. That ball hung up there for about 7 seconds. That was plenty of time to order a biggie bag, eat it, and go home.
If he squared that thing up, I'm afraid to know where it would have landed.
Yeah.
He just got under it a touch, but a healthy swing by Dom Patelli. And as I mentioned, he's better against left-handed pitching, and those reverse splits are something you don't really expect. But
I'm curious what Drew Earhart is seeing that the rest of the Harbor Hawks have not been able to figure out with Rob Adams.
Well, he's a righty. I think that helps. George Corona, also a righty.
That is true.
Hey. Could get something brewing here. Still waiting to see him flash his power out of Louisiana Tech. Guy's playing catcher for the Harbor Hawks today. First pitch he sees from Adams, that's low in the dirt. Adams today. What if I told you the starting pitcher against the Harbor Hawks was pitching well?
Again.
I'd say.
Yeah.
Seen that in most of the playoffs.
Except for those 2 games against Katuitt that the Hawks won.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the starting pitching's been really firm.
55 pitches today for Adams, 35 for strikes. Now another one in the dirt. Earhart over at first base. He's not got elite speed by any means whatsoever, but he's got lowercase s speed. That's how I'm going to put it. He's got sneaky speed. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. 2-0 on George Corona. Take all the way. Reddest light ever. 2-0 outside. Called strike.
I still agree with the red light.
Yeah.
You're not going to do much with that pitch besides ground it to first if you're able to get the bat on it.
Scoop, that dog would probably chew your ankle up.
Oh, that was... I forgot about the dog. Right now, I got to look at it again. 2-1 to Corona. Adams will look at Earhart, go home with it. Oh, George Corona pulls it foul.
A little bit early.
He's been on that fastball twice. He's pulled it down the third base line. If he could just wait back a second longer, maybe take a slide step up in the box, it certainly would be of benefit to Corona, I'd say.
Yeah, you'd be just a couple feet away from an inside the park home run right there for George Corona. Drop the trailer, book it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give credit to Nick Johnson and Zach Chase for putting together a catching duo with great speed like Corona and Ruiz have.
Yeah. Jacob Campbell was really the slow one of the bunch, it felt like. He got drafted. 2-2. That was just fouled off. That's a pitch that George Corona likely whiffs at a couple of weeks ago. And here you see that ball's upstairs at 85, the fastball at 85, and Corona goes right after it and at least fouls it off.
Hey, we're not talking about the fastest Harbor Hawk catcher of the year in George Athanasiadis.
He's an active catcher.
Yeah, well, Corona here, he's getting better, Drake, as you mentioned, at the plate. Every game, he's starting to make better strides, and his plate discipline's getting more and more improved.
The 2-2.
Earhart is locked.
Stare at Drew. Corona swings and misses. One goes into the glove of Tomas Frick, and Corona has struck out twice.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's having a little bit of trouble making contact off of Adams so far today. He's played a good game defensively, and at least you pass the baton to a hot hitter.
Florida Atlantic University's Nolan Shonowell.
That's not Jackson Ross?
No, it is not. Bats on the left side. He is an owl. Not to be confused. Well, speaking of, you know what we didn't do? We have these 2 Garden Hawks in our broadcast booth that have brought plenty of luck this season. We'll bring it down to the broadcast table. Shonowell check swing. Doesn't matter. That ball's in the zone. Then umpire, did he hawk up a loogie?
Sounded like it.
Is that what that was? It's a resounding strike call. Won't matter if Shonowell went or didn't. He's down on the count 0-1. Adams. Guy's been pretty solid. 3 2/3 to this point, only allowed a run, and it was unearned. Now the 0-1. Shonowell fouls that one off. You got to look. Earhart gets a hit, and you've got to do something with it.
You can't leave the leadoff guy on first base after starts the inning with a single. You gotta. Obviously, you'd like to score him, but
well, at least push him to scoring position.
Right.
The guy can't just stand there like a duck.
Now you're 1 strike away from leaving him just standing there.
Yeah. Now an 0-2 on Shonowell. This is the part of the show where you got to put runs across the board when they're on base. You already straightened the bases loaded earlier. The 0-2 to Nolan. Adams deals home outside. That's a good pitch, too. 86 miles. That's the fastest fastball we've seen him throw. And on an 0-2, you go upstairs, outside. You don't have to give somebody anything in the zone. You probably shouldn't, especially not to Nolan Shonowell. 1-1 game. You know, something's got to break at some point. And, geez, if Bourne gets up by 3 runs here, that might be it. That could be enough in this game. You've got to strike when you have the opportunity to. The 1-2 to Shonawell. That one's in the dirt.
Another good take by a really good hitter at the plate. I mean, his plate discipline in the regular season, 24 walks to 24 strikeouts. Really smart hitter at the plate, doesn't chase often, and now he's got himself back in a count where he can look for a fastball.
Doesn't it just have the feeling of the next team that scores wins this game?
Yeah,
it does.
It really does. The 2-2 to Shonawell with Earhart on first. No one fouls that one off the right. I'm looking at the dugout here, and I see that Riku Nishida, who's the one-hole hitter, behind Tito Flores. I mean, gloves laced up, helmet on, taking practice swings. What are the odds the guy gets up at this pace? Pretty slim, but you still see him up and ready. This entire dugout, they're all on the edge of the fence right here, cheering on Nolan Shonawell, and you don't, it will never really make sense to me how these guys mesh as well as they did. You don't see that a lot in summer ball. The way this team has come together. Look, you guys can go home tonight and see your parents for the first time in, for many of them, 8, 12 months. The 2-2 to Shonawell. Lefty from the stretch. No one fouls off another. And that's, you're on Cape Cod. But for these guys, there are no scouts in attendance today. It's just fans. You're not boosting anything as far as draft stock right here. You are solely here for love of your team. Not even really love of the game at this point. Love of your team. You've played so much this flipping game since, you know, March. And you're still right here. All these guys want to stay for an extra couple days. It's not the beach. It's not the sand. It's not even really the baseball. It's being with these guys. The 2-2. Shonawell skies that one on the infield. Drifting in, camping out up underneath it. Little can of corn there. The left fielder, Evan Slight. So we're 4 innings in. And 2 combined runs. We got a tie ball game going to the top of the 5th, and we got a tie ball game and Ty Langenberg back out on the bump. When we come back on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Traffic is treacherous. There's a fender bender on the pike. Gonna be a wicked commute. The expressway's backed up to the gas tanks. Gridlock. Crawl. Snarl. Jam up. Bottleneck. Log jam. 128 is a parking lot. You'll be late for supper tonight.
Keeping your car road ready is what we do best. At Sullivan Tire, we're always here to get you there.
Hey, we get you there too.
Having a 5G phone that's not on T-Mobile makes as much sense as playing ice hockey. Using pool noodles. Get out of the penalty box with 5G coverage like this. T-Mobile has more 5G bars in more places than anyone. T-Mobile, more 5G bars in more places. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Well, it is baseball at the baseball park. Drake Toll, Zach Berman, and Austin Dakuda with you from the Tim Elstrom Broadcast Center. And there are 3 teams on Cape Cod still playing that game. One of them, the Brewster Whitecaps. They knocked off YD 9-7 earlier today in Game 2. Brewster swept the East Division Championship. They are now 4-0. They won 4 straight in the postseason, have made their way to the championship of the Cape Cod Baseball League. In the West, Hyannis and Katuitt both went to 3 games. Bourne Falmouth, that was a 3-game series. And now these 2 teams are knotted up at 1 as we go to the top of the 5th at McKeon Ballpark, fighting to play Brewster in the championship series. For Hyannis, it'd be their first appearance in that series since 2015. For Bourne, well, they were there last year against the Brewster Whitecaps.
Yeah, Bourne's a really talented group. And he also, I mean, this matchup, 2 organizations and teams that went through a lot of change in the offseason. Bourne Braves lost their manager, Harvey Shapiro, as he went to Wareham after he was there for 20-something years with the Braves. And the Harbor Hawks have new front office and a new coach of their own. So 2 first-year managers leading their teams to this point is very impressive.
Yeah, it's worked out so well for both organizations. You look at, Wareham this season ended up missing the playoffs. For Bourne, they've made their way right here on the cusp of making it to the league championship for the 2nd year in a row. Hyannis trying to stop that after they went 8-28 last year. There's a healthy cut and a miss.
Rather unbelievably.
The 9-hole hitter Tomas Frick, and for Hyannis, 8-28 last year. And in the year before that, 9 wins and 20-something losses. Or 30-something losses. Awesome.
I think it was 9-32.
It's somewhere.
30-something.
I know. We could look at that at some point.
I mean, listen to this one.
Yeah.
Brewster has won 3 championships in their franchise history. All 3 of them have come against teams on this field. 2000 against Hyannis, 2017 and 2021 against Bourne.
They haven't come on this field. They've come against teams on
this field.
Okay. Hyannis has 3 all-time. Their last one was in 1991. Prior to that, it was 76 and 77, I believe. I was a teenager then. Ball high, ball 4. You just walked the 9-hole hitter Tomas Frick, and now you get Bryce Eblin as your prize. So Frick stands at first. He has now reached base twice today via a base hit and a walk. Bryce Eblin comes up 0 for 2, but still batting .462 in the postseason. So if anybody's due for a hit, it's Bryce Eblin.
Well, we've seen it on the Harbor Hawks side of things. When your 7 through 9 hitters are getting on base, you oftentimes win games, and it's kind of the formula Bourne's had so far tonight. I mean, still tied at 1 apiece, but the Braves have the 5 hits and been walked a few too many times. 3 of those now.
So Eblin stands in the left side, a little righty-lefty action. Ty Langenberg to this point has thrown 31 pitches through an inning and 2/3. First one he deals to Eblin, there's a called ball. Ooh. Don't quite know where that one missed, but it wasn't by much, wherever it was.
See where he comes back now, 1-0. Eblin's going to read the scouting report again.
Yeah, that was the changeup at 87 there from Langenberg. He likes that pitch, I think.
I would say so.
That's his go-to.
Yeah.
80.
Yeah.
We've seen 85 to 88 tonight on that pitch.
Yeah, with 94 on the fastball, and there you go, changeup again. But that's a called strike. Corona didn't frame it. Corona dropped the baseball out, expecting not to get the call. Instead, the first one was a strike, called a ball. The second was a ball, called a strike, so the trade-off is even, and it's a 1-1 count. I will gladly accept, thank you very much. With the count even, Eblin will call time. These hitters have been able to figure out Ty Langenberg once. Zach, the aforementioned 18-10 Bourne game, or as we know it, the Bourne game. Everybody knows what we're talking about. Through now 8 matchups. Langenberg went 1 inning, 3 earned runs, allowed 4 runs in total. He got a ball thrown there on 3 hits, and just didn't quite have his best stuff that night.
No, he did not. And the other time he really got lit up was against Katu, and I'm not even going to put that on him because that was the 6-error game.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the Harbor Hawks avenged that one in the first round.
After 92 miles an hour missed against Eblin, Langenberg resets with a 2-1 and fouls it off.
Good pitch.
Had a conversation with Ty pregame. He expected to pitch today, and he said, this one's for the interns.
Did he really?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we had a conversation about how if the Harbor Hawks were to lose today, then I would go home. Zach, you would go home. You have a 7 a.m. flight to Palm Beach tomorrow. West Palm?
Nope, didn't book it.
Oh, wow. Austin, you would go home as well.
Yes.
About 30 minutes that way since you live effectively on Cape, or in Wareham, I think.
You driving straight back to Arkansas or to Waco?
I would go to Arkansas for a day or two, but that was the conversation with Ty. He said, don't worry about it. We'll give you the beach for a few more days if that's okay. I said, yes, Ty, I would rather have the beach than going back home to my log cabin in Arkansas where there's no electricity or running water. Just a wagon and cow.
Horse and buggy parked out front.
The 2-2. That one's skied to the infield. Don Patelli creeping over, coming in out of left field and making the catch. Well, hello, and thank you very much, Tito Flores.
Well, that's the right play. You want your left fielder who's coming in to make that catch rather than a shortstop who's tracking out. Nice job by Tito, and there's the communication that this team has done so well all season long. You've seen it come together down the stretch, and we got ourselves a really good baseball game here, and with 1 down, it's a big out to enter this at-bat with Matt Shaw.
Well, it's the Maryland Terrapin Matt Shaw. Austin, Zach, don't answer this. Austin, what's a terrapin? Yeah. No, just anything. Use your context clues here. Terra, pin.
Bird.
A bird?
No.
Prehistoric to the dinosaurs, Maryland dinosaurs. Zach Berman?
Turtle. Tortoise.
Yes,
Actually, it's a cool.
Whoa, yeah. Don't get those two confused. You'll have the agronomists out there upset. I'm sorry, agronomist is
One of the
is that a
more
tree surgeon?
unique college mascots, I'd say.
1-0, that's inside. One of the more unique college not logos. Yeah, the logo itself is just it's a big turtle, but the color scheme too. They really love their flag
To
over
match
in
the
Maryland.
And of course, Under Armour. Kevin Plank, who founded Under Armour, went to Maryland.
How
They
do you
still
know who
have-
founded Under Armour? How is that in your book of knowledge in your brain?
Don't ask me.
Fear of the turtle.
Yeah, never heard of that?
No.
Austin, quit shaking, man. It's just a picture on your screen.
Yeah, so
He
afraid
can't
of-
get you. Yeah, Matt Shaw's over there. He's
Don't let
too
one
far.
of don't let one of those turtles get a running start on you.
Fear the turtle. Now 2-1 to Shaw. Yeah, that's a strike. Just
Not
about 2
tonight.
inches above the belt. So now a 3-1 count on Shaw. And Langenberg has worked a couple of these counts pretty heavy.
Is Shaw wearing his Maryland helmet? I think it is.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten a
The
good enough
Terrapins.
look. What the stickers on the back? I think it's
They're Terrapins. 3-1.
Little turtles.
Turtle eggs, maybe? That is turtle eggs, not to be confused with turtle legs. Had to really enunciate. As those two little turtle legs will trot their way to first base, and there are 2 runners on for the 3-hole hitter, Mack Horvath.
Yeah, you'd like to roll the double play here. If you're the Harbor Hawks, get Ty Langenberg out of this inning. There is action in the Harbor Hawk arm barn as a right-hander begins to
Not
throw.
Jackson Emus.
You got to think, though, the Hawks would like to not have to reach into that arm barn and like to allow Langenberg to continue to pitch. And
It's 13 up and warming.
Yeah, it is
we don't
13.
have 13 listed.
yeah, we'll get you
On
that
our
name
roster.
in just a second.
Great. That's never happened this year.
I saw Braden Nelson up and walking around. I think we can expect to see him tonight at some point.
Yeah, it has gotten to a point. At
13 is Patrick Harrington.
At this
There you
juncture, there is no, well, who do we pitch tomorrow? There is no saving arms. You throw everything you got because if you
cross
lose,
whatever bridge you can when
if
you
you
get
lose
there.
today, your season's over.
We got to
So,
think they're in a good shape. Even if we do get to tomorrow with Austin Strickland and Austin
Yeah.
Amaral, the 2 stins available that could come in for the game tomorrow. But you got to get through tonight first.
Zach, date Mary break up with Austin Strickland, Austin Amaral, and Austin Dakuda.
You don't have to
Oh,
answer that
boy.
question.
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that is a loaded one right there. They're all 3 listening, by the way. Mack Horvath takes the ball low from Langenberg. Langenberg, the control's lagging here.
Yeah, you don't see that often. We mentioned just the 4 walks and 21 1/3 entering tonight. He's struggling to get it in the zone. I think it also shows the way he's pitching to these hitters. Langenberg understands the power that these guys have in their bats.
The 1-0 to Horvath. From the stretch, swing and a miss. 92 pumped it past you. And you mentioned the double play ball. That would be huge in this spot because if you're the Harbor Hawks and Langenberg walks Horvath here, you probably got to pull the plug. And boy, howdy, now you've gotten through 3 pitchers, not even through 5 innings of play in a decisive game, too. That is just the opposite of where you want to be.
And you'd be asking a newer Harbor Hawk, Patrick Harrington,
Yeah.
to come in at a bases-loaded spot.
Yeah. Now a 1-1 to Horvath. Langenberg really needing to work here. Gets a called strike. 93.
Big pitch.
That's right there on the edge, too. That is right there on the edge. We haven't seen that called a strike too often, so Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. You ever heard that one?
Langenberg is purposely working away from the zone. He knows what this team is capable of doing, what this team has done to him in the past. He's trying to stay away from that as much as possible.
Mack Horvath awaits the 1-2. Langenberg looking for another strikeout. Deals at home. Yow! Mack Horvath, I'll see you later. Ty Langenberg gets a whiff and a miss, and that's a big one.
I don't know what pitch that was. It was 80 miles an hour on the inside hands. It might not have been the location he was looking for, but it worked as Horvath just took a swing to try to protect himself. His changeup has been slowed down to 84, but not lower than that tonight. His fastball sits 92-93. Maybe that was a slider that Langenberg throws, but he doesn't throw it that often. Whatever it was effective.
That was the MC Hammer, can't touch this. There's not a name for that pitch. Of course, Brito comes to dish, takes strike
There you go.
184 on the changeup. And Zach, if anybody knows anything about Chris Brito, it's got to be you. You dap the guy up pregame and says, go win one for the boys.
I did not say that.
I thought I overheard that. Maybe he said that to you.
Well, Ty Langenberg took a look at Harrington, warmed up in the arm bar, and said, no, thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to finish this inning, please.
The 0-1 now. Hello, Ty Langenberg,
Yeah.
87.
Yep.
Don't give him anything in the zone, the 0-2. I try and get Brito to chase here.
Fans are certainly awakened a bit those last couple of strikes.
Chris Brito down 0-2, the Rutgers product. The 0-2, I love it. I love that pitch.
Yeah, that's
a
good location.
Not a strike, not really close to being a strike, but 92, chest level outside, sets you up for the changeup inside right here. Worst case scenario, it's up on the hands of Brito. The 1-2 now to Chris Brito. Langenberg from the stretch. The 1-2. Fouled off.
Oh, that's a good. There's your changeup. It was 87, a little bit up high. Good job by Brito to stick with it. This crowd's going to pop off if Langenberg's can get out of this inning.
Now another 1-2 for Langenberg. Harbor Hawk fans on their feet. 2 on, 2 down, and a 1-2 count. Langenberg deals it home. Oh,
yeah, that's a...
My goodness, my goodness, my goodness.
It was a ball, but that's a really good location. It was low in the zone. Looking at the replay, and he certainly, that's a good spot to go to, but it was just a bit low. I'm surprised Brito didn't swing at it.
That's a great take, too.
Ty Langenberg working his way all around Brito. 2-2, 2 out, 2 on. In the top of the 5th.
Oh, man.
Fouled out of play. And if you've got nerves, they are shot at this point, and we are only in the 5th.
Yeah, this is power versus power. Somebody's got to give in, but neither guy is ready to do that just yet.
Tension convention, as I like to call it.
Now a 2-2 again. We try once more with 2 down. Runner in scoring position. Chris Brito at the dish.
Oh, boy.
Chris Brito just sent that ball to left, and he left the ballpark.
That's just a remarkable at bat. He stayed with that pitch after pitch after pitch. Langenberg was avoiding throwing anything down the plate for that exact reason, and he made him give him the one that he could take up and out.
92, fastball.
He challenged him, and Chris Brito won the battle.
2-2 pitch. Langenberg had shown him a couple of change-ups, goes to the fastball, and Chris Brito made him pay. 4-1 score now. Well, that's not the most fun thing that's happened tonight.
No, it is not. See how he bounces back, and you got to look at it. The Hawks still have a chance to come back. Plenty of baseball left in it, only down 3. It's the playoffs. Why can't the Hawks put together an inning like this? Well, we'll see if they can do it.
The 0-1's in the dirt. Yeah, I mean, 4-1 score. You've got 5 innings left to play, and an offense that put up 15 runs against Katuitt a couple of days ago against some pretty solid arms.
See if they can put it together.
Now a 1-1. That was outside, and your Langenberg, you got to work your way back into the zone here after that one. It's not easy to recover from, as the Bourne fans just went nuts, and rightfully so. 2-1 from Langenberg. Dials are home and gets a big whiff and a miss. Evan Slight, the left fielder today, with nobody on, 2 down. Down to the count, or even to the count, 2-2. Oh, just a little low.
Yeah, Langenberg looking to get the out here to Slight. Just give your offense something to take into the next inning momentum-wise.
Now the 3-2 from Ty. Swing and a miss. Well, that'll play. Ty Langenberg gets his 3rd out of the top of the 5th inning, but not before on a 2-strike pitch. Chris Brito goes long ball. 3-run home run to give the Bourne Braves a 3-run lead. 4-1, and we return on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Bronk.
What up, TB?
What do you think my next move should be? Give it to me straight. Maybe it's just time I hang him up.
I got one word for you. Retirement. If you retire now, you're gonna be walking on soft sand in a week. Just come to Florida and feel the wind in your hair. Retirement is like winning another one. Maybe I'll even join you.
On a spotty network, this is what Tom heard.
If you retire now, you're soft and weak.
Just come to Florida and win another one.
Maybe I'll even join you.
Just go win another one.
Like it's that easy, Gronk. Maybe it is. I still feel like I have a lot to accomplish. My goal is to win one more. And Gronk's coming with me.
I'm retired from retiring? Mom, where are my football pants?
Don't trust big decisions to just any network. Go with T-Mobile, the GO in 5G.
And I'm not soft or weak either.
T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Well, this game vastly changed on one swing of the bat. Chris Brito went long ball. Langenberg missed with a pitch, and Brito was not taking any chances. He made him pay.
Yeah, Chris Brito, looking back at that swing during the break, fastball down the middle of the plate. No really other way to analyze it, and Chris Brito saw that pitch, and like you said, Drake, he did not miss it, really get every stitch of that ball, and that's where good teams become great in the postseason, where you have 2 strikes, two down in the inning, and your cleanup hitter comes through. He puts the ball 410 feet to left center field and elevates you to a 4-1 lead.
Well, 9 out of 10 dentists collectively agree that fastball middle is the most ideal pitch in baseball to take 400, and that's exactly what Chris Brito did. So now the Harbor Hawks have to respond with the bats, and they got a lefty that to this point has been pretty darn solid.
He's exactly what the Bourne Braves have needed. 4 innings, 4 hits, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. He's allowed 1 base runner an inning, which you can manage here in the postseason, but he's gotten the outs where he's needed. It's been a lot of weak contact, and he's trusted his defense. But you are, at the same token, in the part of your lineup for the Harbor Hawks where you could start a rally and respond. You have 9-1-2 up, and Tito's been a guy that's swinging the bat much better. Here's your chance. Now his 2nd time, and now when he gets to Riku, his 3rd time through the order, to get something off of Adams.
You got 15 outs to get 3 runs across to save your season. How can you do just that?
Zach Berman, the
Thanks.
out-counting thing never works. That might do it.
It's made me even more sad.
For Drake Toll, Austin Dakuta, Zach Berman, all of us, the Harbor Rock Baseball Network, a 1-0 inside. Yeah, a big key is getting Tito Flores on.
Well, he's ahead 2-0 here, and in yesterday's start, he swung the bat really well, made a lot of solid contact. And
yeah.
See if that carries over here. Hitter's count, has a chance to get a fastball that he can drive.
The 2-0, that one's outside. So Tito Flores ahead 3-0. If you can get some control issues out of Adams, which he just isn't known for, the guy from Cape Cod to college has been really solid with keeping the ball in the zone. You can draw a walk here, you're in business. That's exactly what's going to happen. Tito Flores will trot to first base. That one was a ball high, and now Hyannis has their leadoff hitter on. We've seen this song and dance multiple times before where they get the leadoff guy on and just they squander it. Drew Earhart was stranded at first base after a leadoff base hit not too long ago. But now with Riku Nishida, Mitch Jebb up here at the top of the lineup, it's inexcusable to not do something with Flores, who's got decent speed on first.
You drop a bunt here, try to bunt for a hit. I know you're down 3, but at this point, you maybe chip away. I mean, even Riku with his speed, as I said, bunt for a hit, but at the least, you look at the last inning where you had Drew Earhart on first to start it and you left him stranded.
Right.
That just simply can't happen again.
And if you get a throwaway at first base as well, we've seen that plenty of times this season for even the best fielders. I mean, you're going to miss these throws.
Eblin's not super in either.
No. Nishida's struggled the last few games to bunt as well. We haven't seen him. They haven't been as pristine. Won't show bunt here, but he will watch a ball at the elbow.
Right now, you got to make. It's now 5 straight balls for Adams. You got to make him throw a strike.
Big green light here. You see the Harbor Hawk fans? They're all just ball 5, ball 5. You hear them out there? Turn the crowd mic up a little bit. Okay, never mind. It's okay. They're yelling it. I'm telling you guys. All 2,000 of them. I have not. Well, I was about to say I've never seen this many Harbor Hawk fans here, which is true. But I also went to my very first Harbor Hawk game on June 13th.
Another arm just
opening
sent back
day at
to
McKeon Ballpark.
Another arm sent back to the pen. Ryan Steinhauer.
I like that guy. His dad usually watches the games via the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network. Also live on Mixlr. HarborHawks.mixlr.com. MIXLR.
A 1-0 here. You could even show bunt to try to throw Adams off even further than he has been.
Shake the bat a little bit, and now we have time called. So it it may be, too, Bourne giving themselves a little extra time to get an arm up and run into the bullpen. They do have a righty up, and thank you very much for that. It's a lefty-heavy lineup today for Hyannis.
Almost every day it is.
Just no kidding. The one out in Nishida in the dirt.
Well, now you're not swinging until he throws you a strike. Maybe two. I wouldn't swing until you have 2 strikes.
Absolutely.
I know it's not a situation that you're like, oh, well, if he throws one down the middle on 2-1, you'll regret it. But not really, to be honest. He's thrown 6 straight balls, and at this point now, 3rd time through the lineup, you're looking to make him make a mistake, and no better way to do that than force him to throw strikes.
Well, it's a fastball at 83, too. So you're seeing the velo tick down, and it already wasn't at an elite pace. Frick sets up in the outside part of the dish and gets a ball in the dirt.
Ball 7.
Here's your chance, fellas. Nobody out.
I mean, this is a spot, too, where Harbor Hawk fans got to get into it. You gotta pull your whole fan base together. You're in Game 2 of the Western Conference Championship Series, down by 3. Granted, momentum's not quite on your side, but you got to try to manufacture it somehow.
Can swing right back to your side, and really quickly here, you got to get Riku on.
3-0 to Nishida. The first strike that we have seen in the last 7 pitches.
Take another one. I don't think there's a reason to swing the bat here on 3-1 either.
Not with Nishida. I mean, and almost anybody else at the plate except for Shonawell. I'd say Shonawell, Nishida, and Mitch Jebb are the only guys that I still hold here on 3-1. I'm confident with each of those on 3-2.
Right, because once Riku gets to 3-2, as we've seen yesterday, he just battles until he gets a pitch to put in play.
With a 4-1 score, a 3-1 count. Flores on first. Nishida way ahead here. Adams,
close.
That
was
was
the line
as
from a balk.
close as we've seen to a balk not called. I'm actually surprised they didn't call it right there.
He did look like, I mean, obviously from our angle, tough to tell,
Looked
but
like
he did
some
look
forward
like
motion.
that front right leg leaned forward a bit. You see Beatty chopping it up with the third base umpire there a little bit.
They might have. It would have been a nitpicky balk, but I think they missed one. 3-1 to Nishida. Adams deals home. Called strike inside.
That's not a bad pitch to
Good
take,
pitch.
though. I mean, what do you do besides beat that one off your foot on the inside part of the plate?
Right. If you're Nishida here, this is not what you ask of most athletes, but if you're Nishida, you say, look, don't come out here guns a-blazing for a home run. Foul one off. Foul 2 off.
And he's got room on his pull side between first and second because Brito is holding the runner on the bag, so you've already seen him slap a hit the opposite way.
Yep.
I'm confident in Riku in this spot to make some contact.
Nishida is 1 for 2 today. The payoff pitch from the lefty Adams to Riku Nishida. Nishida drops it into left field, and coming up underneath it, making the catch is Evan Slight. And that's a ball where Slight was playing way in. Nishida got way under and records the first out.
Well,
at the bottom of the 5th.
Credit to Rob Adams after going down 3-0 to fire 3 straight strikes and get himself an out. That's a big spot, and that's what separates as we've said before, it separates the good from the great. You see the battle back by Adams where a lot of pitchers would just let Riku off the hook in that spot.
Yeah. So now Mitch Jebb, the lefty, steps in. Was a menace in the regular season. Just shy of Matt Shaw for being Player of the Year on Cape Cod. Led the Harbor Hawks offensively in almost every category as he takes a ball low. Oh, that pitch is at the shins. Now an 0-1 to Jebb. Trying to get something going here and respond after Bourne sent a ball 400 feet to grab a 3-run lead. 0-1 to Mitch Jebb. With Flores over at first base. Well, the zone has opened up.
Not in the Harbor Hawks' favor right now.
Outside, low.
Wonder where that low call was for Langenberg in the
they're
previous
strikes.
inning.
Low one's right at the knee. And that one's right on the outside corner.
Now an 0-2 to Mitch Jebb. Jebb bat .356 in the regular season with 53 hits. That led the league. 22 RBI was second. Also drew 20 walks. The 0-2 from the starter, Adams. Following Jebb up in the lineup is Cole McConnell, center fielder out of Louisiana Tech.
Can that right-hander of the bullpen come in any sooner? Because if you're the Harbor Hawks, they're having no luck on Adams, the left-handers especially.
And here's another lefty in McConnell, and that is, it's behooved the Harbor Hawks offensively all season long to have as many lefties as they do have. But in a game like this, against a lefty in Adams, it's the same thing as Michael Sansone in game 1. Fastball 85.
Lefties.
But the movement, the location from a left-hander against left-handers.
Lefties tonight are 1 for 12 against the starter tonight.
And at this rate, he might come back out for the 6th. The Harbor Hawks have shown nothing that would chase Adams.
I don't think they put him back in for the 6th because then you start off righty-righty.
Yeah.
The 0-1 to McConnell.
Yep.
Well, it's been called a strike consistently at least, and you get it there. Outside corner of the plate. It's a great pitch, too. 86 in the fastball.
You put yourself behind here. As a left-handed hitter, when you watch 2 go by.
You didn't even swing. You didn't even swing.
He now can just watch. He's going to come back with the wipeout breaking ball, and you're forced to just try to swing at it.
Stares off Flores at first.
There it is.
McConnell's lucky to foul that one off.
He hung it a bit,
yeah,
which is fortunate for Cole. But when you put yourself behind 0-2, all Adams has to do is just hit you with breaking ball after breaking ball, the left-handed hitter, until you go fishing for one in the dirt. They're so tough to lay off on, and they have such a late movement on it. It makes it so tough.
Another 0-2 to Cole McConnell. McConnell's got great power from the left side. Trying to fend off the lefty Adams with a man on first. Adams dials home. McConnell takes it chest levels. Now the count at 1-2. And today, the stats for Adams are nuts. He's thrown now 84 pitches, 53 strikes, 31 balls. And he's just not blinked.
Yeah, he's been really good. This is, you think playoffs game 2, you need a good start from your guy. Adams has given him that.
Another 1-2 to McConnell. That one's low and outside. So you cannot squander opportunities with guys not even in scoring position but on base.
It's back-to-back innings where the leadoff guys got
the nine-hole hitter.
And he hasn't moved from first base. That simply can't happen if you want to win playoff games if you're the Hyannis Harbor Hawks.
It's an elimination game.
Your leadoff guy gets on first base in back-to-back innings and you leave him at first, you don't stand much of a chance. I hate to say it.
The 2-2 to Cole. Adams sees Cole McConnell fire that one high in the night sky and out of play, a foul ball, and a fan will go pick that one up. And you've got a great crowd here on your side at McKeon. Just people lining every inch of this ballpark. They have not seen the Harbor Hawks in the Western Division Finals since 2015. I wasn't even born yet.
This is the best crowd I have seen in any game all season.
Packed in.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
both sides. And Hyannis is a swing of the bat away from coming within 1 run, but also swinging the bat away from straining another guy. A 2-2 from Adams to Cole McConnell. A leadoff walk won't matter. The score remains 4-1. Adams is dialed up, and the Harbor Hawks have no answer. They go back to the dugout and try to fend off the Bourne Braves in the top of the 6th. This is the Harbor Hawk Baseball Network.
My family earns respect.
My family clears bases.
My family breaks records.
My family wins MVPs.
My family gives everything.
My family makes history.
My family wins championships.
There's no family.
There's no family.
There's no family.
There's no family like my family. Join the fam.
Join the fam.
Join the fam.
We bring you back to a new pitcher at McKeon Ballpark for the Harbor Hawks. Austin Dakuda to my left, Zach Berman to my left, myself, Drake Toll, our great producers, Mike Maynard, Ella Gibson, Abby Stokes, bringing you the show from McKeon Park with Bria Lossick on the baseline and Patrick Harrington on the bump.
Formerly of Assumption College, transferring to Northeastern come fall.
Former Wareham Gateman member this year as well.
Yeah, this season.
Harrington has pitched in one game for the Harbor Hawks. It was game 2 of these playoffs against Katuitt. Gave up 3 earned runs and 3.2.
Yeah, that game was a mop-up role for him. It was just, hey, you're going to have to pitch and as long as you can for us, no matter what happens, because the Hawks were out of that game from fairly early on against the Katuitt Kettleers here at home. But, I mean, overall his stuff looked good. I think it's hard to judge him off of those numbers because, like I said, it was a mop-up role where he just had to go and give him as many innings. Here, not necessarily the same. I think you're looking for 2 innings out of him. If he can give you the 6th and the 7th, that'd be big. But you still have Jackson Emish, still have Braden Nelson out of that bullpen, too.
My dad just texted. Well, that's not good.
What did he say? See you tomorrow?
Yeah. Said, well, that's not good. So good to know that Ma and Pa got service out on the farm. Mom, Dad, if you're listening, it's a shame that Nellie had to go that way. She was my favorite cow. Hope the state of Arkansas is treating you well. They probably heard about every other word of that. Got the 2 coconuts all tied up in a string.
I don't think they grow coconuts in Arkansas, buddy.
No, they don't.
So you buy them.
Had to walk 200 miles uphill both way to get them. That's your only source of electricity. Might as well bring it to McKeon tonight and need some sort of electricity here. That was bad. Harrington, there's a called strike.
This is a welcomed addition out of the bullpen. Just come in, fire strikes right away. Now on 1-2, you have Kuroda Grauer set up where you want him, but he is somebody who battles in these situations.
Kuroda Grauer 0 for 2 today and fouls that one off. Yeah, you see him fight off a good pitch. Grauer is 5 for 13 coming into today in the playoffs. Came in with a .384 batting average, was the DH yesterday for Bourne. And, man, this Bourne roster is not the best roster on Cape Cod.
Right.
I'll say this. I think, as the 1-2, hey, oppa, swing and a miss from Kuroda Grauer. Hey, Harrington, welcome to today's ball game. I think the best roster on Cape Cod has gone home. The Katuitt Kettleers, top to bottom, have the most MLB prospect, elite talent. Their first 5 is just impeccable. I don't think Bourne or Hyannis either have the best rosters on Cape Cod, but at the same time, these are the 2 teams that love playing together the most. What you see out of the Bourne dugout just so perfectly emulates what you see out of the Hyannis dugout, and that these guys just love playing together. I'll take 5.
This Bourne lineup just does not. I would say they're the most well-rounded lineup. Every guy is right in the exact position in the batting order that they should be. We've said that so many times all year.
The 1-0. Hey, there's a heck of a breaking ball from Harrington. Just missed outside. That's a pretty good call on that pitch, but now it runs the count to 2-0 on Moylan. Taylor.
We got a couple great salesmen tonight for the 50-50 raffle. Jay Driver, Wes Burton doing work.
He came in the booth. Jay Driver threw 95 pitches yesterday, and now he's doing the 50-50. Jay, did you get the sauna today? He did. He went to the sauna today.
Sauna,
Jay Driver.
Mid-Cape sauna. There we go.
There's another strike. Called a ball. Mid-Cape sauna after 95 yesterday. 10 minutes in the sauna. That's all he could do? You told me you're going to be there all day today. He couldn't take it anymore. What a wuss. Guy can throw 95 pitches, can't last more than 10 minutes in a sauna. Harrington, throw to first.
He'd never had a clean look on that ball.
Yeah, I don't really know what that was.
Harrington never handled the ball cleanly, just kind of bobbled it all the way through and pushed his arm forward to attempt to get something on it.
T-Rex arms.
Don't know if it's called a single or an error. Probably an error, I would assume.
Oh, yeah. So, runner on first. They did call it an error. That is the right call. That Harrington, heck of a guy, throwing at 60.6. Throwing over the first right there. Didn't work out that time. Hopefully, if he gets the same opportunity, it goes a little differently. So now runner on 1. Josh Moylan comes to dish. Moylan is 1 for 2 today. With a base hit and a strikeout. Lefty-righty. If Bourne scores here, you can't say the game is over.
Oh.
Right through.
That's a strike.
I don't
if you
know.
catch
Yeah,
it,
that's
too.
a strike, and he's set up for that pitch. He's set up for the breaking ball. The glove's right there. I don't know where that misses the glove.
If Bourne scores here, it just makes a comeback exponentially
Yeah,
harder.
Beatty also came out and asked the umpire, said, that was a strike, whether we called it or not. He's got a great point. It was. But at the same time, you don't deserve that pitch to be called a strike if you can't get a glove on it. It wasn't he wasn't crossed up there either. Now a 1-0 on Moylan. There's a good pitch from Harrington and a called strike. Fastball 91.
I'm not saying you need to strand this run. Hey, look who's in our comments. Ethan Hammerberg. Let's go Hawks. Come on, baby.
Hey, Ethan. I had Philip Matulia saying, what did he say? Let's go, let's fly.
Oh, he's
Harbor
in
Hawks.
the pregame video. Hawks.
Let's fly.
No, let's ride.
Let's ride.
Like Russell
So
Wilson
good.
out in Denver.
Yeah.
That fired the crowd up.
Oh,
yeah, I flinched at that one. That one got me right there. So now a 2-strike count for Harrington after a 90-mile-an-hour fastball is fouled off by Moylan. You're in a decent spot if you're Patrick. You got the 8-hole here in Moylan, and then the 9-hole Frick. Well, what's not decent about the 8 and the 9-hole, Moylan's batting .333. Frick's batting .375 this postseason.
Yeah,
Hello,
these guys
Bourne
have
Braves.
done damage. That's where the best teams are, and the bottom of their order produces.
The 1-2, wind howling. Harrington comes home with it, and the ball's fouled off to the right. Oh!
That's a nice play. Is that
was a
salty
really
or
good
no?
play. No, I think that guy's happy. He doesn't look too salty. He's got a big smile on his face. And
As in Jared Saltalamacchia, the
who's that?
Bourne assistant coach, former Red Sox catcher.
Former Ranger.
Yes, he was a Ranger. They had his jersey. They had to paint the rainbow. Now 1-2. Patrick Harrington looking for a strikeout here. Instead, he gets a foul ball into the stands.
92, too, on the fastball.
These at-bats from Bourne have just been demoralizing for the Harbor Hawks. They just don't go away.
Dad just texted. It's Elsie, not Nellie. Nellie's still alive. Elsie was the cow that passed.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry about that, folks at home. Journalistic integrity has been muddied. The 1-2 from Harrington. That's a ball, but it's a great pitch. It's a very tight breaking ball, but he just misses with it low.
Yeah.
Now a 2-2. Harrington on the lefty Moylan. Checks off second base, deals home, just gets a piece of it.
This is a bat. Again, pitch after pitch after pitch. He's going to wait until Harrington gives him something he likes.
Well, yeah, if you like ball games that have 5 combined runs, that are only 5 complete innings through, after 2 hours and 18 minutes, you are fawning over this one. 2-2 count from Pat Harrington to Josh Moylan. The righty deals it home.
Another one, man. This is
Austin,
bad.
didn't you say you had dinner reservations at 9?
No.
Yeah.
I was smart enough.
Yeah, turns out Moylan's still going to be at the plate. 76th foul ball when that rolls around.
Call the old Wendy's and cancel those.
Yep. Got about 6 biggie bags waiting on our crew. Another 2-2 from Pat Harrington. Checks off second base. Fires.
Oh, man.
Are you kidding? What an at-bat this is. How many pitches we on now?
Kids got bedtimes, man. Someone's got a crack here. Either hit it over the wall or let's go home. 10 pitches. Thanks, Mike.
Next one will be the 11th.
From our statistician, Mike Maynard.
10 pitches, man.
Okay.
He needs what?
6 baseballs.
Oh. I heard something different. The 2-2 from Harrington. Foul ball is at -150 odds.
Oh, wow.
I asked for it, and he delivers. There's a home run.
Wow.
That one was way, way, way into the trees at McKeon Ballpark, and that ball landed in the harbor.
That was the furthest home run I've seen in a Cape Cod baseball game.
Yep, that'll do it. 5-run deficit. Harbor Hawks still have 4 innings to work with the bats, but if momentum was measured on a scale of 1 to 1,000,000, I'd put about 1 million points on the Bourne side.
Remember when I said Moylan, batting practice, hit a couple over the scoreboard? And Austin, you said, well, he hasn't done it in a game.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Well,
that's for sure.
Here's the 9-hole hitter. That was the 8-hole hitter, guys. Congrats. Called strike. 93 from Harrington. That's the strongest pitch we've seen from him all season for the Harbor Hawks. That's what plate discipline like that from Moylan, that's what it gets you. If you're a young baseball player watching this game, you're thinking, I just want to hit home runs, get base hits. First and foremost, be able to walk.
Go watch that at bat back. It'll instantly make you a better baseball player if you're watching, because what Moylan just did.
Be able to fight off pitches. If you don't like it and it's still close, foul it off.
Yeah,
that's why Nolan Shonowell is he's such a great prospect for Major League Baseball.
Well, that's a championship at bat.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you talk about what makes or breaks a championship team and helps you advance to the next round, that at bat from Moylan is it.
I mean, if I'm an MLB scout, that's what I want to see first.
Yeah.
That 11 pitch at bat where, not only do you get 11 pitches, but the end of the highlight is a 450-foot bomb.
I've never seen a ball hit that far in the Cape League.
2-2. In the dirt. Great pitch by Harrington. His breaking ball is there. It's just not. It's missing far enough that the guys are not going to bite on it.
Yeah.
That's down in the dirt. It's got quick break on it, and now time is called by Frick.
Well, we talked about it, I think, a couple times today. What really makes a difference in these playoffs is how do your 7 through 9 hitters perform. We saw that in the Katuitt series. The Harbor Hawks 7 through 9 hitters showed up and won them that series, and this one, Bourne, has piled it on thanks to their guys in the 8 and 9 hole. Moylan today, 2 for 2, a homer, 2 runs driven in, and Frick at the plate, 1 for 1. He also has a walk. So.
Look at this. These guys are driving these counts to full already. 7 pitches in this one.
Harrington's pitch count's at 50 pitches through 3 batters.
We'll see what the Hawks have in them here.
The payoff. Oh.
These are the best at-bats we have seen from anybody all summer. Wow.
Well, this is what everyone said it. I think every broadcast team we've talked to, we don't want to play Bourne. Nope. Everyone said it. We don't want to play Bourne in the playoffs. We want to avoid them. And credit to Falmouth for taking them to 3 games, because this lineup, we talked about it so many times, and not to beat a dead horse, but this lineup, top to bottom in Bourne, has just grinded out every single at-bat.
Yeah.
And it's like they're just at another level tonight.
There's a lot of experience in this lineup.
Yeah.
Whereas across the way for Hyannis, you get a lot of young guys, which is a great way to build a team, especially to add longevity. They're not draft eligible, and many of them need this summer to build their draft stock. For Bourne, you've got a lot of guys who feel like they got slighted in this last draft.
Chris Burrito, 3-run home run on a 2-2 count.
Yeah.
And then the same thing to Moylan after on pitch 11 of an at-bat with 2 strikes, he hits a home run.
5 of the 6 runs have come via the home run.
Yep, with 2 strikes.
Both of them with 2 strikes.
2-strike hitting. So it's what really makes them jump to the next level.
Well, and both of them had fouled off 2 or 3 pitches they didn't like to get one they did, and they go long, long gone on them.
That one was just, man. The Burrito one, a home run. It was left center field, deep part of the yard, but that ball by Moylan, that's like if you hit a golf ball at Topgolf and you just see it disappear into the night. That's pretty much how that one went.
0-2. Hey, there's your called strike 3. Bryce Eblin, the Harbor Hawk killer, is 0 for 4 tonight with a strikeout. Patrick Harrington sends him back to the dugout, and now Matt Shaw will come to the dish after the second out in the 20th minute of the top of the 6th inning.
Hey, Drake, you know that meme that comes
parable?
from
Confucius.
Avengers Infinity War? You know, it's a did you
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good?
No, you know, it's a conversation between Gamora and Thanos. Did you get Bryce Eblin to go 0 for 4?
Zach,
yes.
What
did it cost?
I need you to put that to me in English terms.
Put that to me in baseball terms.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
The Harbor Hawks finally retire Bryce Eblin.
Oh, I understand.
Hey, opa.
At the sacrifice of, well...
Also,
how about basketball terms?
Shout out to all of our listeners, including the ever inevitable Love Chat XYZ. best adult dating site. Okay, fine. We'll delete those then. Now the 01. The dirt. As maybe if they come back, it's the love chat comeback.
Still plenty of baseball left on the bright side. Trying to look at the positives here. The Hawks have plenty of time to put a rally together. You don't have to do it all in one inning.
Yeah, that is true.
The way it appears next, you're going to face a right-handed hitter, which your lineup is significantly better against right-handed pitching.
Now the 1-1.
There you
Swing and a
go.
miss. Yeah, look, there are 4 innings left to play here with the bats coming up for Hyannis. And I don't want to sit here and be that guy that's, okay, 2 runs in the first one, 3 runs in the second one, 2 runs in the...
Get him however you can.
But really, you're 3 runs in the next inning and then 2 runs in the inning after away from tying the ball game. As unfathomable as that may seem with 1 run on 4 hits, it's not impossible, and that's a good start. Matt Shaw goes down via the strikeout. Pat Harrington responds to the home run with a couple of punchies. The Harbor Hawks trail this one by 5 now after another moonshot. And Tom Petty's I won't back down. If there's anything to fire you up, it's that, huh? We're going to send it to the baseline to Bria Losick.
Thanks, guys. To many of the players, this 2022 Harbor Hawks squad is more than just a summer ball team. Before he left, Christian Moore out of Tennessee said this is one of the best brotherhoods that he's played for. Even though a lot of Harbor Hawk pitchers have already had their final outings, many have chosen to stick around and support their teammates. Even Phil Matulia, who played his last game as a Harbor Hawk on July 21st, sent in a special message that played on the scoreboard pregame for the guys. Manager Eric Beatty said that this Harbor Hawk squad has great chemistry, and that's the main reason that they've made it this far. Back to you guys.
We will send it to a break on the Harbor Hawk Baseball Network. Thank you, Bria. The score is 6-1 when we return.
With Hood Milk, you can trust your family is getting high-quality milk in every nutritious and delicious drop. It begins here on farms that Hood selects, with farmers who uphold the highest standards and who pledge to never use artificial growth hormones. And you'll see that care continue right to your home with our Light Block bottle, which protects the fresh taste of your milk. At Hood, we never stop caring about our milk because you never stop caring about your family. Always good, always Hood.
Gannon's Tavern is the home of incredible wings, handcrafted cocktails, ice-cold beer, and Keno. Their innovative tavern menu features seafood, great sandwiches, steaks grilled to perfection, and stunning specialty dishes. There's no better place to watch your favorite New England pro football team than Gannon's Tavern, in their large bar or outside on their covered deck, complete with TV and sound. Gannon's Tavern, 959 Burses Way, Hyannis. Like them on Facebook and Instagram.
See you soon at Gannon's Tavern.
Well, spirits are high.
Hey, still plenty of baseball
There's
left.
a lot of baseball left. If the Harbor Hawks score 1 run for the remaining innings, they lose the game by 1. But if they score 2 runs for every remaining inning, guys, that's a blowout Harbor Hawk win.
Yeah.
6-9, and we go home happy.
Remember, you only have to tie the game to send this to extras, then who knows what happens from there.
Yeah.
You only have to score 5 runs. Honestly, I think we should send it to a break and go back down to the dugout. Austin, you and me will tag team, do a big pep talk, huh?
I got nothing to say.
You got nothing today? All right. They have not instructed us to do that once.
Nigel Belgrave is the new arm.
We have not been asked to be the first base coach yet. And yes, Zach, you are right. There's a new pitcher on the mound. Nigel Belgrave.
He's been good.
Is he out of the United Kingdom? What a name that is,
Out of
huh?
Auburn, Massachusetts, and a teammate of Matt Shaw, Maryland.
Auburn, Massachusetts. He's a terrapin. You know what a terrapin is, Austin?
A turtle.
It is a turtle.
Oh, man,
it is a
this
turtle.
guy's been good. What if I told you? 3.14 ERA and 14.1 innings pitched. Only 10 strikeouts to 7 walks.
Oh, great. That's the same that Adams was. The guy couldn't strike out anybody, and then he comes in tonight, and the guy's a world beater. His final stat line, 5 innings, 7 strikeouts for a pitcher that just doesn't like to strike out batters.
Yeah, he was great. Really good. I mean,
Belgrave saw the Harbor Hawks once, and it was in the game that we don't talk about between these two.
Oh, no.
I don't remember a thing from him pitching in that game.
I don't either. I don't remember.
Because all I remember was sitting here for an hour and 10 minutes.
Yep. That was
in the last inning.
Top of the 9th inning alone
Yeah.
was an hour and 15 minutes. The Harbor Hawks just for good measure, scored 1 run in the bottom of the ninth in an 18-10 loss where they entered the ninth inning, up 9-7. You know who I do remember pitching in that game?
Yeah.
Philip Matulia.
I do. That
That's
was
what I
electric.
remember.
Phil Matulia struck out Matt Shaw.
He did.
He did. Matt
Hey,
Shaw struck out a few times
how about
tonight, too.
Jackson Rossa had 3-0 here. Rally starts with you, Jackson. Why not the Hawks? Why not a chance here to
Well, I would hate
chip away?
I would hate if Belgrave walked the first Hyannis Harbor Hawk because we've seen how that's worked out for the guys tonight.
Yeah, last 2 innings, the Hawks leadoff guys have got on. The 9-hitter Flores last inning, the bottom of the 5th, draws a walk, doesn't move off of first base, and in the bottom of the 4th, Drew Earhart, the 5-hitter singles, and well, you guessed it, doesn't move off of first base to lead off the inning. Just stranded there.
They keep doing the thing. There's a walk. They keep doing the thing where the leadoff hitter gets on first base, and then they just stand there. You don't even have to lead off of first base because they haven't been moved around by a thing. Bunch of strikeouts have come recently, and now, though, you get into a part of your lineup, and Drew Earhart coming up post Jackson Ross, where you feel at least somewhat comfortable. Earhart's been sharp in the playoffs.
Hey, he's had a good day today. 2 for 2.
Hey.
1 RBI.
True. Yes. First pitch that Earhart sees. That one's outside. So some control issues here early for Belgrave.
Have to take advantage of this.
Yeah, he's humming 94 with that arm slot. It looks a lot faster.
Yes, it does.
Certainly tough to make contact on, and
yeah,
have a little bit of trouble locating it.
God forbid a guy throw 94 against the Harbor Hawks. 85. Can't touch it.
That's been the formula this season. Anyone throws in the mid to high 90s, the Hawks have no problem hitting, but otherwise you slow it down and they struggle. We saw that with second-round pick Carson Wisenhunt throwing 95, and the Hawks put up 7 runs on him.
Belgrave is solely a fastball pitcher. What if I told you 85% fastballs?
Where's he? Tom's at 96.
90 to 94. He's going to sit at 92.
Well,
There's you saw 94 right there, but
right.
he
He
won't
throws
throw
strikeouts.
anything. He's going to only throw the fastball. So there is the fastball again at 94. I can tell you what's coming. This next pitch,
fastball.
It's the fastball.
Can you hit it? It's that arm angle. It's a little different.
Right,
It just
right.
looks so much faster to the hitter and has a lot of movement on the fastball
It's
too.
a lot like Cotto. Despite Cotto being from the left side, it's, hey, my fastball's hard. Come hit it. Hit good spots. Have good speed. The 2-1. Up. Fastball. Called strike. 94 miles an hour.
Good placement there.
Wait a second, guys. 2-2 count.
Fastball.
What do you think he throws here?
The knuckleball, if he has one.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Drew Earhart would swing right over. Through an ephus right here. Earhart would swing, rear back, and still have time to swing again. Earhart has not removed the bat from his shoulders.
Good eye.
93, a ball low and outside.
What
All right.
do you do?
Well, you prepare for the fastball.
You have to, but you don't know where it's going to be.
All right, Drew. Hey, Drew Earhart's also got some power, so if you want a guy to get on one of these fastballs, the 3-2 pitch, that one rounding through the right side for a base hit. Holding up at second base is Jackson Ross. Drew Earhart is safe at first, and hey, don't go anywhere quite yet. The Harbor Hawks have a couple of guys on. Dominic Patelli coming to the plate. Pancho Ruiz is going to pinch hit today. We'll get to see him as well. So you toss a lefty into the lineup now, righty-lefty. Then you get Pancho coming up, a righty behind you who's been pretty decent in the playoffs.
And that wind is still blowing out to right field pretty hard, like Moreland took advantage of. Let's see. The Hawks try to bring some energy back here, and you got a chance. All you need is a chance.
3 for 3 on the day, Drew Earhart. How about that?
See the fans trying to get into this one. Everybody getting up on their feet.
Really energetic.
Pretty lethargic, actually.
I mean, the crowd hasn't really thinned out at all. The place is still packed.
They're all saying we're on Cape Cod. Beaches, seafood, that whole yelling thing, we'll leave that behind back where we came from. So, see a mound visit here. They're going to come out and talk to Belgrave, whose location. Fastball has been, the speed has not been an issue to this point whatsoever, but the location has been. He missed on another there. He goes low in the zone against Earhart, and Earhart makes him pay with a base hit. Yeah.
3 of those tonight for Drew.
Earhart going oppo, and now you get Dominic Patelli. And Patelli is a guy that has struggled. He's kind of picked his struggles in the playoffs. He's batting 188, but he had that game against Katuitt in Game 3 where he reached base all 5 times to the plate.
He's walked tonight, too.
I think he's going to be very selective of what he sees here.
The Harbor Hawks just need a couple. I mean, it's only the 6th inning.
Here you go.
He
Red
takes
light.
the ball.
Red light right now. Belgrave does not have it.
The dugout's into it. They're trying to pick up this lineup and get some runs across.
Again, don't want to be the guy that's trying to already paint the comeback yet because it is so daunting, but again, don't make it all up on one swing. Just chip away little by little. You've got 4 innings to work with, the 1-0. That ball's way outside.
There you go. Don Patelli's probably got a red light still here.
Yeah, that's another righty in the bullpen. Belgrave has not really seen these issues all year long. This is not the Belgrave they're used to, and for Bourne, I don't think they're ready to throw a guy in the bullpen. Now you hear the crowd. Harbor Hawk fans getting into this one.
Well, Bourne only has 4 lefties out of their bullpen.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a lot, but when you think about it, they've all pitched recently because Bourne hasn't had an off day in a while. Hunter Furtado's a starter. He's seen him a couple days ago. So with a lefty-heavy lineup like the Hawks, they don't really have as many options as does Bourne at this point in their season.
And unlike the Hawks, Bourne is guaranteed a tomorrow, whether it's against the Hawks or Brewster.
The 2-1 Patelli grounds out to second base. The ball is fielded cleanly. Throw to second in time. Throw back to first. Not in time. It gets away from Britos. Now runners on the corners. Earhart thrown out at second, but that's a fielder's choice the Harbor Hawks will live with as Pancho Ruiz comes the dish, and you've moved a man 90 feet away from your second run of the game.
Well, you take that. I mean, as opposed to the double play, Harbor Hawks might have caught a break there as well.
Well, now you get Pancho to come up and pinch hit here. He's swinging the bat a lot better.
You got Patelli at first. Do you steal Dominic Patelli?
If they're going to, well, not here because Brito's going to hold him on.
Well, for fear of the double play ball.
Right, yeah.
Pancho's speed is not what he hangs his game on.
We also got to think, he's only throwing fastballs on the mound at 94, so you're not really giving yourself a good chance to steal.
That's a great point. You're not going to see the off speed. First pitch, fastball, 93.
How do you steal on that? It's just so quick to the plate. So
yep.
If you can find a pitch where you might mix in that rare slider or breaking ball, then maybe run on it, but it's just kind of risky here.
The 0-1 to Ruiz. Pancho swings right over it. That's the swing of someone coming out of the dugout cold.
Yeah. You know he's throwing the fastball. The Hawks just got to try to catch up to it here.
Pancho way behind on that one. Now Ruiz down to the count 0-2. You got to fight here. You cannot strike out. You've got to fight here. Watches the ball outside.
That's close, but nice job by Pancho holding up. 83. He dropped down there. Was that the changeup or the slider?
That was the slider. He doesn't have a changeup.
Yep,
he
he's a
has
two-pitch guy.
2 pitches, and he only throws one of them 15% of the time. Now a 1-2 to Pancho, who's still down on the count. Runners on the corners. Pancho grounds out on the left side. It's a double play ball. The throw to second is, he gets away. Don Patelli's going to third, and there's runners on the corners again for the Harbor Hawks.
Yeah, Matt Shaw, that just cannot happen.
It was a bad throw from short, it looked like. Just pulled him off the bag. You got to catch the ball, though.
Matt Shaw botches the throw. Kuroda Grauer, who's not renowned for his defense, can't pick it up. And now runners will stay on the corners with a gross error from the Bourne Braves as Nolan Shonowell comes to the dish.
Here is your chance to capitalize on the Bourne Braves' mistakes. Nolan Shonowell at the plate. Exactly who you want up in this spot, thanks to his scorching hot bat this postseason. Here's your shot.
That's the baseball gods throwing you a bone right there. Pancho Ruiz, with all due respect, he's probably getting doubled off there.
Good
There's
take.
a ball, 96 miles an hour. So you know that Belgrave is really, that's the fastest pitch that he's thrown in his career, was also at 96. So he's amping it up right here.
These guys don't want to go home yet.
Don Patelli on third. Standing off at first base is Pancho Ruiz, the catcher. The 1-0 to Shonowell is taken outside, but a called strike.
It's about expected for Nolan. He's going to take until he gets a strike oftentimes. Now, 1-1. You've seen 2 fastballs at 96. Here's your chance. You might have him timed up. Nolan knows he's getting a heater.
1-1 from Belgrave. Fires are home. Nolan Shonowell sends that to right field. It's down for a base hit. It's going to be an extra base hit. I'm just kidding. Shonowell stops at first. The throw to third's not in time. Put him on the corners. Get up. Get loud. This place is alive.
What did you say, Austin? He was going to get a fastball, timed it up perfectly. And now Tito Flores represents the tying run.
How do you respond? Is the question we've asked so many times, because in the playoffs it's punch for punch. It's a couple of heavyweights going at it. The Hawks are not done just yet. The crowd is on the edge of their seat. One down still. You got that run 90 feet away in Poncho Ruiz, and you got to, at least, if you're Tito Flores, get him home.
Listen to this crowd. Listen to this crowd.
First pitch to Flores, the ball high, called a strike.
That's a slider at 85. He just dropped it in. Not the location you're looking for that slider, but it's a strike nonetheless.
I don't think he'll go back to it.
Look at this, the whole right side of the infield completely open. If Tito can get one off the end of the bat, that's going to score a run and keep this thing going.
0-1 to Flores, fouled off.
He's gone slider both times to Tito. I think the scouting report here from Bourne is, hey, they're on your fastball. Got to mix it up. But now, after 2 in a row at 83, does he come back with the heater up in the zone? Got to be ready for it if you're Tito Flores.
Flores is followed in the lineup by Riku Nishida and Mitch Jebb. Nolan Shonowell off of first. Poncho Ruiz 90 feet away. The 0-2 to Tito Flores. Time was called. A ball came out on the field, and what could have been strike 3 via the slider is nullified. That pitch goes away.
That was strike 3.
Yeah, that. Ooh.
Well, the baseball gods are now throwing you a second bone.
Wow. The Bourne fans are not happy. It came from the Bourne bullpen, too.
Yeah.
Oh, those poor guys. They didn't help their teammate Belgrave out. Nigel Belgrave facing Tito Flores, the 0-2 here. Harbor Hawk fans are getting into it. Tito watches the ball in the dirt.
93. He ramped it up to the fastball again. They're not going inside on these hitters. Still pitching outside to Tito. Now he's seen the fastball. You've seen both the pitches that he offers.
6-3 ball game, tying run at the dish. Only the 6th inning here from McKeon Ballpark. 2 across in this inning already. Flores swings and misses.
He dialed it right back to that breaking ball again. He had Tito thinking he was going to go fastball up, and that's just good pitch sequencing from Belgrave.
Really good at bat there by Belgrave to mix it up. You said the pitch sequencing that bat, what's made him successful in this Cape League season. And
again, you don't got to bring them all back right here. Riku Nishida doesn't have to hit a home run for you to be in this ball game, but at the same time, and maybe I'm getting greedy, you need that run 90 feet away. You cannot strand that for Riku Nishida.
That's exactly it. I mean, you don't have to make up it was coming into the inning a 5-run deficit.
Yeah.
You've gotten 2, sure, that's good, but when you have another one 90 feet away with 1 down, you got to get that one in as well.
First pitch to Nishida, taken for strike 1 at 94 miles an hour. And if there's anybody you want up, I think the 2 guys here, it's Riku Nishida or Mitch Jebb. Both of those guys. Nishida in the batter's box on the left side, Mitch Jebb coming up, the lefty behind him.
They both hit righties well.
0-1 to Riku, takes ball.
That was at his ears, come on.
No, I think
Harbor
it was
Hawk
in
fans
there.
they can't believe that one.
It's close.
Now an 0-2. Riku is the best plate discipline maybe that we've seen. Now the 0-2 to Nishida. Nishida bounces out and Matt Shaw at short. Shaw, will he have time? Shaw will not have time. The throw gets away from Brito. The Harbor Hawks have pulled this one within 2.
The speed of Riku Nishida from day one has propelled this team to success. He just puts it in play and lets his legs do the rest.
This is a team that right now, elimination facing them square in the face. The message in this dugout, the message in this bullpen, these boys don't want to go home just yet.
These guys, there are teams that when you get down 6-1, you roll over. You could go home tomorrow and sleep in your own bed for the first time in a year. But these guys, these fans, everybody is up. And up at the dish is Mitch Jebb.
Here is the guy you want at the dish.
Let's go Hawks. Rings out through McKeon Ballpark. The lefty Mitch Jebb stands in and takes strike 1 at 95.
It's a fine pitch to take. It's right at your knees, one on the outside corner that you're not going to do a ton with. Now you've seen the fastball again. That's all it is, getting in that box, seeing what 95 looks like from this right-hander, Belgrave, and seeing what you can do with it.
The 0-1 pitch to Jebb. The team MVP for the Harbor Hawks this season. Grounds out on the right side. Kuroda Grauer, bare hands at the throw to first is in time. Kuroda Grauer just took a screamer off the glove to the hand and then a quick transfer to first base, but not before the Hawks get 3 runs back. They respond to the Bourne home run, and with 3 innings to go, they pulled this one ever so closer on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
When it comes to buying or selling a home, you need a partner, not just an agent. For over 50 years, Gibson Sotheby's International Realty has set the standard of excellence and performance. A seasoned team that has thrived throughout all markets. Our agents live and work in your neighborhood and understand you. We are over 170 agents strong, backed by an in-house marketing team and global reach that is second to none.
From studios to penthouses, purchasing to renting, our team provides unparalleled real estate services.
This is your time to change your career, to advance your skills, to follow your dream. Curry College Continuing and Graduate Studies. Tomorrow is coming. Be ready.
I'm defeated, feel mistreated. I'm so angry, I'm singing a song. 'Cause I'm paying so much for home internet, and that's just wrong.
I've got T-Mobile home internet. I feel happy. Great. Very happy.
Good for you.
Look how much money I'm saving right now.
Wait, really?
There's no hidden fees, no price hikes, one core.
Bro, wow.
Internet without BS.
So you'll have to remember that one time that I put the momentum scale on 1 to 1 million, and I gave 1 million of the points to the Bourne Braves. I have now changed said scale, and about 750,000 of said points are with the Harbor Hawks after a 3-run bottom of the 6th inning. We come back to you in the 7th with Patrick Harrington on the bump for Hyannis, trying to quiet the Bourne Braves. And guys, I'm going to pitch it like this. Again, this is not end-all, be-all, but I think a 3-up, 3-down inning here is your key to the comeback, because if Bourne puts another run on, that might do it.
3-4-5 here for the Bourne Braves, and Harrington's got to be able to work through this inning.
Horvath, the dish, takes a called strike. I'll say this, too. That zone has been wide open for both pitchers. Yeah. Very consistent and a very big zone tonight.
That's what made Adams so good. He used the outside part of it consistently.
Lefty who topped out at 85 tonight. Harrington goes breaking ball upstairs away. There is action in the Harbor Hawk bullpen here. Who is that up in the arm barn?
Braden Nelson. 31.
Jinx, you guys. One of you owes the other a popsicle.
Right in the freezer. Take one.
The 2-1. Swing and a miss. No more grape ones left after Zach Berman ate a grape one, and by 8, I mean let it drip all the way down his arm. Zach, I'll never let you live that one down.
Yeah.
Mike's laughing. Now a 2-2 to Mack Horvath. Be a big pitch here for Braden Nelson. That one charged in the center field, and Cole McConnell lets it get down for a base hit. Here's one of the major issues with the way that the divots sit in the outfield. So there's a high school baseball team that plays here. They have adult leagues teams that play here. When you dig out a divot in the outfield, a lot of these teams don't replace those. So if that ball hits the right divot, we've seen it plenty of times this season. It goes over the outfielder's head. So a play like that, McConnell's got to back all the way off of it right there.
Just
let it drop.
See how it bounces.
He can't take any chances running after. We've seen so many other teams burned by that, and now after that base hit, that'll be the end of the day for Patrick Harrington. The former Wareham Gateman turned Harbor Hawk will exit to a big applause from the Harbor Hawk faithful, and a new pitcher, Braden Nelson, will come into the game when we come back on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
When you need a better place to work, CapeSpace is the place to turn. In today's changing work environment, shared workspaces offer a flexible and affordable alternative to conventional office space. At CapeSpace, we offer a wide range of membership packages to suit your professional needs, complete with office amenities like high-speed Wi-Fi, coffee, printing stations, reception service, and private meeting rooms. Visit our website today to learn more.
UFOS Active Recovery. Because life keeps you on your toes. Because you want to shine when you rise. Foam technology absorbs impact with every step, so your body doesn't have to. Because standing still gets you nowhere. Get yours today at ufos.com. Feel better. Feel the U.
Welcome back to the Harbor Hawk Baseball Network. I'm Drake Toll alongside Austin Akuta and Zach Berman, bringing you the sights, the sounds, and a great game at the ballpark tonight. And a game that now features one Braden Nelson, Zach.
Well, Braden Nelson out of the University of Tampa has looked pretty good in his 3 appearances. Last 2 have come against the Cotuit Kettleers, one of which came in a 9-4 win in Game 1 of the playoffs. He actually went 2 1/3, and I'm not saying you need him to go the rest of the way, as much as I'm saying...
What are you saying?
If the Harbor Hawks can continue with the bats, you just got to use him to get to Jackson Amos.
Yeah, you got to have a scoreless inning here, even with the leadoff man at first. It's your turn for the Harbor Hawks to strand that runner.
Hyannis. Again, needing a 3-up, 3 down. Braden Nelson could be the key to that, but he's got to deal with Chris Brito as that one. A nice little pickoff move there that Nolan Shonowell saves from nearly getting away.
Well, Brito hit the last pitch he saw a mile high and a mile deep for a 3-run home run.
Yeah, a couple of home runs today for the Bourne Braves have helped their cause as Nelson's first pitch to the plate hits the plate.
I don't know. You feel like the Harbor Hawks are due for one more big home run. You just don't want any more runs on the board for Bourne's. That big home run can tie the game or take the lead.
Hyannis has yet to hit a home run in this series after hitting 5 of them against Cotuit.
Also, the ball flies out at Lowell Park. It doesn't necessarily do that as much here.
No, it doesn't really, unless your name's the Bourne Braves. At which point it only flies out of the ballpark because Nelson's down on the count 2-0.
I mean, also, both the home runs hit by Bourne tonight were bombs.
Yeah, no doubters.
Yeah, so Nelson on the mound has pitched 2 1/3 in the playoffs and 2 1/3 in the regular season. He's done both. And between those 4 2/3 innings, he's allowed 2 earned runs, 4 hits. He's been pretty effective.
23-year-olds from Brecksville, Ohio.
Just 1 walk, and he's also struck out a combined 7. Thanks, Zach.
2-0, ball low. He has played in a lot of baseball games over the course of his life. Since 2018, in college baseball, the guys that made 70 appearances over 266 2/3.
Hello. Between St. Bonaventure and Tampa.
Yeah, and Kalamazoo and Elizabethton and Hyannis.
Well,
4-pitch walk's not the way you want to start.
Not at all. It's not what you were looking for, and now you got to face a left-hander who likes to hit right-handed pitching in Evan Slide. And best case scenario here, you roll a double play or at least get the lead runner.
Remember that one time the Hawks had that triple play?
We haven't turned a triple play all year.
Well, you got to think they're due, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there's been a triple play in the league all year.
Well, the way Riku is shaded at second base, I don't think you're turning one here.
Okay, thanks,
so you have
guy.
to run 40 feet to get to the bag.
Maybe not a conventional one.
Unless the ball is hit literally directly at Mitch Jebb, I don't think there's odds for a triple play.
Showing bunt. He absolutely left it out there, but I don't think they're going to get the call. Scoop likes the triple play. Thanks, Scoop. Also, Love Chat's back. Remember what happened last time Love Chat was around?
Keep him around.
Calling that a visit?
They're calling that a visit.
I don't know what he's writing down.
Jackson Emis warming in the bullpen, 29 in white.
Well, he doesn't have a catcher, so I think warming is a
strong term.
Definitely at least standing up.
He is alive, yes, and in a jersey. The 1-0 will have to wait. Check off a second base. 2 on for the Bourne Braves and nobody down here in the top of the 7th. The Harbor Hawks trying to hold the guys in blue at bay as much as possible and make a late comeback in this one. The 1-0 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Braden Nelson at 93 miles an hour gets his first strike of the game. Surprised it wasn't a red light all the way there.
Yeah, after a 4-pitch walk and ball 1 to slide, he just went after a fastball.
Yeah. It's now a 1-1 count from Nelson. That wind is howling out of the ballpark still. It is almost 9 o'clock. We are almost 3 hours already into this ball game, and the wind has not died down. Bunt shown. He's leaving that out there.
Okay,
they're going to
you.
finally call it. I wish Poncho would have checked down on the first one. So it's now a 1-2 count, 94-mile-an-hour fastball from Nelson, and a strikeout would be huge. See the flag out there dancing. Thank you to Mike Maynard, Ella Gibson, Abby Stokes, our producers, for making that happen. Not the flag dancing, but the shot of the flag dancing.
They got a few fans on it right now, trying to get the wind going.
Everybody around here blows real hard, but not while Bourne's batting. Nelson checks off second. What are you uh-huh-ing over there, Zach?
Whatever.
Saying a prayer?
No.
Eyes closed? Me too. You and me both. Oh, 1-2. Nelson looking for his first K.
Oh, boy. Spiked it, hit the plate, shot up to the backstop, and now pretty much worst case scenario because those runners move up without an out recorded.
Yeah, I really like the stuff we've seen from Nelson this season, too. I wouldn't argue with his decision to put him in at all, but he looks almost reminiscent of what Belgrave gave you when he came in for Bourne. Just out of sorts, a guy who's typically good but doesn't have his stuff yet. That's where Nelson's been. Also, the decision to trot back out with Harrington didn't do too many favors. The 2-2. That one grounded to Nishida to the right side. It's Shanawell who's going to pick it up, throw to Nishida, and that's as good as a strikeout there.
That's great. I mean, you keep both runners in scoring position and get to deal with Kuroda Grauer.
Kuroda Grauer comes the dish after not the best day so far. Over 3 here at McKeon Park, but still batting .313 in the postseason.
Do you walk him?
No, I mean, he's a right-hander here, so I like attacking him.
Yeah, I also
you don't want to get to Moylan.
You don't want to get to exactly. There's no reason to do that.
It's a right-hander matchup. Nelson's much better. The next two guys righty with Kuroda Grauer and Taylor.
First pitch. There's a ball that's just foul tipped into the mitt of Poncho Ruiz. Kuroda Grauer again 0 for 3 today. Standing over at third base is Mack Horvath. At second is Chris Brito. Both of those guys got on with nobody out. There is now one down here in the top of the 7th. Harbor Hawks play the infield all the way in. They're not going to let that run come across on anything in the infield. That one hit the jab on the left side, and it's foul.
Yeah, well, you probably should smother that next time, because what happens if it hits something, bounces right? Obviously, a rare occurrence, but if that ball kicked right, that would have been...
Well, Patelli was ready for it, too. Luckily, he was backing up Mitch Jebb over there, so probably saves the run no matter what. But at the same time, you've got Mack Horvath who's right in front of you. You had to work around Mack Horvath.
Now you got 2 strikes here. This is a big bounce back from Braden Nelson.
I don't throw in the zone, but I also don't throw a wild pitch. So
I don't like where Riku's positioned behind the mound.
Yeah,
okay, now he's moving.
They take the shift on, shift off, shift back on. Another foul ball, and you can see that you're not getting a full swing from Kuroda Grauer. You're getting that soft contact.
Yeah.
He wants to bounce it up on the infield and over somebody's head. If he can do that, you score at least 1. If it's slow enough, you probably score 2.
That's a broken bat.
All right, he'll get a new one.
And looking at where Riku Nishida's position, he keeps dancing back and forth from right behind the pitcher's mound to the right to his natural position. Got to be careful, because if you're going one way and not getting set, your momentum could take you away from the play. So Riku, as much as those antics may distract the hitter, are you really setting yourself up for success? Because what happens if the ball's going in the opposite direction? You're moving.
Make a good point.
Braden Nelson is trying to hold the Bourne Braves at bay. And a spot here with 2 on, both in scoring position, only 1 down, but an 0-2 count on Joshua Kuroda Grauer. Kuroda Grauer came into today's game 5 for 13 in the postseason with 5 RBI. The 0-2 from Nelson. After the broken bat, foul ball. Braden Nelson sets, deals it home, in the dirt, and what a block by Poncho Ruiz.
That's huge.
That saved a run for sure.
How about Poncho this playoffs? He showed up defensively. Go from throwing out the fastest man in the league, Enrique Bradfield Jr., to saving a run here against Bourne.
Now a 1-2 to Joshua Kuroda Grauer. from the Tampa product, Braden Nelson. Fires home. That one in the infield. Patelli to home. The play at the plate. Safe.
He is safe. Yep.
He got around the tag.
That's a great slide by Horvath.
It's a great slide. Not a good throw by Patelli. It was to the right of Ruiz, and by the time he slapped the tag, he had a great look at it at home. Thanks to Mike, our camera guy. He was safe. It's what you wanted to happen. You had him at home, but the throw has to be in a spot where Poncho can just swipe the tag across, and it's a bang-bang play, but I happen to think that's the right call.
7-4 the score now. The Braves lead this one by 3. They've gotten to run back after the Harbor Hawks put up a 3 spot in the bottom of the 6th.
Yep, just watch the playback. Got his left hand under the tag.
Harbor Hawk fans were not the biggest fans of that call, but that's what it is. So with 2 strikes, that's ideal too. That's exactly what you want. It's really exactly, if not a strikeout, you want a play to anybody on the infield. Kuroda Grauer wanted the bouncer. It bounced right to Patelli, and if that throw is on the money, you get him by at least a step or 2.
Well, you also go back to the wild pitch a couple of pitches ago that allowed runners to go to second and third. That's a double play ball.
Yep.
If not the play before to Riku and Shawano on the right side.
Well, now it's Nelson Taylor who comes the dish, batting 182 in the postseason. Throw over to first.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I know he's quick, but what happens if that throw gets pulled off the bag?
Right. Also, Chris Brito doesn't have your lead speed over at third base either. Hawks trail this one by 3.
Double play still in order.
There's a called strike, 92 from Braden Nelson. And if you're Nelson, that's it. Just rein it in. Fastball is your pitch here. Throw them for strikes in a position that you like. You've only got 1 down. As easy as it is to say from the broadcast booth, at this point you just got to throw.
You have to just throw strikes here. Let your defense do the work behind you.
The 0-1 to Ruiz. That one's fouled off, and lucky it was, because Kuroda Grauer would have been safe at second base by about a mile.
Yeah, it appears that way. He had a really good jump and good speed on the bases. Really versatile player.
He had a great jump, and I don't think they're going to throw over to him again. I would almost hope they don't. You have a lot of trust in Braden Nelson's arm, and he's an experienced pitcher to toss one over there, but I wouldn't chance that. Now an 0-2 count to Taylor. Following up Nelson Taylor is Joshua Moylan, who has already made plenty of waves tonight for the Bourne Braves. He's got a couple of hits, one of them a 2-run home run that still hasn't landed.
Got to get Taylor here.
Throw back over to first.
I would not play with that kind of fire.
No. That's the last one. Please don't do it again.
I don't like it. I
specifically request.
It's so nerve-wracking, and in this situation, if you're Braden Nelson, got to go with a strike here. Try to get him to roll over, if not swing through it.
Pitch from Nelson to Taylor. Sky to the left side. Flores coming over, and it's going to land foul by about 3 feet.
I'm okay letting that ball drop because you could have the runner tag if it make that catch.
That same token, Brito over on third might not be going anywhere because he doesn't have good speed.
Yeah. Flores running in on the ball, too. You get momentum going your way for a little crow hop action. Throw could get away easily, but won't matter now. 0-2. I'm not even sure if Flores could have gotten to that baseball.
Yeah. Well, learn from that. He was late on your fastball. You're going to see them shade Tito a little bit more to the left.
Right. Middle infield playing at normal depth. You bring in Mitch Jebb over at third base. That one's grounded up the middle. Will Riku Nishida have time to play at the plate? The throw! In time, they got him out!
Wow, that's
I don't know.
Scott Landers has got something to say about this one, but that's a huge out at home by Riku Nishida.
Guys, he's safe.
Oh, yeah, he's safe. He is absolutely safe.
Safe. I mean, that is... Whatever way you slice it, you just traded a run for a run there. You had it. Scott Landers
says we were safe, and I got to agree with him there.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be – you have no help that you can ask for on that play, so the Harbor Hawks will fortunately get that out there.
That's not going to matter in the end, you know. That's a call where you see the Patelli play at home plate just a second ago is a play that should have very easily been an out.
Yeah.
It was called safe. It was safe. And there's a play that was safe, called out. It works out in the Harbor Hawks' favor there. So Hyannis, despite the 7-5, it is 7-4.
I wish it was 7-5. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Sorry to deke you there. And now Josh Moylan at the dish. You know he wants to get payback on that call. Moylan had a home run earlier that left the ballpark by a long way. And the Bourne fans are not going to let that one go for a while. And they all have a point.
They do.
Yeah, if there's any play that's going to fire up a baseball team, it's probably that one. The Harbor Hawks are playing with a borrowed one right there.
Yeah, Harbor Hawks are lucky to only be down 3 right now after that.
Yeah.
Well, now
that's huge. If that run comes across without an out and 2 guys on and only 1 down, we're in a much different scenario.
It's such a risky play by Riku, but as soon as he realized he had no shot at the double play, he had to go home trying to get that runner out. If it was hit harder, he has a chance to turn 2, but not at the chopping speed it was. And you saw that's where Brito off at third.
Yeah.
Not great speed.
The 1-0 pitch from Nelson. Moylan fouls that one off to the left side. Josh Moylan is 2 for 3 today.
Put the hands on Lenny down there making a play.
Hey, that guy played some baseball back in the day in Lexington, Massachusetts, alongside Director of Operations for Hyannis, Mazdak Darvari.
They know each other?
Maybe.
It turns out Lenny actually applied to work for Hyannis, and his email got lost in the shuffle.
Lenny working for the Cape League now.
Sorry there, Lenny. Nelson, the 1-1 to Moylan. Trying to be careful against the guy that made the Harbor Hawks pay earlier today. There's a called strike on the outside corner.
Good pitch. Now, you remember the last time we had 2 strikes on Josh Moylan's count. 11 pitches later, ball wound up on the beaches of Martha's Vineyard.
I'd like to say this, we'll likely see a new pitcher for the Braves as well coming up at the bottom of the 7th. Harbor Hawks still trying to mount a comeback after Bourne was able to get 1 back. Nelson's 1-2. Moylan fouls that one away, and here he goes again competing in the at-bat.
Yeah, last time we saw this whole show, you weren't too happy because Moylan ended on the 11th pitch, a moonshot of a home run.
So now a 1-2 count still on Moylan after he was able to chase off the 93-mile-an-hour fastball. It is a righty up in the pin for Bourne. That is a good, it's a really good thing for Hyannis. A lefty-driven lineup. 3, 4, and 5 due up for the Harbor Hawks, but you got to get Josh Moylan out first. The 1-2. That one, dribble to Mitch Jeb. Jeb, the throw to second's in time. Jeb to Nishida. You get it done, and the Harbor Hawks come out of the inning having only allowed 1 run, and you feel like you got away with one, allowing that. When we come back, a 3-run deficit in the 7th on the Harbor Hawk Baseball Network.
Best ever? Good question. Wait, why do you sound like Dr. J in your head? I've always sounded like Dr. J in my head, which means Dr. J's outside voice sounds like my inside voice? Which Coke? The doc would know. He got the world to call him doctor without going to med school. There's only one best ever.
If you live here, fun is your thing. If you live here, tough is your thing. Smart is your thing. Caring is your thing. If you live in Massachusetts, community is your thing. Since 1972, the Massachusetts State Lottery has provided over $25 billion to help cities and towns with the things they need most. If you live here, giving is your thing.
When Alaska Airlines needed a partner for the complex operations of travel, they made the switch to T-Mobile. Our 5G has Alaska Airlines and their customers covered, from major hubs to remote destinations, with 5G coverage ready now for the demands of today and the future. T-Mobile's network powers Alaska Airlines as they deliver next-level care for all customers. 5G ready now. That's how unconventional thinking is better for business.
Welcome back to 3 Guys Talking About a Baseball Game, and what a baseball game it is. 7-4 your scores will go to the bottom of the 7th. The Harbor Hawks needing some magic to come back late in this one. I'm Drake Toll alongside Austin Takuda and Zach Berman from the Tim Elstrom Broadcast Center. They are stretching at McKeon Ballpark, and That includes yours truly, as the jitters, the nerves, everything is on edge right now.
Well, here's the guy that's coming in. The Harbor Hawks have also seen him before.
There's a new pitcher, by the way.
Ryan Fisher out of NJIT. The Harbor Hawks saw him on August 2nd.
Oh, boy, he was good that day.
Yes, he was.
Well, Austin, it's been a pleasure.
Actually, I take that. Good, yes.
For our
but
producers,
also,
Ella Gibson, Abby Stokes.
let's hold off on the SAT talk right now. In that performance.
Well, give me good news then, Zach Berman.
He walked 4 and allowed 3 hits.
And how many innings?
3 innings.
But how many runs did he allow?
He only gave up 1 run.
Yeah,
the Harbor
that
Hawks have been
sounds like the
better
Hawks.
tonight with runners in scoring position than they were in that game.
That's true. Well, Harbor Hawks scored 3 in the bottom of the 6th, 1 in the bottom of the 1st. Still trail this one by 3 runs because Bourne got 1 back.
Got a really good part of the order to be up here in the bottom of the 7th with McConnell leading off for you. Really hits right-handed pitching well.
That's Cole McConnell.
Looks like Caleb Spur is your new first base coach.
Following up Cole McConnell is Jackson Ross.
Mr. Berman, I think your rendition of "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" certainly woke up the crowd.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying with all my might.
Harry Carey style. First pitch. That one's low and outside from Nelson.
Look, if the Harbor Hawks come back and win win tomorrow, I think I have to sing it in the championship.
That will be the moment. Yeah, Zach.
That will be the moment.
I cannot believe it, but you singing "Take Me Out of the Ball Game" might have just woken this ballpark up. Another ball. Oh, and you could see that Frick.
Scott Lynch in that first base dugout.
I think he mouthed, "What the frick?" They were wondering where that one missed, and they probably had a good point there.
Yeah, now Cole McConnell in a hitter's count could attack a fastball here.
The 2-0. McConnell takes strike 1 on the inside part of the plate.
There's the fastball, but Cole is somebody, as I think we've said a couple times tonight, that won't necessarily swing until he has a strike on him. He likes to take until it feels like he can go up there and get comfortable.
The 2-1 to McConnell. It's another one in the zone. McConnell's able to foul it off. And going back to that call at home plate last inning, our friend Steve Butler says, "Safe by a mile, easy call." Steve, I'll see you in the blue come this time next season on Cape Cod. You'll love it.
Yeah. I mean, Steve ain't wrong. Not that I'm going to argue.
There we go. Now the 2-2 to McConnell. Cole.
Oh, boy.
Ripped out to the left side, foul. Harbor Hawk fans have not left, but they've dispersed themselves into new areas of the ballpark out here. You see some Brewster fans that have made their way to McKeon as well, watching one of these two teams that they'll play in the championship game. Now a 2-2 to McConnell. Fisher dials home. Cole watches that one. I love it.
It's a great take by Cole, and seen a lot of fastballs so far for Fisher. Now 3-2, you'll learn a lot about a pitcher. Where does he go on 3-2? What is his out pitch? He's going to try to bring it home to McConnell here. And if nothing else, the guys in the on-deck circle are going to learn from this at bat.
The whole dugout is up on this pitch, the 3-2. That one's outside, and it's called strike 3. Oh, Cole is not happy with it, and I think he may have a point on that one, but at the same time, it's been called pretty consistently tonight.
Yeah.
It's been in the zone all night. It's a pitch that's tough to do much with, but that's a credit to Fisher to find the spot and execute a pitch.
That's great communication between pitchers, too. I mean, you know that Adams comes to the dugout and says, look, find that spot about an inch or two off the plate, outside part. You'll be in luck. And now you get Jackson Ross with 1 down here in the bottom of the 7th, nobody on. Ross, the FAU product, has been a great addition to the... Oh, he got hit.
Again, this guy's been hit a couple times.
Yeah. There's been that guy. After Justin Hyannis, High Hyannis left. After that, somebody had to take over the role of player who gets hit a lot, and Jackson Ross is an early candidate for that. So Drew Earhart now comes the dish, the runner on. Earhart has been really lights out in these playoffs. Even when he hasn't gotten on, he's put together tough at-bats, and Tomas Frick is curious about something. Motion's over, and whatever it is, I guess they figured it out. Jared Saltalamacchia is walking back from the Bourne bullpen.
Tomas Frick is still looking at the dugout. He's the only guy concerned with something.
Yeah.
And nobody else is giving him attention, but
I think he asked for a towel. First pitch to Earhart and called strike.
Yeah, Earhart tonight already 3 for 3, really seeing the ball well. Doesn't matter if it's right or left, he has a hit off of both.
Now an 0-1 to Drew. Earhart skies that one on the infield. Ross will have to stay camped at first as that catch is made easily by Matt Shaw, who's moved to second base. So John Peck is at shortstop, which is a nightmare for the Harbor Hawks, by the way.
Yeah, he's a Gold Glove caliber shortstop. That means Kuroda Grauer has been taken out of the game.
So it's package short. Matt Shaw has shifted over to second base. Drew Earhart down, and now Dominic Patelli comes the dish.
Yeah, Patelli hit the ball hard last time, but right on the ground to second base. And with 2 outs, you'd like to put one of those rallies up. You don't want to wait until the bottom of the 8th or the 9th to try to put up a 3 or 4 spot.
First pitch to Patelli is low in the dirt, and then Frick throws it right off Patelli's bat. So
What's the? I've never seen
that. Call it foul ball, I guess, and 1-1 count.
Just dead ball. Nobody can go anywhere.
We also do have to do our what's in the box after the bottom of the 7th. Oh, we do. It's all in the name of Mojo. We don't even put the flag up. We're just going to pull that guy right there and honeydew coffee, man. The 1-0 to Dom. Swings right under it.
Well, he was trying to make it a 1-run game with 1 swing. I like the logic. See if he goes back to that high fastball again. I don't know if Patelli will miss it.
3-run ball game was the story of the night last night when these two teams played for a majority of the evening, but it felt like such a larger gap. The 1-1, that one's low and outside and called a strike. I don't like that. It's been consistently called a strike, though. As a hitter, you've got to adjust. Now a 1-2 to Patelli. It's in the dirt. That's going to move Jackson Ross up to second base.
All right.
Tomas Frick couldn't corral it. Now the Harbor Hawks have a runner in scoring position.
You take that.
Yeah, with the 2-2 count here. A guy's 180 feet away from the dish. It'd be great to not strand it. A base hit is going to score Jackson Ross.
Yeah, Dom Patelli here on a 2-2. Fisher's with 2 strikes has been going to the fastball more and more.
2-2 with 2 down and a runner on second base. The pitch home from Fisher. Inside on Patelli.
Good eye.
Tough take, but it is a ball inside.
Yeah.
Nice job by Dom Patelli. He has a really keen eye, and we've said it before. He doesn't swing at a lot of pitches out of the zone. His strikeout numbers are average, but when he's missing, it's on pitches in the strike zone, and that's a nice take by Dom.
Now a 3-2 after the 89-mile-an-hour pitch from Fisher. Full count, 2 down, runner on second. The payoff pitch. Patelli grounds out to the right side. Matt Shaw is standing there, so you're not getting anything. The out is made easily, and we go to the top of the 8th inning. There are 2 innings left to play here, and we'll be right back with a 3-run deficit on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Diet Coke? Were you my mom?
You should be so lucky, because you know what moms do? Well, I suppose we should start with the whole giving you life thing. It seems like that should be enough. No? Okay. What about her ability to send shockwaves through the neighborhood without saying a word? Or whip up a ridiculous handmade costume that you forgot to tell her about? Not to make you happy, but because she had a reputation to uphold. She invented rideshare, called it carpool, and did it for free. She didn't need those dating apps either. You copied her jeans, her spin, her shoes, her scrunchie, and whether you realize it or not, her music.
Why not?
Oh, and she can win any argument in 4 words.
Because I said so.
Everything you're trying to do, she's already done it, did it better, and she did it with a Diet Coke in her hand. So, drink what your mama gave you.
Welcome to the top of the 8th inning, and welcome inside the box. I'm Drake Toll alongside Zach Berman and Austin Dakuta, the Tim Elsham Broadcast Center, where every game we find out what's in the box. This place works as kind of a storage unit here at McKeon Ballpark, and you always find something weird,
wacky,
or wild.
And today it is this hawk. This hawk has been the rally hawk. It's got a sty in its left eye and has been what Hyannis has used this postseason to rally. There's one in the dugout, and there is one right here in our press box. So thank you to Honeydew Coffee for what is in the box tonight in this Rally Hawk, and it is a beaut.
No, it's a hollow plastic Two beady-looking eyes.
Zach,
stare,
I said Butte, and you're just trying to
right
into
right into your soul.
Oh, jeez.
But it's lucky. It's
Took
lucky.
a dark turn. Thank you to Honeydew Coffee for sponsoring What's in the Box. Austin, what say you?
Go Hawks. What else? I mean, he just.
I didn't sing "Take Me Out" to the ball game for the boys to go down tonight.
Oh boy.
I like it. Well, we'll take it back to the field and take it back to Braden Nelson, who's on the bump still for the Harbor Hawks after getting himself out of a little bit of trouble there earlier with a play at the plate, throw from Riku Nishida, and a tag put down by Pancho Ruiz to get an out at home as that ball is hit right on the nub to Nolan Shanawell, and he makes the play.
Shanawell's defense has been really, really understatedly good this season.
Yeah, and that's another big out there. First pitch out, and that, at least for Braden Nelson, takes care of the guy in the 9-hole, and you get to the top of the order with nobody on.
So one pitch, one out to start the top of the 8th here. For Hyannis coming back out, they'll have Ruiz, Shanawell, and Flores. That's 7, 8, and 9 due up. There's a healthy cut and a ball that's foul tipped.
So you're guaranteed
in the mid of Pancho Ruiz by Bryce Eblin.
You're guaranteed at least one more trip through, Riku, Jeb, McConnell, and whether it be the bottom of the 8th, or bottom of the 9th, to punch in on a rally or to get a rally going.
The 0-1. Richard Ashford says, hate to tell you, but that's an owl. Richard,
that's a
we have
hawk.
called many an agronomist. We have called every chiropractor in town and those that are in Hampton. Is that where you went today?
Hingham.
Hingham.
Had to see the chiropractor.
Yep, and they have all said the same thing. That is a hawk.
It's interpretive, right?
Yeah,
it's interpretive.
It's art. We
It
can
is.
decide what we think it is, and we've decided it's a hawk.
I asked one arborist who said it wasn't a hawk, but their opinion, they were just upset.
There you go. Braden Nelson comes out and now ahead 1-2 on a really good hitter in Bryce Eblin, who struggled today.
Big whiff, and now with a 1-2 count. Eblin 0 for 4 in this one. Nelson's a strike away from another quick out here in the top of the 8th. Braden Nelson deals her home. Swing and a miss.
Anybody see Bryce Eblin going 0 for 5?
Yeah, I mean, he came into this game at 6 for 11 in the postseason with a couple of walks mixed in. 0 for 5 today. Credit to the Harbor Hawk pitching for making the adjustment to Eblin. This would be huge. If you can get this quick inning here from Braden Nelson, you haven't had many clean innings tonight. This would be a big one for the Hawks to give him some momentum heading into the bottom of the 8th.
So Shaw's at the dish here. Shaw's showed great speed, great power all season long. Player of the year on Cape Cod, and the first pitch he sees from Nelson's a bit inside.
All right. I've shown him your fastball in.
Yeah, I'm fine with that spot. You know, you
Come
don't have
back
to.
outside now.
Got 2 quick outs, don't have to attack the zone. I know the Harbor Hawks want to get to the plate as fast as possible. They've yet to utilize the arm of Jackson Emus, too.
He's warming, though.
Yeah. And I think even if in the end Hyannis falls in this game, you can't have left Emus in the bullpen.
Right, he'll pitch the 9th and hopefully bridge you to the bottom of the 9th, and or depending on how the bottom of the 8th goes.
Yeah. Get you a save.
Either way, Emus is going to throw the 9th, and he's real good, to say the least.
Nelson tosses one of the dirt to Matt Shaw. Harbor Hawks clinging to every bit of momentum they can get. The wind is still blowing out pretty healthy. There you go, Zebo.
Oh, boy.
The 2-1. Shaw fouls that one off. So now a 2-strike count after the 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Braden Nelson. A strikeout would be a huge momentum boost for this team, trying to mount a 3-run comeback. The 2-2 from Nelson to the Cape Cod League Player of the Year, and it's outside. Count runs full, and the tension is still high, even with nobody on here for the Braves.
No, this has been an edge-of-your-seat type of game all the way through.
David said he would take
Elimination game for the Harbor Hawks at least. The payoff pitch from Nelson. Dials her home. Low and inside.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with walking Shaw in that situation. With 2 down, now you get to deal with Horvath, who hasn't been swinging as hot as he did during the regular season. You kind of nibble the corners against Shaw. Don't give him anything that he can do damage with.
How about a return to form for Matt Shaw, who's reached base 4 out of 5 times tonight, 3 walks.
Yeah.
He's certainly turned it up.
Harbor Hawks have pitched around him, too, and I think a lot of teams have in the postseason. They've really just tried to be Rembrandts, and Shaw has taken a lot of chances to try to be that guy for his team that haven't paid off so far, but tonight he's been able to reach base consistently. Tossed back over to him. They can't get him. But
stolen a base as well. He was 21 for 24 in the regular season.
Yeah.
As a base stealer.
He was picked off earlier in today's game, in the third inning by Ty Langenberg.
Shaw now batting 125 in the postseason. Horvath batting 188. He's 1 for 3 today.
He's got a big lead over there. If that throw by Nelson's a little bit closer to the bag where Shonowell can just swipe the tag, you may have something. Seen it once. That's a healthy lead.
That's a massive red flag, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, good.
That is a massive red flag. There's a ball called a strike. Poncho didn't do a great job of framing that one up either.
I think he was set up outside. I couldn't tell necessarily, but he moved the glove across the zone, and it's hard to frame a pitch like that when you're coming back across.
Yeah. Now the 0-1. Check over. They got a pickle on Matt Shaw. Riku Nishida running him down. Nishida tosses over. The play at first base is in time. Matt Shaw has been picked off for the second time today.
They've picked off the player of the year 2 times, and that gives you a little bit of hop in your step to end the inning.
The Hawks need 3 more runs. Going to the bottom of the 8th, they try to chip away when we come back on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
When Alaska Airlines needed a partner for the complex operations of travel, they made the switch to T-Mobile. Our 5G has Alaska Airlines and their customers covered, from major hubs to remote destinations, with 5G coverage ready now for the demands of today and the future. T-Mobile's network powers Alaska Airlines as they deliver next-level care for all customers. 5G ready now. That's how unconventional thinking is better for business.
This BBB seal is a badge of honor. It's a sign that this is a business you can trust.
Hi. Oh, this is amazing.
Each year, millions of people see the BBB seal on a door or a window or a website and breathe a little easier. See the seal and know you've made the right choice. Find a business you can trust. Ask BBB.
If you live here, fun is your thing. If you live here, tough is your thing. Smart is your thing. Caring is your thing. If you live in Massachusetts, community is your thing. Since 1972, the Massachusetts State Lottery has provided over $25 billion to help cities and towns with the things they need most. If you live here, giving is your thing.
Back at the Harbor Hawk Baseball Network, Drake Toll alongside Zach Berman and Austin Dakuda. Our producers, Ellie Gibson, Abby Stokes, Mike Maynard, and our baseline reporter, Bria Lawson. Well, everybody's heart palpitating just a little bit more here. Pancho Ruiz comes the dish and takes a ball high and outside, as if the Harbor Hawks lose tonight, the Bourne Braves will see the Brewster Whitecaps for a game of alliteration in the championship. If Hyannis can come back in this one, we will see you tomorrow night in Buzzards Bay against the baseball team.
Bourne looking to lock up a rematch with the team they lost 2-0 against the championship series last summer.
Most interesting part about this Bourne roster, complete 100% turnaround.
Yeah, Hyannis the same way, the 2-0. Called strike 88 on the fastball from Fisher to Ruiz.
Wouldn't be surprised if Hyannis brings at least a couple returners back next summer.
Yeah, they've got plenty to work with. Maybe one Riku Nishida as well, toying with the idea, the 2-1 to Ruiz. Skied up and out of play back behind us. It's going to hit the roof above our heads.
I think the biggest takeaway, and I'll drop this in the 8th as opposed to the 9th inning, is that the job that Nick Johnson, Mazdak Darvari, Zach Chase, Eric Beatty, this whole coaching staff, and this whole team has done, they have brought the swagger back to Hyannis in a way that it has not been in a long time.
The 2-2 to Ruiz. Pancho takes outside. Count goes full against Fisher. Following up Ruiz is Nolan Shonowell, and there'll be a pinch hitter for Tito Flores. by way of Mike Sirota. The payoff pitch to Ruiz. Fisher sets, deals it home. Ruiz sends that not too deep to left field. Coming up in underneath his slate, he dives to a knee and grabs it out of the air.
Just got under that one, did Poncho Ruiz, lifted it, but at least you made Fisher work, looking at the positives for the Hawks. And if you're looking on the Bourne side of it, well, you only need 5 more outs.
Yeah.
Matter of fact is, Bourne's pitching's been good today. They had one inning where an infield single and an error helped the Harbor Hawks get a couple runs across. And
yeah.
You don't want to wait till the 9th to put a rally together. You'd certainly like Nolan Shonowell to start it up here.
One down and nobody on. First pitch to Shonowell's fouled off.
That was a good pitch. Something Nolan, you don't see him swing at the first pitch too much.
Right.
You like what he saw.
Yeah, if he's swinging at it, he certainly liked what Fisher brings home.
Worst case scenario for the Harbor Hawks, too, if you, really, the worst case scenario is you have your 1, 2, and 3 due up in the bottom of the 9th. Shonowell, skies out on the left side. Is there room? Yes, there is. And the catch is made dramatically by Bryce Eplin. So now 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th. Hawks looking for some 2-out rally magic with Mike Sirota, the pinch hitter, coming to the dish. If you're out there watching, thank you first and foremost. Second most, Facebook it, Instagram it, MySpace it, Twitter it, whatever the kids are using nowadays.
Uvu.
I think that's the driving, where you call somebody to drive you somewhere. Is that what that is?
No, that's DoorDash.
Oh.
It's Lyft.
Oh. Well, do whatever then. Tell your Lyft driver. Live on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network. 3-run game, but this one feels a lot tighter than that, as Mike Sirota may have just hit himself into the last out of the 8th inning. He sure did. We send you to the 9th. The Harbor Hawks looking for 3 quick outs and then 3 or more quick runs, or this season's over on the Harbor Hawk Baseball Network.
That chip on the shoulder, that started at a very, very young age. People's expectations are, they're cool, they're fun, but mine are bigger.
When you play in New York, they want to see winners. It doesn't matter if it's a Monday or a Friday or a Saturday. You got to come with it, or those fans will let you know.
Pick one thing from me, pick one other thing from another player, make it your own, you turn to who you want to be.
What motivates me is the unknown. You know, how good can I be? You get away from the lights, you get away from the camera.
Mientras más presente yo esté en la caja de batería, más éxito tengo.
Man, how can you not keep it fun, man? This is a kid's game.
If you could go back and tell 10-year-old Francisco one thing, what would it be? You're a bad mother.
Drake Toll alongside Zach Berman and Austin Dakuta in the Tim Elstrom Broadcast Center, bringing you the 9th inning where Braden Nelson comes back out for the Harbor Hawks. They will start with action in the arm barn. Jackson Emus, the Princeton product, is over there, but thus far, the Tampa guy, Braden Nelson, has been okay.
Yeah, he's been pretty good. Came into a tough situation, only had the 1-run score on a ground ball. And a close play at the plate. Other than that, he's been quite good.
Just having Emus stay loose if they need him, and I guess if not, maybe.
I think that's the one thing. Well, there's multiple things, but one of the major things that would be disappointing about a loss tonight, you never see Austin Strickland pitch again this year for the Harbor Hawks.
Yeah,
and you don't see Jackson Emus pitch again for the Harbor Hawks.
Yeah, you walk away from it. There's really only one situation you could have played differently in this game. I think otherwise you've kind of used your pitchers how you needed to with Game 3 in mind.
Big cut and a miss on the first pitch that Braden Nelson deals here in the top of the 9th as things flip over from Mack Horvath. Horvath out of the 3 spot. Batting 188 this postseason, takes a ball in the dirt. Had come to the plate originally in the top of the 8th until Matt Shaw got picked off, put in a pickle, and retired. Now the 1-1 from Nelson. That one's in the dirt. You definitely can't allow a run here.
No.
That's the ball game.
Right. You go into the 9th and you go down to 3. We've seen it happen before in this league. We've seen it happen plenty of times in the game of baseball where a couple of base hits, a walk, a single home run, the game's tied. So 4 runs, though, the probability certainly goes down.
2 bloops and a blast. Is that what you're saying?
I would say just that.
Yeah.
Walking the leadoff guy in the ninth, probably not the way to do that.
No,
Not at all. You don't want to.
Really wanted to see Jackson Emis in this spot, too.
Emis is ready to go up there, too.
3-1 pitch. The 3-hole hitter, Horvath.
And
that'll do it for Braden Nelson's day. In comes Jackson Emis when we return. A 3-run deficit here in the top of the ninth on the Harbor Rock Baseball Network.
Traffic is treacherous. There's a fender bender on the pike. Gonna be a wicked commute. The expressway's backed up to the gas tanks. Gridlock. Crawl. Snarl. Jam up. Bottleneck. Log jam. 128 is a parking lot. You'll be late for supper tonight.
Keeping your car road ready is what we do best. At Sullivan Tire, we're always here to get you there.
Hey, we get you there too.
Choosing T-Mobile is like paying for this, but getting that. And so much more. More 5G bars in more places. More savings so your family saves 20% versus the other guys. And we won't raise the price of your rate plan with our price lock guarantee. Get more with T-Mobile. More 5G coverage, more savings, and even more cool stuff. When Alaska Airlines needed a partner for the complex operations of travel, they made the switch to T-Mobile. Our 5G has Alaska Airlines and their customers covered, from major hubs to remote destinations, with 5G coverage ready now for the demands of today and the future. T-Mobile's network powers Alaska Airlines as they deliver next-level care for all customers. 5G ready now. That's how unconventional thinking is better for business.
Tastes like a Coke.
We nailed it!
Coke Zero Sugar. Have they nailed it?
Sounds like they really nailed it, huh?
Nailed it. And that's when you said... So it really tastes like a Coke.
Yeah, that's the point.
Welcome back to the Harbor Rock Baseball Network, and Jackson Emis out of Princeton comes out on the mound. One of the more solid guys out of the bullpen for Hyannis this season, an all-star snub. He has just been lights out every time he's come out.
Well, more solid is putting it kindly. 0.52 ERA in 17 innings pitched. This guy has been automatic more times than he isn't. He's only allowed an earned run in one game, a game the Harbor Hawks ended up winning July 21st in Falmouth.
Guy that could go a couple of innings as well.
Yeah, he's versatile. Really good stuff, too. Not the most electric fastball in the world, but it's effective. He knows how to locate his pitches. Not a lot of hard contact off Emis, and he's in a spot here where he'd love to just get out of this inning, not allow any runs, and give your boys a chance to do something in the bottom of the ninth.
And despite pitching in 13 games in the regular season, 1 in the playoffs, this is the first time he has seen Bourne.
You got to deal with Chris Brito. Brito today is 2 for 3 with 4 RBI in the first pitch he sees from Emis, the off speed at 80, right near the chest.
Sirota now in left field, replacing Tito Flores. McConnell and Ross will stay put center and right.
Now a 1-0 to Brito, who went long ball earlier in this game, a 3-run home run that really blew it wide open when it was still 1-1 in the top of the 5th. He'll chop that one off the plate, and that's been the difference is a long ball. On 2 strike counts, Brito hit a 3-run home run, and on another 2 strike count, Moylan, after fighting off 10 pitches, hit a 2-run home run.
Those two-strike home runs go the other way. We're talking about a 4-2 Harbor Hawks lead right now.
Yeah. I would have liked that. The 1-1 to Brito. Emis fires back. Even if one of those, give you one of those at-bats where the pitch is called a strike or one falls in your way, and you avoid either the 2-run or the 3-run home run, this game is vastly different. The 1-1 from Hyannis was in the dirt. Hyannis has not had too many control issues for the Harbor Hawks so far this season. In the regular season, I mean, you mentioned it, Zach. The guy was lights out. His numbers are, they speak for themselves. In those 17 innings, dished out 7 walks. Not elite, but certainly not a number they're too worried about. Has a 2-1 here on Brito. Deals it home, and there's a called strike. The count evens.
Yeah. Look, if you keep this a 3-run game, you have the 3 guys you'd want the most to start a rally.
1, 2, 3.
Bottom of the 9th. Riku Nishida, Mitch Jebb, and Cole McConnell.
2-2 to Brito.
And if those 3 guys can set the stage, it will likely lean on the bats of Jackson Ross and Drew Earhart, who have come up big these playoffs to knock those runs home.
Runner goes. Hyannis dials home. That one's skied to right field. It's well in play, but it's going to hang up way too long for the opportunity for double play.
Boy, did Mack Horvath get lucky there that ball hung up as long as it did. So he would have been a sitting duck at first base.
Yeah, it's Bourne trying to manufacture the extra run. They know just as well as the Hawks do that 4th run is a big difference maker. Didn't get to do it there. Evan Slight, uncharacteristically quiet tonight at the dish, too. You have to be careful with him because he's a really good gap-to-gap hitter. Solid power to right and left center field. But at the same time, double play is in order to get you out of this top half of the inning.
Brito gives way to the aforementioned left fielder, Evan Slight. With a run over there on first base for the Braves. Runner goes again. Poncho Ruiz throw down to second base. Not in time and skips into center field. Cole McConnell's there to back it up. But that throw is on the line, just bounced too quick.
It looked like he had a little bit of a struggle getting it out of the glove initially. Did Poncho on the transfer. His arm certainly has a strength. We've mentioned the plethora of base runners he's cut down this year.
Enrique Bradfield Jr. being one of them.
Yeah, Enrique Bradfield Jr. of the Katuitt Kettleers.
If he's listening today, shout out. Now a 1-0 to Slight. Hyannis checks off second. Swing and a miss. That's big. You've got run number 8 for the Braves standing at second base. A hit likely scores it. And again, you can't say definitively that's it, but
4 is just
might be too much.
4 in an inning is tough. Never mind. I mean, 3 in an inning is obviously tough as well. But
even less the runs themselves, but more so the momentum.
Yeah.
That's a killer. Is that ball up the middle? Riku Nishida comes over, but it's actually Patelli who makes the play cleanly. So for the Braves, Horvath is going to move to third base. He's 90 feet away, but the Harbor Hawks have got 2 down here in the night. And at the plate for the first time today with a 182 average in the postseason is John Peck.
Riku Nishida was completely out of place on that, and credit to Dominic Patelli to pick his man up.
That's elite range at short, strong arm. I mean,
well, Patelli knows his arm's better than Nishida's, and he makes that play because of it.
Dom Patelli's the best defensive shortstop in the league, in my opinion. John Peck's right there with him, 1A and 1B, honestly. Those two guys, I mean, they could have a competition for a Gold Glove defense over there.
Peck's so versatile, too. We've seen him at the 3.
Yeah.
Third base, shortstop, second base. First pitch he gets from Hyannis, and Ruiz does a good job to hold on to that one.
It says something about how well-respected Dom Patelli's defense is because he made the All-Star game this year. He didn't start, but he was listed on the roster. And he didn't have the most eye-popping offensive numbers. He was around 250 at the time with 3 homers, but everyone in this league recognizes just how much of a weapon he is defensively at shortstop.
Absolutely. The 1-0 from Hyannis. Fouled off. Hyannis, for a large part of this season, was the best team in the West. They were that up until the last day of the regular season.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was Hyannis and Katuitt back and forth for that 1 seed, not just in the West, but the entire league. And then Bourne just caught fire and jumped both of them.
You're seeing how important it is to have your best 10 games be your last 10 games of the regular season. And Bourne's a prime example of that. Momentum is everything, and they've carried it right in here.
The 1-1 to Peck. Grounds that one up the middle to Dom Patelli. Patelli, the throw to first in time. So, 4 up, 3 down, no damage done by the Bourne Braves. Hyannis knows the mountain they need to ascend when we come back in the bottom of the 9th. It's a 3-run deficit, or you go home on the Harbor Hawks Baseball Network.
Hey, Mama, what's up?
Did you switch my service from Verizon to T-Mobile? Yep.
T-Mobile has the only nationwide 5G.
Well, Mr. Know-It-All, let's see if you right about that.
Mama. Hey, Mama, I'm working.
It works at the pie shop.
T-Mobile's 5G works inside and out. Hey, what you need, Mama? I'm trying to watch the game with my boys.
It works in the park.
Oh, okay. Mama?
It works at the aquarium, in the parking garage, at the beach, in the elevator. It works in the movie theater, too. Oh, shush yourself. I'm talking to my baby.
You're driving me crazy.
I was just calling you to say thank you, baby. I love you.
I love you too, Mama. Yes, Mama.
It works in the kitchen.
Tell Mama.
Mama?
5G, it works in the club.
Who are you in a club with?
All about it. Tell Mama.
This is it. The Harbor Hawks need 3 runs or they're done. Drake Toll alongside Zach Berman, Austin Dakuda. Our producers, Abby Stokes, Ellie Gibson, Mike Maynard, our baseline reporter, Bria Losick. It all comes down to this, and it all comes down to T-Mobile as a proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League. T-Mobile is committed to serving those who serve. That's why they go above and beyond for our active duty military and veterans. Visit your neighborhood T-Mobile store or T-Mobile.com to learn more. 1, 2, and 3 due up for these Harbor Hawks, and
what you want.
If there's any spot in the lineup that you would ideally be in, it is this spot in said lineup. And for the Braves, they wholly expect to make their way to the championship against Brewster. And you hear the Harbor Hawk fans getting up and getting loud for Riku Nishida, just in case this is the last time they see him come to the dish. But with that in mind...
Well, if it is, what a pleasure it's been to watch
yeah.
Riku Nishida. Not to say our goodbyes yet, but he has been a treat to watch and undoubtedly the most exciting player to watch on Cape Cod.
Bourne, again, with a championship in mind, will leave Fisher out on the bump. Pressure's on for each team. First pitch Nishida sees. There's a called strike.
33 miles an hour on the old scoreboard.
The EFIS. Both of these fan bases, many of them on their feet, everybody getting into this one.
It's been a nice 2 games against these guys. Bourne's got some great fans.
So much respect.
2 close games. What more could you ask for except
this is what the
crazy
Cape Cod
comeback.
League is, you know? It's all about the baseball on the field.
The 0-1 to Nishida. Fisher dials home in the dirt.
Every pitch matters so much this inning. That's why, I mean, the dugout's all into it. The Harbor Hawk bullpen is empty. Everyone on the fence trying to will their team back in, and it starts with Riku Nishida, the all-star second baseman.
You go all-star, all-star, all-star to start this lineup in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Sounds like hits to me.
Righty on lefty, a 1-1. Nishida's going to call time.
Something in his eye.
It's granted, and shake something off, fix the hair a little bit, make sure he looks like he's in style.
He hasn't got a haircut since he's been here.
Nope. Riku Nishida will be at Oregon next year. I'll be watching a lot of Oregon Duck games on ESPN.
He's going to have some Ryan Steinhauer hair going by then.
Yeah.
At the rate that's growing.
No kidding. It's Brandon Llewellyn.
I remember him.
Yep. 1-1. Nishida grounds that one up the middle. It's over the head of the pitcher. Matt Shaw's coming on. The throw to first. Not in time.
All right.
And it was John Peck, who they put in at shortstop, that actually came across to make that play. But Riku Nishida, he said, I'm too fast for you.
Well, not a bloop, but it works the same. There's your first knock. Now you need 2 more.
Nishida with a big smile over there at first base, and
don't
everybody.
Run. Don't steal.
What an atmosphere.
No point to steal here.
Don't steal.
No point to risk it if you're Riku Nishida. And now you got Mitch Jebb up. The guy you want up. He hits right-handed pitching so well, and it just feels like he is due for a hit. He's 0 for 4 tonight. He's reached and scored on a fielder's choice.
Jebb with Nishida over at first base. First pitch he gets from Fisher.
Oh, that was right in the zone. Just missing it.
Also don't need a home run. Nobody's got to be the hero on one swing. If you do get a home run, you're still down by 1.
Well, if Jebb gets on, then the guy in the on-deck circle, then you can start thinking home run.
You got Bourne throwing another right-hander in their arm barn.
Good sign.
Got to wonder how long of a leash Fisher has in this inning.
The wind blowing straight out at 15 miles an hour. Swing and a miss from Jebb.
Man, that's 89. That's one that you want to catch up to if you're Mitch Jebb up in the zone. And behind 0-2. Obviously we've talked about it. We got to say it one more time. Mitch Jebb at Michigan State only struck out once in every 13.7 at-bats, which equates to about 1 in every 3 games at Michigan State or so. Somebody who protects the plate really well.
Down 0-2 here to Fisher. The righty checks to Nishida, deals to Jebb, who fouls one out.
There you go. Mitch Jebb will spoil and spoil until he gets one to put in play.
The tension is so thick here, you can cut it with a knife. Man.
Might need those bolt cutters from What's in the Box from week 1 to cut it.
Righty from the stretch. Thomas Frick, the catcher down and ready. Jebb awaits. The NJIT product fires home. Mitch Watts is outside.
Man.
Good take.
With that's been a strike tonight.
Yeah.
It's a tough one to take, but he's glad he did. It's a ball in this at-bat.
Braves fans were not the happiest campers on that one.
You've seen all fastballs from Fisher to Jebb between 88 and 90. That one at 89.
Now 1-2 to Jebb. Tomas Frick was set up outside. He leans outside here as Jebb just tips one off. And they're going to say he went and he didn't get a piece of it.
Yeah.
I think that, no, he went around.
So that's it. Mitch Jebb goes down via the strikeout.
If this is the last time we see Mitch Jebb in a Harbor Hawk uniform, what a season it has been. What an honor, what a pleasure, what a joy it has been to watch Mitch Jebb absolutely line up the base bats, line up the batter's box. He has been nothing short of spectacular to watch, and the folks back in East Lansing are getting back a very special player.
McConnell takes the pitch outside, called strike.
They're going to keep pitching to that spot against Cole. It's that outside fastball down that you may not like because it's off the plate, but it's been a strike tonight.
The 0-1 to McConnell. Tomas Frick sets up outside again.
There's the one to hit. Not to jump in, but that was just right there. That's a pitch that if you're Cole McConnell, you're going to want to see again. He's coming at you with 88-mile-an-hour fastballs in the zone.
The 0-2 to Cole.
Oh boy, they called that on strike 1, and then they don't call it on the 0-2.
Really tiptoeing what's a ball and a strike here. Come on, now Cole's, this is his chance. You gotta put the ball in play at least. Make Bourne work for these last 2 outs.
As she did first, the 1-2. Bourne is now 1 out away from their second championship appearance in as many years. A saving grace for the Harbor Hawks will be the FAU product, the righty Jackson Ross.
And if you're Hawks fans and you're watching, all you can do is tip your cap to Fisher. He has strucken out your 2 and 3 hitters in this 9th inning.
Yeah. In total, the Braves have struck out 11 Harbor Hawks. Jackson Ross at the plate. First pitch he sees is in the dirt.
Yeah, Jackson Ross has been really a nice addition to this team down the stretch. 1 for 2 tonight with a single, a walk, and a hit by pitch.
If Ross is to get on, Drew Earhart's behind him. A couple of righties here in the lineup for Hyannis. The 1-0 is a called ball low.
Just bring the tying run up to the plate. That's the least you can ask. Drew Earhart in the on-deck circle. If he gets on with the tying run, you got full permission to swing for the fences.
2-0. What surely would have been extra bases is lined for a loud foul ball.
Down to 85 there. Tough to tell what type of pitch that was, but Ross was over it, right on top of it.
Ross ahead 2-1. Fisher deals home. There's nothing you can do with that. There's nothing you can do with that. Fisher will step off as both of these fan bases very loud. The atmosphere here at McKeon, the best we've seen on Cape Cod this summer. The Braves feel themselves a strike away from an appearance in the championship. Foul ball from Ross. Spoils that one.
Great job by Jackson Ross to fight there, foul off the breaking ball, and stay alive. Now you put yourself in a spot to look for a fastball here on 2-2.
2-2 count with 2 down. Riku Nishida stands off at first base. The righty Fisher has worked from the stretch since he allowed a leadoff base hit to Nishida here in the bottom of the ninth. The 2-2 is high.
Nice take by Jackson Ross, and now on 3-2 with 2 down, Riku Nishida will be in motion off of first base on the next pitch.
One more outside the zone, you get the tying run of the plate.
If you're Ross, you got to fight one off here. Can't afford to watch strike 3. If it's close, you're swinging. Now a payoff pitch from Fisher. Nishida goes. Ross fouls that out of play.
And Jackson Ross is battling. He is not ready to go home quite yet.
We have reached nearly 4 hours into this ball game. The tightest 3-run deficit that we've seen this season.
Doesn't feel like a 4-hour game either. This has been a terrific battle by both these teams since the first pitch.
Full count on Jackson Ross. Fisher will step off. Brito nowhere near first base to hold on Nishida. Fisher. That one's lined to center field. The Bourne Braves are headed to the championship. Back-to-back seasons, they'll face the Brewster Whitecaps. Jackson Ross flies out to center field. Taylor sends the Harbor Hawks home after an impeccable season and a run that ends in the Western Division Championship.
Well, it was quite the year for the Harbor Hawks after a 8-28 season. It was a great turnaround. It's something certainly that all three of us were very happy to be a part of.
This is a season that an organization will remember as a turning point for years to come. There is an energy coming out of this Harbor Hawks organization that has not been here in a long time, as this fan base that has been treated to something special gives this group of guys a round of applause, and one that is well-deserved. As a matter of fact, their first playoff series win. This is 2015, and man, not an easy goodbye, but at the end of the day, the Bourne Braves were just the better team this series.
We ran into a buzzsaw that dominated the league in the second half in the Bourne Braves. And the Bourne Braves deserve to be moving on. They've had quite this season, and hats off to those guys. I mean, first-year manager Scott Landers coached them to perfection this season, and they were able to lock it down in the end.
Over the span of 2 months, the Harbor Hawks came in with an entirely brand new roster, a new front office, a new president, a new GM, everybody, a new head coach. They found their way to 20-plus wins, a win in round one, all the way to the Western Division Championship for the first time since 2015 after back-to-back single-digit win seasons. And in 2 months, they've taught myself what it means to be a proud Harbor Hawk, and that it is always a great day to be a Harbor Hawk. We have seen so much this year. Monumental win streaks, some pretty demoralizing losses, but a huge series win against Cotuit, and it all culminates in a series that ends with the team that just had more juice when it mattered, the Bourne Braves, moving on to their second straight championship after a storybook year for Hyannis.
This was a roller coaster of a season. The highs were high, the lows were low, and at the end of the day, as much as it pains me to say it, I don't want to get off the ride, but it's come to its final stop.
Well, the beaches have been great, the seafood impeccable, and this team outstanding, but it comes to a close tonight at McKeon Ballpark.
I just want to say it has been nothing short of the greatest honor and the greatest joy to be able to say I worked alongside you two all summer long.
Absolute pleasure, Zach. And now, Austin, you'd agree that this season has been something special here at Hyannis.
Yeah, after being a part of last year in which the team didn't put together a great record on the field, it was great to be able to sit next to you guys and call some good baseball.
Well, all that's left is the Roll-A-Bump Limited Player of the Game tonight, and Riku Nishida finished 3 for 5 with an RBI.
Yeah.
Drew Earhart finished 3 for 4 with an RBI himself. So you got a couple of guys there. There were some tight arms as well for Hyannis, but I might have to lean with the guy who got you a long way as the lights turn out at Hyannis.
They'll be coming back on, you got to think.
Every night they turn the lights out at 10 p.m., and they did it tonight.
Is there a way to turn them back on?
Well, I will say this. We pointed out Riku Nishida as this team's spark plug on day one.
Yeah, well.
Ways away.
He's tonight's player of the game.
And
we might not have a post-game interview with him or a Hawk Talk, but at least he's our final Roll-A-Bump Limited Player of the Game. Austin, closing thoughts?
Thank you to everyone who made this year possible.
Zach?
Just a thank you to this entire organization. I am forever blessed to be able to say I was a part of this summer, a part of this crew, and a part of this team, and I look forward to, following these guys and their journeys in the years to come, and I look forward to seeing the Harbor Hawks take it all home in 2023 next year.
Well, after a weird,
wild,
wacky
2022 summer, it comes to a close. Myself, Drake Toll, Zach Berman, Austin Dakuta, our producers Mike Maynard, Ella Gibson, and Abby Stokes. We could not have done everything that we've done this summer from a broadcast standpoint to a team standpoint to exposure without all the help. Our director of broadcasting, Harrison Myers, those who have helped out with the interns all year long, Karen Hurley. We've had, top to bottom. This organization has been so kind to us. We can't thank you enough. Lori Pfeiffer, everybody. It's been unbelievable. So again, for Drake Toll, Zach Berman, Austin Dakuta, our baseline reporter, Bria Lossick, Mike Maynard, Abby Stokes, Ella Gibson. It's a great day to be a Hawk.